Chapter 75. Withdraw and Start. Wang Teng and Lin Chuan prepared themselves at the waiting area. It was easy to tell that Lin Chuan and Yang Jian were a little absent-minded. They kept fiddling with the weapons in their hands, but there was no pattern to it. When the time came, the two of them had started to get nervous like the rest of the students. Well, they couldn't be blamed either. The angry roar of the mutated beast and the gruesome scene afterward had caused a massive stimulation to the hearts of the examinees, especially when the mutated beast wanted to charge out from the metal fence. The evil intention in its eyes was obvious. It treated the examinees as its food. There was actually a day when humans were reduced to food. These examinees were like little flowers and young grasses in the ivory towers. They had never experienced any beating from society nor the brutality of the law of the jungle. Although they had long heard of the ruthlessness and scariness of the mutated beast through various channels, they had never felt it so directly. One could only understand how terrifying it was if they experienced it personally. "Are you all right?" Wang Ting couldn't help but ask when he looked at Lin Chuan's expression. Honestly, it would be a little tough for her to fight with the mutated beast based on her ability. "It's all right." Lin Chuan gritted her teeth and forced herself to remain calm. "I thought that I could face this actual combat assessment without fear, but now I feel a little frightened," Yang Jian said with a bitter smile. "It's all right to be scared. Look, who isn't?" Wang Teng pointed to the other people around them. "Even Zhou Wu and He Monrome are nervous. I feel much better now." Yang Jian heaved a long sigh of relief when he saw the expression on the faces of the advanced stage martial disciples. "Sigh, but why do you seem not worried at all? I can wipe out these mutated beasts with one punch. What is there to worry about?" Wang Teng said calmly. "Are you kidding? Those mutated beasts have such thick skins. Although your strength is at 1,000 kilograms, you might not be able to kill one of them in a single punch." Yang Jian obviously didn't believe him. "Do you think that your punch is a cannon?" Lin Chuan expressed her disdain too. "Why does no one believe me when I'm speaking the truth?" Wang Teng felt speechless. Just like that, the trio chatted casually. After a series of quips and jokes, Lin Chuan and Yang Jian didn't seem as nervous as before. Everyone, the youngsters' gazes shifted to the high platform when they heard the loud voice. The officer who guided the distribution of the battle uniforms was speaking to the examinees. "The actual combat assessment is about to start. I will be announcing the exam rules now. First, the actual combat assessment will start at 10 a.m. and end at 6 a.m. tomorrow. That means that you will be staying in this primary forest for 1 day and 1 night. When they heard this, the examinees' expressions changed. A day and a night. The primary forest was filled with danger. Yet they were telling them that they had to stay inside for so long. How were they supposed to stay alive? The officer disregarded the uproar from the examinees below and continued speaking. "During this period, you'll have to find your own food, water, and your lodging for the night. At the same time, if you want to pass the exam, you need to kill at least 5 mutated beasts. This is the minimum number. The more mutated beasts you kill and the higher the level of beasts, the higher the number of points you will receive. That way, in the future, you'll have better choices. We will be watching over the whole forest using satellite cameras for the entire exam duration. All of you have a communication device on your battle uniform. It is able to track your location to ensure that everyone is under surveillance. The level of the mutated beast you kill, as well as the number of mutated beasts you kill, will all be recorded. It will be changed into points and updated in your data. However, you must kill the beast personally. Other people can't help you. If not, it will be considered cheating. You will be disqualified from the exam. Also, remember that students are not allowed to cut one another's throats during the actual combat assessment. However, there is still competition between all of you. Not only do you have to guard against mutated beasts, but you also need to be vigilant of other examinees. There's an emergency button on the communication device. We have arranged many experienced martial disciples in the forest. There are even 3 martial warriors. When you press the emergency button, the staff nearest to you will immediately rush to your location based on your GPS. The martial arts exam is important, but your life is even more important. Remember not to act rashly and overexert yourself. That is all I have to say. The examinees didn't look good when they heard the rules. There was a huge commotion. This actual combat assessment was so difficult. It was even more challenging than everyone thought. It was also much more dangerous than they imagined. Many people wanted to throw the towel right away. If you want to give up, you can step forward now. The officers seemed to have seen through their thoughts and said calmly. The examinees exchanged glances with one another. In the end, a lady really took the initiative and stood up first. I want to leave. When she said this sentence, she was already sobbing. It was easy to guess how painful it was for her to make this decision. A martial arts examinee must have worked very hard for the martial arts exam, especially the students from ordinary families. Their families had probably scrimped and saved to provide them with the resources to practice martial arts. But now she was giving up. Some of the students were shocked, while others felt complicated and understood her feelings. They felt as if they were relieved from a huge burden. Since someone had taken the lead, they felt justified and contented. After some disappointment, pain, and struggle, some students made the same decision and gave up. There was too little hope. At first, they wanted to fight for an ounce of hope. But if they needed to risk their lives for it, their timid hearts didn't allow them to do it. After a while, the examinees that chose to give up stood sparsely in a corner. There were more than a few hundred people. Does anyone else want to give up? The officer asked. When he noticed that no other examinees came forward, he continued. In that case, the rest of the examinees will be split at random into 10 teams. You will enter the forest from different entrances. Some staff came forward to organize them. The examinees that were familiar with one another were split up into 10 teams. Under the lead of the staff, they headed towards different entrances. Wang Tung stood in the middle of a team. There were unfamiliar faces all around him. Lin Xuan and Yang Jian were in the other teams, so he couldn't see them anymore. He hoped that they were able to pass the assessment safely. Not long after, Wang Tung's team reached an entrance. After waiting for some time, the person leading their team looked at his watch and said, "It's almost time. You can enter now. Good luck to all of you." He signaled to the guard to open the metal gates. Then, they allowed the examinees to enter. All the students remembered what the officer had said before this. There was competition between the examinees, and they needed to be aware of fellow students. Humans are unpredictable. No one dared to underestimate this sentence. Hence, the second they entered the forest, they parted ways with one another and headed in different directions. Wang Ting chose to enter the depths of the rainforest in a certain direction. He was already wearing his boxing gloves and holding his battle sword in his hand. He did say that this exam was simple for him, but he wasn't stupid. He wouldn't let down his guard. There were tall and lush green trees all around him, and the ground was covered with dried fallen leaves. The stench of decaying leaves, along with the refreshing fragrance of grass and leaves, wafted into his nose. Roar! The roars of beasts rose one after another in the distance. The actual combat assessment. Start. Chapter 76. Hunt for high-level mutated beasts. The actual combat assessment had been going on for an hour. On the island, in the sealed-off forest, all the examinees were scattered and were hunting and fighting with different mutated beasts. The levels of the mutated beasts corresponded to the martial disciples' levels. They were split into low-level, middle-level, and high-level. The candidates were all intermediate stage and advanced stage martial disciples. The best choice was to kill the weakest, low-level mutated beasts. Many people knew that this actual combat assessment wasn't just an exam. In fact, it was a training for the examinees' mentality and outdoor survival ability. After all, if they became martial warriors in the future and headed to Xingwu continent, the environment there was much worse than this forest. In the future, they might not have such a good chance to find a mutated beast to train themselves. At that time, they would be facing terrifying star beasts. Currently, Wang Tung was squatting on a huge tree and staring at a giant forest lizard below him. This was the first mutated beast he had met, and it was a high-level mutated beast. He didn't know if he was lucky or not. He had hung around for an hour, but didn't meet any mutated beast. The moment he met one, It was a high-level mutated beast. This beast had mutated from a forest giant lizard. Its body was covered with thick and heavy scales, giving off a metallic glimmer. Its claws were as sharp as knives, and its fangs looked like spikes. They were able to pierce through a person in an instant. At first, Wang Tung thought that it hadn't noticed him yet. He was planning to sneak an attack on it. Nonetheless, this was the first time he met a mutated beast. Hence, he didn't act rashly. Out of his expectations, the forest giant lizard swung its tail at him. The huge force cut the tree he was using to hide into two. Boom! The tree cracked and fell. F***K, it's so strong. Wang Tung hurriedly stepped on the ground and leaped into the air. Then, he waved his battle sword and exerted strength all over his body. He struck his sword down at the giant forest lizard. Roar! The giant lizard opened its mouth and let out a growl. It swung its tail again and swept it towards him. This tail sweep was extremely powerful. Even the air around it gave off short, exploding sounds. Wang Tung's eyebrows jumped slightly. Naturally, he wasn't stupid. He wouldn't receive the attack forcefully. He executed his presence enlightenment stage basic footwork and actually managed to turn his body in the air. The maneuver allowed him to evade the attack easily. Wang Tung instantly lowered his center of gravity and landed on the ground. He punched the side of the giant lizard with his fist. Bang! His strength was terrifying. This punch caused the scale armor of the giant lizard to crack open, even hurting the bones underneath. Howl! The giant lizard howled in pain. It opened its mouth and wanted to pounce on Wang Tung. The stinging stench of blood flowed right into Wang Tung's face. Oomph! Wang Tung snorted. His speed accelerated, and he evaded the giant lizard's attack. Next, he raised the battle sword in his hand and charged forward. Crack! Fresh blood spurted out. His sword slashed right through the giant lizard's mouth. It cut off a huge portion of the lizard's head. The next moment, the giant lizard fell to the ground with a thud. It was dead. Sigh. Wang Tung let out a breath. High-level mutated beasts were harder to deal with than he had imagined. However, it was still a piece of cake for him. He walked towards the giant lizard to take a look. Strength *20 blank attribute *5 Wang Tung instantly felt thrilled. Blank attribute. He saw blank attributes again. After Wang Tung picked them up, he didn't use them in a hurry. Instead, he kept them first. Wang Tung looked at the corpse of the giant lizard and went into deep thought. Is there a higher probability of dropping blank attributes if I kill mutated beasts and star beasts? He couldn't help but remember the giant crow star beast that was killed the other time. That star beast had dropped 60 blank attributes. In contrast, this giant lizard had dropped only 5 points. He had picked up blank attributes from martial disciples in the past before, but the probability was really low. Also, it wasn't a lot. Sigh, can't the system explain the settings all at once? Why do I have to figure it out myself? Wang Tung sighed helplessly. He decided to try it on a few more mutated beasts. If his guess was correct, this exam venue for their actual combat assessment would become an excellent place to collect blank attributes. An evil smile immediately appeared on his face. Almost simultaneously, all the mutated beasts in the entire forest felt an evil intention engulfing them. Report: an examinee has already killed a high-level mutated beast. At the same time, in a huge central control room situated in the island camping ground, computer screens filled up the entire place. All the screens were showing the images of the examinees in the forest. A few hundred staff stared at the screens without blinking. Suddenly, a staff member shouted loudly. The leaders from the Ministry of Education, including Director He, as well as the higher authorities from the top 3 martial art academies and the president of the Martial Arts Association, Qin Han Xian, were all gathered in this room. At first, they were chatting casually. When they heard this shout, though, they immediately turned in that direction. The staff member clicked on his computer and sent the image on his screen to the wall so that everyone could see it clearly. He even replayed the scene just now. Haha, indeed, it's that person. Director, he couldn't help but laugh when he saw the young man standing in front of the giant lizard on the screen. Director He, do you know this guy? The principal of the Donghai branch, Leitang Martial House, Jiang Hong, asked. This young man is not bad. His battle awareness is really strong. The principal of the Donghai branch Balian Martial House, Gu Hefei, complimented Wang Tung. This examinee is the only extreme martial disciple from our Donghai this year. Director He smiled. He secretly glanced at the valiant-looking man sitting properly at the host's seat. Qin Hanxian and Fu Tiandao exchanged glances with each other. They didn't speak. The valiant-looking man calmly glanced at the screen. He didn't express too many emotions. However, when he heard that this was an extreme martial disciple, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Extreme martial disciple. Not bad. Let's continue watching, the man said in a composed manner. Director He was elated. This sentence was enough to prove that Governor Jiang had developed an interest in Wang Tung. This man was the Governor-General of Donghai. The last time, Qin Hanxian and Fu Tiandao had said that he was on the brink of his breakthrough. Now, he had appeared at the martial arts exam. No one else said anything. After all, the exam had just started. However, they couldn't help but pay more attention to Wang Tung. Time passed slowly. Gruesome battles were happening in many different corners of the forest. These examinees didn't have an easy time like Wang Tung. After all, this was their first time facing a mutated beast. Some people couldn't even release 1/5 of their true power. For an intermediate stage martial disciple to kill a low-level mutated beast, he needed to use a lot of strength and brain. In theory, they knew that they had to target the weak spots, but in an actual battle, everything was thrown to the back of their minds. Some people even cowered right at the start. Before they started fighting, they had already run away in a flurry. Within 2 to 3 hours, close to half of the examinees were eliminated. 3 p.m. On an empty area in the forest, 2 black figures were engaged in a fight. Slash! After a cold flash of light, the 2 figures separated from each other. Wang Tung landed on the ground stably. The battle sword in his hand was pointing diagonally at the ground. A trace of blood dripped down the tip of the sword and landed on the leaves-covered earth. The other black figure slammed hard on the ground. Its head flew up high before falling back. A large amount of blood spurted out like a fountain. They are both high-level mutated beasts, but this green python was harder to deal with than that forest giant lizard. Wang Tung lamented to himself. Then he went forward. Speed *15 blank attribute *6 as expected. Blank attributes were dropped again. Wang Tung was cheering secretly in his heart. He picked them up. The instant he finished picking up the attribute bubbles, the python head at the side suddenly leaped up and opened its mouth wide, baring its fangs. It wanted to bite Wang Tung. I've been waiting for you, Wang Tung sneered. He slashed his battle sword sideways and cut the python head into 2. In the 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers, it was mentioned that mutated snakes had a strong vitality. Even if their heads were chopped off, their central nervous systems would still be functioning for a short period. It would produce certain instinctive reactions. If one wasn't careful enough, they might be attacked by it when it was at the brink of death. It didn't mean that the larger mutated beasts were poisonous. If a mutated beast was poisonous before it mutated, not only would its size grow bigger, its poison would become even more deadly. If a person was bitten by it, he might die on the spot. Hence, they needed to be extremely careful. Wang Tung turned around and prepared to leave. Suddenly, the sound of something cutting through the air was heard behind him. Swoosh! The sound was shrill and loud, and one could guess how fast the speed was from the wind. A stinging pain was felt on his leg. Wang Tung reacted almost instantly. His speed increased exponentially, and he executed his footwork with full power. His body moved away slightly from his original position. Boom! A sharp arrow cut through the air beside his leg. It pierced into a huge tree and formed a large hole in it. Examinees weren't allowed to endanger each other's lives, but they were able to defeat one another. That way, the mutated beasts that the other party killed would be counted as the winners. Just now, that arrow wasn't aimed at Wang Tung's vital point. Still, if it had hit his thigh, his battle ability would have decreased greatly. Wang Ting looked at the examinee on the tree far away, who had released this arrow. He immediately dashed into the bushes and executed his footwork. The snake walk. The other party wasn't able to get a lock on him. Then, Wang Tung moved in the direction where his opponent was at. F***K. Are you looking for death? Chapter 77. Your father is ultimately your father. The expression of the examinee, who had tried to sneak an attack on Wang Tung, underwent a change when he noticed how fast Wang Tung's reaction and how decisive he was. The moment he evaded his attack, Wang Tung snuck into the bushes and ran towards him using the bushes as his cover. Retreat. The examinee turned and ran away without any hesitation. The basic battle technique he practiced was basic arrow skill. It was suitable for long-range attacks and not close combats. Just now, when he saw the way Wang Tung fought with the high-level mutated beast, he knew that he would lose if he got caught by the young man. Wang Tung shuttled back and forth in the forest. He executed his footwork, and his figure kept shifting like the clouds. The other party wasn't able to aim at him. How dare you sneak an attack on me? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Wang Tung's expression was cold as he increased his speed with every step. He dashed towards the other examinee. Damn it! The other examinee got a fright when he saw Wang Tung rushing over. How could he be so fast? The distance between the two of them got closer and closer. As the guy ran away, he continued shooting arrows behind him. He hoped that he would be able to stall Wang Tung for some time, even if it was just to lower his speed of chasing him. However, even though the arrows he shot caused some obstruction to Wang Tung, the distance between the two of them didn't get longer. It continued shortening. Wang Tung's speed was much faster than his, and his arrows were almost finished. After a few seconds, the distance between the two of them was less than 30 meters. Dying! Wang Tung stepped on the ground, and the earth below him cracked. His entire body shot out like a raging bear. His sword formed an arc in the air as he flung it down on the examinee. The examinee was flabbergasted. He raised his bow above his head to block this attack. Clang! When the bow and the sword collided, a metallic tremble rang out. The examinee's expression changed. He could feel a powerful force boring down on him. He couldn't control himself and flew backward. Bang! He slammed heavily on the ground. Fresh blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He shouted towards the forest beside him. Why aren't you all moving? How long are you going to watch the show? Wang Tung scoffed. He furiously charged at the examinee. Don't come over. The other party's expression changed for the umpteenth time. He quickly crawled up from the ground and retreated. Wang Tung punched him without saying anything. Stop! A loud shout suddenly came from the forest behind him. A strong gust of wind assaulted Wang Tung's back. Wang Tung evaded the attack as though he had eyes on his back. His hard and sturdy iron fist still smashed into the examinee's face. Crack! The other party's nose bridge collapsed. It was quite obvious. Blood splattered everywhere from his nose, and the guy kept screaming in pain. Wang Tung swept his legs this time. The examinee was already dizzy from the punch. Now, his vision turned black, and he wasn't able to withstand the attack at all. In an instant, he flew away because of the kick. Basic arrow skill, *10 beginner stage, arrow talent, *3 huh? Wang Tung's eyes lit up. There are talent attributes. The attributes this examinee dropped were quite impressive. He picked them up. The two examinees that had just walked out of the forest didn't protect their companion when they saw what happened. Instead, they watched Wang Tung injure him without doing anything. Their expressions turned ugly. Wang Tung, you're too ruthless. We are all examinees. How can you land such a heavy blow? One of the examinees pointed at Wang Tung and shouted. I was wondering who it was. So it's you, young Masterly. Wang Tung turned around and looked at the people who had just appeared. One of them was a complete stranger to him. He didn't recognize the man. However, the other was an old friend, Li Rongqing. Why? Are you planning to get some of your egos back because you were tortured by me too many times? Wang Tung smiled at him ambiguously. Where did you get these two dumb boys? How did you trick them into seeking death together with you? Li Rongqing's expression turned even worse when Wang Tung exposed his true thoughts. A hint of anxiousness flashed past his eyes. Indeed, he was the one who found these two people. Wang Teng had opposed him many times and caused him to lose his face. Also, he already knew he was beaten up for no reason at that time because of Wang Teng's framing. He was the one who caused him to carry that blame. This bastard was so sinister. Also, during the level inspection, Wang Teng displayed the ability of an extreme martial disciple. He had amazed the crowd with a single feat and made him exceptionally jealous. Thus, he tricked these two advanced-stage martial disciples from other schools and planned to kick Wang Teng out of the actual combat assessment. Of course, Li Rongqing was able to convince these two advanced-stage martial disciples because he knew them before. He also promised them certain benefits. Unfortunately, a boss was still a boss. Your father was still your father. The examinee who tried to sneak attack Wang Teng didn't succeed. Instead, he was beaten up like a dog. He laid on the floor, not able to get up anymore. These guys were already frightened of Wang Teng's ability. Now, with one person down, only Li Rongqing and the other advanced stage youngster were left. Their chances of winning were even less. When he heard Wang Teng's words, the other advanced stage martial disciple glanced at Li Rongqing. That gaze caused Li Rongqing's heart to drop. Since it has already reached this state, there's no point in saying anything anymore. Let's just fight. Surprisingly, the advanced stage martial disciple was extremely decisive. He knew Li Rongqing's intention, but they had already formed a grudge with Wang Teng. Hence, there was probably no point in begging for mercy. They should just work together and get rid of Wang Teng. All right, Li Rongqing gritted his teeth and didn't say much. He held his battle blade in his hand and charged towards Wang Teng first. The seed of suspicion was already planted in them. However, they had no choice but to work together now. He must show enough sincerity. As expected, when the advanced stage martial disciple saw him attacking first, his vigilant expression softened a little. Then, he joined the assault on Wang Teng. He held a huge and heavy battle mace in his hand. As he waved it around, the sound of air breaking could be heard. He smashed it viciously at Wang Teng. Li Rongqing executed his Presence Enlightenment stage basic blade skill. His blade moved as fast as lightning and covered Wang Teng up entirely. The attack of two advanced stage martial disciples was troublesome and tough to handle, even for an extreme martial disciple. However, Wang Teng's true ability wasn't that of an extreme martial disciple. He was a martial warrior. Not only that, all his battle techniques were at a higher stage than the other two martial disciples. Even if he didn't release his martial warrior ability, he was still able to beat the two people up. He executed his Presence Enlightenment stage basic footwork to its fullest potential. His body spun and turned in the smallest area possible. It was as if he wasn't moving at all. However, Li Rongqing's blade couldn't even touch the edge of his clothes. Presence Enlightenment stage footwork. Li Rongqing was stunned. At this time, the other advanced stage martial disciple's metal mace had arrived in front of him. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Wang Teng's lips. He pushed his fists out and took the attack of the mace head-on. Clang, Wang Teng was wearing boxing gloves, so his hands weren't injured at all. On the other hand, his opponent took a few steps back. His hands that were holding the mace kept trembling. The battle mace almost slipped out of his hands. Wang Teng continued his victorious pursuit and appeared in front of Li Rongqing in a blink of an eye. Under his astounded gaze, he pushed his fists out. Li Rongqing wanted to dodge, but he realized that his body couldn't catch up with his thoughts. He was defeated in one move. Why? Why is it the same as before? His heart was filled with unwillingness. He remembered the previous duel they had in the school stadium. An intense bitterness overflowed him. When that advanced stage martial disciple saw that Li Rongqing couldn't even handle a single attack from Wang Teng, his pupils constricted. He gritted his teeth and forcefully controlled his trembling hands. Just when he was about to raise his battle mace, a pair of iron fists welcomed him. Boom! The fists landed on his chest, and the overwhelming force threw him back. How is this possible? In the instant he flew out, an inconceivable thought appeared in his heart. Chapter 78. Wang Teng, I suggest you leave some room for yourself. The examinee that got flung back by Wang Tung's punch was a strength-type advanced stage martial disciple. But at this moment, even he was amazed by Wang Tung's strength. A moment ago, Wang Tung had received the attack of his battle mace forcefully with his fists. This time, when Wang Tung punched him, he was unable to retaliate at all. Was this the ability of an extreme martial disciple? The difference was too huge. At first, he was very decisive and felt that since they had already formed a grudge, they should just kick Wang Tung out of the martial arts exam. However, now, he regretted his decision. At the same time, he hated Li Rongqing terribly. This bastard. How did he provoke such a powerful figure? He wasn't the only one. At this moment, Li Rongqing also felt puzzled. The last time, he was defeated in a single blow. Now, the same thing had repeated itself. However, he felt that Wang Tung's ability had gotten stronger. His chest was hurting so much. The gap was getting bigger and bigger. How was he supposed to fight with Wang Tung? Wang Tung glanced at the duo. There were a few attribute bubbles dropped around them. Speed *5 strength *12 basic mace skill *5 Wang Tung shook his head. These were all very ordinary. As for the basic mace skill, he tried to imagine himself waving the huge mace around. Forget it. This weapon wasn't suitable for him. Wang Tung was too lazy to pick up the attributes. Am I getting arrogant? Or are they too weak? They must be too weak. Wang Tung questioned himself for a second. His gaze then landed on the examinee who had dropped the beginner stage arrow skill talent unconsciously. This was the first time someone dropped a weapon-type talent. This fellow must have some ability. Wickedness slowly filled up his gaze. On the other side, although the examinee was unconscious, he suddenly shivered. Wang Tung walked over and hit the examinee without waking him up. He especially took care of his head and hit it a few times. Spirit *0. 2 beginner stage arrow talent *1 basic arrow skill *2 basic arrow skill *1 beginner stage arrow talent *1 spirit *0. Wang Tung only left the guy alone when the attribute bubbles stopped dropping. The examinee woke up from the pain. He felt as though he had a dream. In his dream, someone tortured and tormented him terribly. He was really pitiful, but the moment he woke up, he felt pain all over his body. He couldn't help but groan in agony. Li Rongqing and the other examinee had witnessed this brutal act firsthand. The muscles on their faces twitched uncontrollably, and a chill crept up to their hearts. Oh my God, he must be a devil. He doesn't even let go of an unconscious guy. How can he bear to be so cruel? Scary. If they weren't heavily injured, they would have run away like their lives depended on it. Wang Tung suddenly turned his head and glanced at the two examinees. They shuddered in fright, and their expressions warped, especially when they saw him walking towards them. A sense of uneasiness rose from the depth of their hearts. This devil, Wang Tung, what do you want to do? Wang Tung didn't say anything. We have already lost. What else do you want to do? Stop when you should. Don't be too outrageous. When he heard Wang Tung laughing in disdain, Li Rongqing's face turned green. He looked at Wang Tung as he stood right in front of him and shouted in panic, Wang Tung, don't cut off all your routes of retreat. I suggest you leave some room for yourself. Wang Tung clicked his tongue. He didn't expect Li Rongqing to be so good at talking. The guy sure had a glib tongue. He raised his big fist and aimed it at Li Rongqing's head. One punch, and Li Rongqing's vision turned black. Spirit *0. 5-0. Not bad. Continue. Bang, bang, bang. Spirit *0. 1 spirit *0. 1 unfortunately. After dropping 2 more spirit attributes, he stopped. Li Rongqing grabbed the opportunity during the interval and hurriedly pressed the emergency button. He would give up the assessment. He didn't want to make this decision, but if he remained here any longer, he might be beaten half to death. This devil. Wang Tung wanted to turn to the other examinee, but he realized that the examinee had already pressed the emergency button a long time ago. Now, hurried footsteps were heard not far away from them. The examinee, who had sneak attacked Wang Tung, finally understood what had happened. He pressed the emergency button too. The three of them were forced to give up. Wang Tung shook his head and ignored them. He turned around and left. When the staff of the exam venue arrived and saw the sad plight of the three students, they were stunned. What happened here? This fellow is a little vicious. In the central control room, everyone looked at the scene on the screen with trembling eyelids. Did you notice that his basic footwork has reached the presence enlightenment stage? The principal of Balian Martial House, Gu Hafei, suddenly asked. You're right. This Wang Tung is a genius. The principal of Leitang Martial House, Jiang Hong, nodded. Our Balian Martial House wants this examinee. No one is going to snatch him from me. Gu Hafei said. We haven't even opened our mouth. Why are you in such a hurry? Jiang Hong complained. Ha ha ha, there's no need to fight. Wang Tung is already a member of our Jisin Martial House. Fu Tiandao couldn't help but laugh happily. You, Gu Hafei and Jiang Hong felt disappointed. At the same time, they glared furiously at Fu Tiandao. They had finally managed to find such a good seedling, but he already belonged to Jisin Martial House. Time passed by. The massacre in the forest became more and more intense. Many examinees got injured during their first fight with the mutated beasts. Those suffering severe injuries pressed the emergency button and left the exam helplessly. Those that only had light injuries gritted their teeth and persevered. They had experienced a fight already, so they were gradually getting used to it. For many of the candidates, this was their first time facing the mutated beasts. They were strong enough, so even though they felt a little uncomfortable killing mutated beasts, they started to familiarize themselves with the sensation after killing a few of them. Most people chose low-level mutated beasts as their first prey. After getting used to the situation, they would look for middle-level and high-level mutated beasts, especially those advanced-stage martial disciples. These students wanted to enter top universities, so they needed to achieve good results. That was the only way to get the attention of the top universities. Night dawned on the forest. After the fights in the day, most of the students were exhausted and hungry. However, they needed to find their own food and water to fill up their stomachs. They also needed to find a place to rest for the night. At night, the forest was even more dangerous. All kinds of mutated beasts came out to search for prey. The number of mutated beasts seemed to have increased suddenly. Wang Tung stood on a huge tree and looked into the distance. The shadows of many mutated beasts could be seen in the dense forest. He wasn't the only one who noticed the anomaly. Other examinees had observed this point too. That's good. I can get more blank attributes. Wang Tung smiled slightly. In the day, he had already killed 6 high-level mutated beasts. He had also finished off 9 middle-level mutated beasts, collecting a total of 43 blank attributes. Let's find some food first. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a wild mutated boar suddenly appeared in his vision. Well, it looks edible. Wang Tung jumped down, and the glint from his sword formed an arc in the air. Swoosh, blood splattered, and this wild boar with thick skin was directly beheaded. In the beginning, Wang Tung had purposely suppressed his ability because he wanted to train with mutated beasts. But, in the end, he changed his opinion. What was more important than collecting attributes? Thus, he decided to let himself go and kill as many mutated beasts as he could. With his ability, this middle-level mutated beast would be finished off in one blow. Wang Tung chopped off a large piece of thigh meat and held it in his hand. He then found a mountain cave and drilled wood to make fire. In the 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers, this was basic knowledge. He twirled the wood twice, and a small flame appeared. Wang Tung barbecued the wild boar thigh and filled up his stomach. After resting for some time, he walked out of the cave and continued his hunt for mutated beasts. This was a sleepless night. It was already midnight. In the central control room, the hunting result of the examinees was projected on the wall through the projector. All the leaders were looking at the results silently. Yin Peng from Huiying High School has already killed 13 mutated beasts. 3 high-level ones, 4 middle-level ones, and 6 low-level beasts. This result is really good, Gu Hafei said. Zhou Wu for number 1 high school isn't bad either. He has also killed 13 mutated beasts, 3 high-level, 3 middle-level, and 7 low-level. He's just one step behind, Jiang Hong said. There's also Dong Fei from Shurian High School. He killed 14 mutated beasts, for high level, 5 middle level, and 5 low level. The bosses mentioned all the outstanding students from the different schools, but most of their attention was placed on the number 1 examinee, Wang Tong. They would glance at his results occasionally. It rose again. The same thought appeared in the leaders' minds almost simultaneously. He had killed a total of 28 mutated beasts. Wait, it was 29 mutated beasts now. Another high-level mutated beast had lost its life under his sword. Among them, 18 were high-level mutated beasts. There were even lesser middle-level beasts, only 10. The leaders didn't know how to describe Wang Tong anymore. It seemed so easy for him to kill the mutated beasts. Most of the time, he would finish them with a single wave of his sword. The most he would do was to add another punch. Of course, they had forgotten about the 2 mutated beasts Wang Tong killed right at the start. Based on the ability he displayed afterward, he must be fooling around back then. When we were young, were we able to do this? All the leaders started asking themselves. The answer was a resounding no. If they really were to fight with the mutated beasts, they might be tormented like crazy. Even Governor Jiang felt the corners of his eyes twitching. The potential this fellow displayed was almost on par with the top figures in society. But it was just his potential. Growth had its consequences. It was impossible to predict what would happen in the future. Another 2 hours passed. The forest was dark and silent. Occasionally, the roar of a wild animal would shatter the peaceful illusion. No one knew what that was. Although this environment was daunting and taking a toll on their bodies, the examinees gritted their teeth and persevered. Some examinees had already killed 5 mutated beasts, so they were qualified for the martial arts course. To be safe, they hid in a secluded spot and stopped going out. On the other hand, Wang Tong continued hunting. He was having one hell of a time in this exam. He had already collated 85 blank attributes. It was a huge gain. Currently, multiple agile black figures were surrounding him. They appeared from all different directions. The furs of these mutated beasts were grayish-black. They were able to hide very well under the night sky. Their eyes gave off an eerie green glow, and a low groan could be heard from their mouths. A disgusting stench wafted into his nose. Wang Tong's figure shuttled around like a butterfly dancing among the flowers. This bunch of jackals and wolves kept missing him. Every time his sword slashed through the air, a life would be lost. After a few minutes, the ground was filled with the corpses of jackals and wolves. Only a few beasts had survived this nightmare. The bedraggled survivors ran away in a flurry. Wang Tong was too lazy to chase after them, though. He collected another 8 middle-level mutated beasts. Blank attribute plus 16. Wang Tong was about to turn and leave when suddenly, the ground started shaking violently. Small cracks began appearing on the ground. Chapter 79. Volcano Eruption? The ground was quaking, and many thin cracks were starting to appear. The entire mountain below his feet seemed to be vibrating. What is happening? Wang Tong's expression changed. He glanced around him and noticed that the trees were all shaking too. The leaves rustled and fell. The other examinees felt the vibration too. Those further away didn't feel the shaking as much, so they continued hunting for mutated beasts after a moment of astonishment. However, the examinees in the same mountain as Wang Tong felt the vibration vividly. Their expressions underwent a slight change. The examinees hesitated and wondered if they should leave immediately. However, there were many mutated beasts on this mountain. Those examinees that wanted to achieve good results found it difficult to give up. Also, there were many safe spots on this mountain. The examinees who had hidden inside after meeting the minimum requirements walked out in a daze. They didn't know what was happening. A few minutes later, the quaking stopped. It seemed as though it had never appeared. In the central control room, Governor Jiang sat in the host seat and asked calmly, "What happened just now?" "There's an extinct volcano on this island. Some strange movements might have occurred inside the volcano," the staff below reported in a hurry. "Extinct volcano?" Governor Jiang looked at him. The staff felt cold sweat pouring down his forehead as the governor stared at him. Go and investigate immediately. The safety of the examinees is crucial, Governor Jiang said. Yes, yes. I will arrange someone to investigate it at once. The staff trembled in fear and replied. The assessment continued. Boom! Another huge earthquake. This time, it was even more severe. Roar! Howl! Suddenly, the mutated beasts in the mountains roared and howled. You could almost sense the fear in their voices. Many examinees were fighting with mutated beasts. They exchanged blows with the beasts and were having a ball of time. When the ground vibrated, the examinees were stunned on the spot. The mutated beasts, though, had already fled in a hurry. They weren't escaping up the mountains. Instead, they were furiously dashing down. Boom! The examinees soon realized that it wasn't just one or two beasts escaping. All the mutated beasts were running away from the mountain. The scene was appalling. The peak of the mountain swayed, and the ground vibrated occasionally. In this second, all the examinees finally realized that something frightening was happening. Is this an earthquake? Many examinees took a wild guess. In the central control room, Governor Jiang stood up with a stern expression. In the actual combat assessment, the people below carried out the order without any delays. The siren blared around the island. The ear-shattering sound of the broadcast system spread through the entire primary forest. All examinees, a strange activity is detected in the extinct volcano at the exam venue. The actual combat assessment will end early. Please hurry towards the nearest exit at the fastest speed and leave the exam venue. Repeat, all examinees. The announcement kept repeating to ensure that all the examinees heard it. Extinct volcano. Damn it. Why didn't they mention it earlier? The expressions of the examinees who heard the broadcast changed slightly. They sprinted towards the entrance of the forest at their maximum speeds. Wang Tung's expression wasn't any different from the rest. He turned and charged down the mountain without any hesitation. However, he was deep inside the forest, so there was a huge distance between him and the bottom of the mountain. The mutated beasts in the mountain had gone entirely crazy. They surged down the mountain in many different waves. The examinees that couldn't retreat in time could only make way for the beasts. However, that meant that they would be stuck in a mountain. Some examinees decided to take the risk. They wanted to make use of the chaos to get down the mountain since the mutated beasts wouldn't bother about them now. Their thoughts were good, but the reality was cruel. The frantic mutated beasts attacked anyone and anything without any difference. Anything that was in their way, whether it was trees, other beasts, or humans, they would smash them away. One examinee got hit by a mutated beast and fell to the ground. Instantly, he was stamped into a pile of minced meat. He didn't even have the time to scream. The examinees that saw this scene shuddered in fright. They didn't dare to act rashly anymore. However, this was a picture in one corner of the exam venue. At the moment, tragedies were happening in all corners of the mountain. The number of deaths this year was increasing exponentially. The staff in the exam venue were helpless in the face of this situation. They wanted to help, but there was nothing they could do in front of the waves of mutated beasts. Everyone, it's up to us now. Governor Jiang's voice was emotionless as he walked out of the central control room in large strides. His legs weren't touching the ground. Gotta stretch our legs once in a while. The other leaders quickly answered. They walked out of the central control room and leaped out of the camp. Turning into black figures, the bigwigs disappeared into the night sky. At this moment, Wang Tung was standing on the crown of a huge tree. He was looking at the peak of the mountain in the far distance. Spiritual sight. He saw fire force raging at the peak of the mountain. Balls of red lights were spurting out of the crater. Is it going to erupt? Or did something else happen? Wang Tung silently wondered to himself. He looked down at the frantic mutated beasts and frowned uncontrollably. I wonder how Lin Chuan is. Who are they? Suddenly, he saw three figures engulfed entirely in three different color rays. They were actually dashing up the mountain. Three martial warriors. Under his spiritual sight, he could see their elements clearly. Yellow, green, and blue. They were earth element, wood element, and water element. The color of the water element was different from the ice element. The ice element was dark blue, while the water element was light blue. These three must be the martial warriors protecting the examinees. Are they planning to go up the mountain to understand the situation? Wang Ting pondered for a moment and guessed their intention. The three martial warriors charged into the beast's tide as though there was no resistance. They forcefully cleared a bloody trail. Strength asterisk 3 speed asterisk 2 blank attribute asterisk 1 blank attribute asterisk 3 speed asterisk 2 blank attribute asterisk 1 mini attribute bubbles were dropped amidst the beast's tide. Wang Ting thought for a moment. Why don't I pick them up? Hence, he secretly followed the three martial warriors and picked up the attributes dropped along the way. Impressive, impressive. The destructive ability of three martial warriors is indeed amazing. Wang Tung made a comparison silently. He realized that if he were to fight against these three, the chances of winning were minimal. The three martial warriors fought all the way up to the peak of the mountain. Wang Tung followed them behind. When he saw the three martial warriors jumping into the crater, he hesitated. Should he go down with them? What if the volcano suddenly erupted? Forget it. My life is more important. Wang Tung contemplated for a moment and felt the value of his life. He turned and planned to go down the mountain. Suddenly, he felt something under his feet. An examination identity card. He picked it up. Instantly, he cursed uncontrollably. F asterisk asterisk K. At that moment, Wang Tung's expression turned extremely ugly. Lin Chuan, why is her examination identity card here? Wang Tung's gaze landed on the crater unconsciously. Suddenly, he had a bad feeling. Could she be so unlucky? Maybe she just dropped it in a moment of panic. She might have already escaped the mountain. He consoled himself and forced himself to hurry down the mountain. He took 2 steps before gritting his teeth. F asterisk asterisk K. Why did you run all the way here? Aren't you creating trouble for me? Wang Tung felt a headache coming on. He leaped up and jumped down the crater. Chapter 80. Volcano Salamander. Wang Tung landed on a protruding rock on the rock wall. He scanned the environment inside the crater. Indeed, this looked like an extinct volcano. The walls around him had been eroded by the wind and were fragmented. But this was what gave him a place to land. Where are they? There was no one in sight. He frowned. Wang Tung could only continue going down. There were many broken layers and blind spots below, so it was tough to see. The three martial warriors that went down a moment ago were nowhere in sight. There must be something underneath. Crack! Suddenly, the protruding rock that Wang Tung was stepping on cracked without any warning. His entire center of gravity dropped, and his body fell uncontrollably. Wang Tung stepped on a falling piece of rock in midair. Boom! The rock exploded into fragments. Wang Tung used the recoil to leap onto the nearest rock. Breathe! Just as he heaved a sigh of relief, his pupils suddenly constricted. There's a cave. On the right side of the place he landed on, he could see a concealed, long and narrow entrance of a cave. He wanted to go over, but he stopped abruptly. Spiritual sight. He executed his talent and saw huge amounts of fire force seeping out from the cave. Wang Tung scanned his surroundings again and noticed that this was the source of the force he saw spurting out of the crater. As expected, there's something wrong with this place. He pondered for a moment before putting his feet forward. He sneaked into the cave. The cave was narrow and long, barely wide enough for one person to walk. Wang Tung moved forward carefully. The vigilance in his heart kept rising. With the help of his spiritual sight, he could see the fire force getting thicker as he walked deeper into the cave. The situation inside must be tricky to handle. Once he entered the cave, he noticed that the temperature was much higher than outside. As he got deeper, the temperature kept rising. Wah! A strange sound suddenly came from the depth of the cave. What sound is that? Wang Tung stopped in his tracks. He hesitated for a second before hastening his pace and rushing towards the depth of the cave. The sound had probably come from some unknown, mutated beast. Considering the density of the fire force in this area, it might even be a star beast. With Lin Chuan's ability, if she was inside, the odds were stacked like a mountain against her. What is wrong with the exam board? Why is an accident like this happening during the martial arts exam? They are so unreliable. Not long after, a light appeared in front of Wang Teng. He had reached the end of the tunnel. A red light shone in. The scorching heat overwhelmed him. As he got nearer, he felt the temperature rising exponentially. Wang Teng secretly moved the ice force around his body. That was the only way to prevent him from feeling like he was in a furnace. Wang Teng tilted his body and stood at the edge of the entrance. He allowed the protruding rock wall to block his body. Then he peeked inside. There was a massive space inside the cave. In the middle, there was a pit where magma could be seen flowing below. This was the source of the scorching heat. As for the three martial warriors that entered before him, they were fighting with two star beasts. Star beasts. They must be star beasts. They had force in their bodies. The two star beasts looked a little like salamanders. However, they were enormous, and their entire body was red. They had scale armors covering them, with long horns decorating their heads. They kept giving off sounds that sounded like babies crying. It's a star beast. Wang Teng was dumbstruck. Didn't they say that there were only mutated beasts here? Where did star beasts come from? He hurriedly searched for Lin Chuan's figure. Lin Chuan would be helpless in front of these two star beasts. It was the same as serving herself to them on a platter. These two beasts might not even feel full after eating her. However, after searching for one round, he didn't discover any signs of her. Was she eaten? Or was she eaten? Or was she eaten? Or maybe she never came in. Wang Teng was extremely anxious as the same thought kept looping in his mind. At this moment, the fight between the two star beasts and the martial warriors intensified. Boom! The star beast blew force out of its mouth and formed a round magma ball. The ball flew towards the wood element martial warrior at high speed. Honestly, this wood element martial warrior was restrained by the fire element star beast. He was exhausted during the battle just now. So when the star beast released a powerful move, he was taken by surprise. Move! The earth element martial warrior at the side shouted. The wood martial warrior was guarding against the force attacks from the star beast too. He was a little flustered, but he managed to evade the attack precariously. The ball of magma slammed into the rock wall behind him. Its destructive ability was astonishing, as evident from the collapsed rock wall. A huge piece of rock smashed into the back of the wood element martial warrior, bringing with it a frightening impact force. Splurt! The wood element martial warrior vomited a mouthful of blood. His body flew out, and he almost fell into the magma pit in the middle. Ling Dong! The earth element martial warrior screamed in fear. I'm fine. The volcano salamander's magma burst is extremely powerful. Be careful. The wood element martial warrior, Ling Dong, wiped the traces of blood off the corner of his lips as he reminded his companions. He struggled to get up from the ground, but he seemed to be heavily injured. Would Force *1 Fire Force *2 oh my god, they dropped force attributes. Wang Teng's gaze was suddenly fixed on the ground. The impact just now had caused 2 force attributes to drop. Wah! The volcano salamander noticed that Ling Dong was seriously injured and wanted to kill him first. It moved its huge body and tumbled over. Ling Dong's expression changed. The earth element martial warrior dashed to Ling Dong's side. Earth force exuded out of his body, forming a shield in front of him. He forcefully blocked the volcano salamander's collision again and again. But the two of them still flew out because of the impact. Hurry up and leave. These 2 volcano salamanders are too difficult to deal with. Well, retreat first. The water element martial warrior, who was fighting with another volcano salamander alone, was stronger than the other 2. However, the situation was awful, so he rushed toward his comrades. Leave! The earth element martial warrior held Ling Dong up and retreated towards the entrance of the cave. However, do you think you can come whenever you want and leave when you feel like it? Have you asked me for my opinion? The volcano salamander's thinking was apparent. It blocked the entrance with its huge body, cutting off the only path of retreat for the 3 martial warriors. The other volcano salamander attacked them from the back. These 2 volcano salamanders actually knew how to cooperate with each other. Wang Tong was astounded when he saw this scene. He retracted the aura on his body to prevent the two-star beast from noticing him. At the same time, he felt worried for the three martial warriors. They were in extreme danger. Damn it! The water element martial warrior in the lead couldn't help but curse. He looked at the two volcano salamanders closing in on them with an ugly expression. Ji Quan, what should we do? The other two martial warriors looked at him. What else can we do? We can only fight with our lives. I hope that the other people will arrive soon. If they come slightly later, they can only bury our corpses for us. Ji Quan's face turned cold as he said fiercely, "Let's do it." Ling Dong and the other earth element martial warrior gritted their teeth. As martial warriors, they had seen all kinds of dangers. They just had to give it their best and fight with their lives. If we live, we live. If we don't, we don't. The three of them were already prepared to die. They remained alert and combat-ready, seeking the right opportunity to attack. Ow! At this moment, the volcano salamander blocking the entrance suddenly let out a howl of pain. Chapter 81, Star Core. What is this? What just happened? Why did the frightening volcano behemoth cry in agony? The three martial warriors were confused. They stared at the volcano salamander that was howling in pain with stunned faces. The other volcano salamander also looked at its companion in astonishment. "Brother, are you all right? Why are you staring into space? Attack!" A voice suddenly came from behind the wailing volcano salamander. The three martial warriors were elated when they heard the voice. It explained the painful expression on the volcano salamander's face. The reinforcements were here. The giant body of the volcano salamander was blocking the entrance, so they couldn't see Wang Tung's figure. That didn't prevent them from reacting, though. They quickly executed their battle techniques and teamed up to attack the other volcano salamander. The volcano salamander, blocking the entrance, twisted its body, as if it was trying to break free from something. "Your spirit is quite strong." Wang Tung held a sharp ice spike in his hand and viciously stabbed it into the body of the volcano salamander. He didn't expect the volcano salamander to be able to struggle so violently. He was slightly surprised. "But I won't let you escape." He leaped up and landed on the body of the volcano salamander. He smashed his fist at the star beast below him. Phantom Ice Fist. Splurt. The bone-piercing chill on his fist felt like a sharp ice spike. It cracked the scale armor on the volcano salamander's body and penetrated right into the body. How? The volcano salamander howled in agony and started to struggle even more frantically. It swung its body as it attempted to throw Wang Tung off. It spurted magma balls out of its mouth and thrashed around the cave. But it wasn't able to hit Wang Tung at all. All its attacks landed on the cliff walls around it. Boom, boom, boom. Large rocks rolled down. The entire cave was shaking. The three martial warriors' expressions changed when they saw this astonishing destructive power. They evaded the falling stones and increased their attack on the volcano salamander in front of them. Wang Tung stood on the back of the volcano salamander. He was like a skiff in flood, getting tossed and turned all over. He grabbed the horn on the volcano salamander's head tightly to remain on the back. His other hand wasn't idle either. He pushed it into the body of the star beast and grabbed its heart. Splat! With a forceful squeeze, the soft organ squashed like a watermelon. Then, the salamander's body froze, and it lost all its strength. Boom! Wang Tung jumped down from the body of the volcano salamander and allowed the huge corpse to smash into the ground. A loud thud shook the listeners. He had killed it. Wang Tung heaved a sigh of relief. As expected, star beasts weren't easy to deal with. If he didn't rely on his ice element that had a natural advantage over the fire element and his sneak attack, he might not have been able to kill it so easily. He looked at his attribute panel and smiled bitterly. Blank attribute. 27. He had managed to earn 81 points of blank attributes by killing mutated beasts in the combat assessment. Now, there were only 27 points left. At first, he planned to use the blank attributes on the attributes that were harder to earn, such as spirit, enlightenment, or spiritual sight. But in order to defeat the volcano salamander, He had to inject 54 blank attributes to his ice force, allowing it to jump directly from 16 to 70 points. 70 out of 100, one-star soldier level martial warrior. Now, his ice force exceeded his fire force by a huge gap. He hoped that he would have some gains from the killing. His gaze landed on the corpse of the volcano salamander. Fire Force *3 Strength *15. When he saw Fire Force *3, his eyes lit up. Not bad. After picking them up, he looked at the battle circle of the three martial warriors. The trio worked together while the volcano salamander fought alone. It kept retreating, but very soon it met its doom. With a loud bang, the huge body collapsed, stirring a cloud of dust. The three of them sighed in relief. They turned around and saw the volcano salamander that had already been killed by Wang Tong. They were stunned. That was fast. Then, their gaze landed on Wang Tong. The three of them looked at each other. What was this? Where did this high school student come from? Where were the reinforcements? Are you an examinee? Ji Quan asked in shock. Did you kill the star beast? That's right. Wang Tong walked over and pretended to observe the volcano salamander. However, he was actually picking up the dropped attribute bubbles. Would Force *1 Fire Force *2, these two were the ones that were dropped first. Would Force *1 Water Force *1 Fire Force *1 Earth Force *2 Water Force *1 Water Force *1 Fire Force *1 Wood Force *1 These attribute bubbles were dropped when the three martial warriors were in a heated battle with the volcano salamander. Wang Tong almost burst out laughing in glee. There were so many force attributes. Wood, water, fire, and earth. All four elements were present. Out of the four, he didn't have two elements before. Now, he had 6 different elements of force on his attributes panel. They were fire, ice, wood, earth, water, and poison. He wondered if he would be able to summon the Chaos Dragon after he collected all the attributes and realized his dream. You really killed it. You're a martial warrior. The three of them looked at Wang Tong in disbelief. They couldn't believe their eyes. Wang Tong was too lazy to reply to them. He walked to the edge of the pit in the middle of the cave and looked down. Have y'all seen a lady here? Lady? Nope. The three martial warriors were still in shock. When they heard Wang Tong's question, they exchanged glances with one another and shook their heads. Maybe she didn't come down. I was thinking too much. Based on her personality, she won't overestimate her ability. Wang Tong thought to himself. So the volcano wasn't erupting. Were these 2-star beasts up to mischief? He pointed at the 2-star beasts and asked. That's right. This extinct volcano shows no sign of reviving. These 2-star beasts probably stirred up the fire force at the bottom of this volcano, causing the ground to shake. Of course, if we hadn't stopped the star beasts in time, there was still a chance that the volcano would have erupted, Ji Quan explained. Wang Tong nodded. Since he didn't find Lin Chuan, he wanted to leave. If there isn't anything else, he'll leave first. Wait, Ji Quan shouted. Huh? What's the matter? Wang Tong stopped unconsciously. You were the one who killed this volcano salamander. The skin on its body and its horns are good materials for making weapons. They are quite expensive. There's even a chance that there's a fire element star core in its body. If so, the price will shoot up. According to the rules between martial warriors, it's yours, Ji Quan said, even if I killed it during my actual combat assessment. Wang Tong knew this rule. He also knew that the price of star beasts was much higher than mutated beasts. But he was in the midst of his actual combat assessment, so he chose to give it up unwillingly. He didn't expect Ji Quan to raise it on his own. Star beast is not part of the examination. Also, if you hadn't helped us, the three of us would probably be dead by now. 1-star beast isn't much. Ji Quan smiled and replied. The other 2 martial warriors nodded. They agreed with his words. Also, there was one thing they didn't say out loud. The young man in front of them was an examinee. He became a martial warrior at such a young age. There was a bright and promising future in front of him. Using a star beast to exchange for his good impression, there was no loss, only gains. Wang Tong nodded. He didn't say anything and just stabbed the battle sword in his hand into the corpse of the volcano salamander. He lifted his sword slightly, and a fiery red round-shaped object full of bumps and hollows rolled out. Star core. The three martial warriors were instantly dumbstruck. Was he so lucky? Although there was a chance that there would be a star core inside, the probability wasn't high. Sometimes, they might not be able to find one star core even after killing more than 10 star beasts. But look at Wang Tung. He killed one star beast and got one star core. This possibility was atrocious. Chapter 82. Snatch. When the three martial warriors saw Wang Tung digging up a star core from the corpse of this volcano salamander, they were flabbergasted. They hurriedly went to the one they killed and cut open its stomach. There was nothing. They searched for a long time, but they didn't find anything. Was this the difference between a lucky and an unlucky person? Wang Tung looked at the trio and suddenly felt that their faces were a bit black. Ji Quan took a deep breath and looked at the star core in Wang Tung's hands. He was slightly jealous as he said, "Wang Tung, you are really lucky. There are only 2 star beasts, and one of them actually had a star core. You even killed the one that had it." "Maybe it's because I'm more handsome," Wang Tung replied casually. The three martial warriors. "We're sorry that we're ugly." The three martial warriors felt as though a horde of horses had stampeded on their hearts and trampled on their small, weak souls. "It looks like you have already resolved the issue." At this moment, a voice came from the entrance of the cave. A valiant-looking man walked out the next instant. Wang Tung turned around and met the man's gaze. A powerful aura surged towards him, leaving him dumbstruck. What a terrifying aura. Who was this person? The moment this thought appeared in Wang Tung's mind, the three martial warriors ran forward instantly and bowed in respect. "Governor! Governor!" Wang Tung was shocked senseless when he heard this address. A stunned expression was written all over his face. There was only one person in the entire Donghai who had the right to use this address. The governor of Donghai, the most powerful person in the entire Donghai. If director he was a tycoon, the governor of Donghai was the tycoon among the tycoons. Wang Tung had lived twice. If he hadn't practiced martial arts the second time, based on his original status and identity, he would never be able to meet someone at this level. However, he met him now, and the person was just in front of his eyes. "I've seen your performance during the actual combat assessment. Not bad." Governor Jiang suddenly spoke to Wang Tung. Wang Tung didn't expect the guy would compliment him. His heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly replied in a modest tone, "You're speaking too highly of me." Governor Jiang nodded. He didn't continue and turned to look at the three martial warriors. "You killed these 2 star beasts in time and prevented the volcano from erupting. You will gain merit." The three martial warriors were elated. They exchanged glances with one another. Just as they were about to say something, hurried footsteps were heard outside the cave. Director He, Fu Tiandao, and Qin Hanxian had arrived. The examinees have all been sent to safe places. However, there are many deaths. Director He walked beside Governor Jiang and whispered to him. Governor Jiang nodded expressionlessly. Director He immediately felt pressured. Large beads of perspiration filled up his forehead. He bent down slightly and saw Wang Tung and the 2 star beast corpses from the corner of his eyes. A glimmer appeared in his eyes. "Ji Quan, you killed these 2 star beasts." Director He suddenly asked the three martial warriors. Ji Quan smiled bitterly and replied, "Governor, Director He, we only killed one of the 2 star beasts. The other star beast was killed by Wang Tung here. Without his help, we wouldn't have been able to complete this mission." The second he finished speaking, everyone was shocked. Their gazes immediately landed on Wang Tung, who was standing at the side in unplanned unison. Director He had somewhat predicted this situation. He had a clearer understanding of the three martial warriors' abilities, so he knew that it was difficult for them to tackle 2 star beasts at once, much less kill them in such a short period. Thus, there was a high possibility that someone had lent them a hand. Besides this little young man, Wang Tung, who hid his true capabilities, he couldn't think of anyone else. However, he was still astounded and suspicious when he heard that Wang Tung had killed a star beast alone. He wasn't the only one. Even Fu Tiandao and Qin Hanxian, who already knew that Wang Tung was a martial warrior, found it surprising. Becoming a martial warrior at his age was impressive enough. If he also possessed the battle prowess to kill a star beast alone, this fellow must be a monster. The two principals of Balian Marshall House and Latang Marshall House were also in disbelief. They stared at the three martial warriors and asked, "Are you sure that this fellow killed the star beast alone? Are you sure?" Governor Jiang frowned and questioned them too. Martial warrior, and he was able to kill a star beast. Was there really such an amazing and extremely talented genius in this batch of examinees? Ji Quan, you need to be responsible for your words. Don't compromise your own interest. Director, he reminded him. Although he wished that Wang Teng was able to make a stellar performance and gain Governor Jiang's attention, he didn't want the three martial warriors to lie to them. Ji Quan gave a bitter smile and replied, "Governor Jiang, Director He, how can we lie to you about this? If you don't believe us, you could take a look at the wound on the volcano salamander's corpse. It died not long ago, so traces of force should still be left. The force on it is different from ours." Governor Jiang and the other leaders came beside the corpse. They observed and felt the wound. Soon, they made their judgment. Indeed, there's only one force, but this force is ice force. The next moment, Wang Teng felt the intense gazes of multiple powerful bosses landing on his body. An uncomfortable feeling engulfed his entire body, and he shuddered. Ice force was a special mutated force outside the five main element forces: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. In summary, these five basic forces were more commonly seen, while the other mutated forces were harder to find. These mutated forces were powerful, and they also came with special effects. The ability to possess a mutated force was a sign of his talent. Other people could only be envious. Governor Jiang suddenly burst out laughing. He patted Wang Teng's shoulder heavily and said, "You're good. You're very good. Our Donghai will definitely shine this year. Let's see who dares to look down on us." The other leaders were elated too. All of them started chiming in. The governor is right. Donghai will definitely make its mark this year. That's right. We'll show the other large provinces that as a coastal special economic zone, our Donghai is an important city too. We will not lose to them. Good boy. Are you interested in joining my Latang Marshall House? You can make any request. Jiang Hong, where's your face? Wang Teng, why don't you come to my Balian Marshall House? Whatever Latang Marshall House can give you, we can give you more. You two bastards, Wang Teng is a member of my Jisun Marshall House. How can you be so shameless and snatch my man right in front of me? Fu Tiandao was jumping around in anger. These two people were so shameless. How could they be so forthright? Were they looking down on him? I've asked my men to check. Wang Teng is just a martial disciple student at your Jisun Marshall House. He isn't an official martial warrior member. He has the right to choose. Gu Hufei sneered. That's right. He can choose the person who gives him the most benefits. That's absolutely normal. Jiang Hong crossed his arms in front of his chest and said calmly, "Oh, my temper. Are you looking for a fight? Come, come, come." Chapter 83. The prettier the lady, the more dangerous she was. A fight seemed imminent between the three principals. Everyone gave a wry smile. Even Governor Jiang felt his head hurt. All right, you all are almost 40 years old. Why are you still acting like children snatching a toy? Don't you find it embarrassing? Only Governor Jiang was able to reprimand them. The three principals turned silent at once. However, they continued glaring at one another. They would probably fight after they went back to solve this matter. Wang Teng was in a daze right from the beginning. Why are you snatching me without asking my opinion? Of course, his motive was reached. He had displayed the ability of a martial warrior, and the effect was much better than predicted. Thinking about this, he winked at Director He. Director He remained stern and righteous, as if he didn't see anything. This was a drama king too. Why did he say too? Since this issue is solved, let's go down the mountain. We need to inform the examinees' parents about what happened during the martial arts exam this time. Governor Jiang's tone was a little heavy. Director He's expression wasn't good either. As the head of the Ministry of Education, he could hardly escape the blame. Fortunately, there was Wang Teng, his lifesaver this year. If not, he wouldn't be able to keep his position. As for his promotion, there was probably no chance of it anymore. Director, he wasn't in a good mood as he thought of all these. Everyone prepared to leave the mountain. Wang Tung, it's quite troublesome to deal with the other materials on the body of the star beast. If you trust us, we can help you to take care of them and sell them for you. After that, we will transfer the money to you. What do you think? Asked Ji Quan. The three of them became even more enthusiastic towards Wang Tung after seeing the leader's attitude. As expected, this fellow had a huge potential. They could just do it conveniently, so why not? We are suck-ups? Are you kidding? We are martial warriors. Are we that kind of person? All right, sorry to trouble you. Wang Tung nodded. He didn't reject their help. It would save him the effort of looking for channels to sell the items. He wasn't worried that the three martial warriors would play small tricks. The Star Core was already in his hands, and there were so many leaders watching. He felt that they wouldn't be that stupid to dupe him. Wang Tung told them his bank account number, then followed Governor Jiang and the other leaders down the mountain. Along the way, he saw many mutated beast corpses, as well as the bodies of examinees. The staff at the exam venue were dealing with the aftermath of the accident and carrying the bodies down the mountain. Wang Tung's heart felt heavy. He felt worried for Lin Chuan once again. That pile of meat isn't her, right? Lin Chuan was so weak. What if she fell into the beast tide? She won't have any chance of surviving. This is bad. This is very bad. He carried all sorts of bad thoughts in his mind as he returned to the camping ground. The examinees were all sitting on the ground, not caring about their image at all. Bloodstains could be seen on everyone's body, and they looked extremely disheveled. Some examinees were injured heavily, so there was medical staff attending to them. Sobs could be heard everywhere. The brutality of the martial arts exam this time had a great impact on the examinees. They suffered what they shouldn't be suffering at this age. Wang Tung attracted everyone's attention when he came back with Governor Jiang and the other leaders. But they didn't have the mood to care about him at this moment. They just glanced at him and then retracted their gazes. Wang Tung, a voice filled with pleasant surprise, suddenly sounded amidst the crowd. Wang Tung turned around and saw Lin Chuan waving at him. "Leaders, my friend is calling me. I will head over there," Wang Tung said to Governor Jiang and the others beside him. "Go ahead." These old foxes immediately gave him a knowing look as they smiled and replied to him. Wang Tung felt a headache coming on. He couldn't bear the gazes these big guns were throwing at him. Can you respect your identity as leaders? Do you have to be so gossipy? Wang Tung walked towards Lin Chuan helplessly. Looking at the pretty face, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing terrible had happened. He couldn't even explain the feeling of relief he was experiencing now. "Are you all right?" Lin Chuan asked him in a hurry the moment he came close. "How can I not be all right?" Wang Tung replied casually. "Young Master Wang." Yang Jian was sitting beside them. His leg was injured and was bandaged, making it twice as thick as normal. He was unable to stand up. "What happened to your leg?" asked Wang Tung. "I was scratched by a mutated beast. Fortunately, the principal of Balian Martial House arrived in time. If not, I would have died there." Yang Jian still had lingering scares. Then, he said with slight excitement, "You didn't see how impressive Principal Gu of Balian Martial House was. He used one move, just one, and the mutated beasts around us were annihilated. There were more than 10 mutated beasts." Wang Tung knew that this fellow was fine when he saw his reaction. If he wasn't, he would be crying for his mom now. He turned and asked Lin Chuan, "Did you drop something?" "Did I drop something? I don't think so." Lin Chuan shook her head. "Check if your examination identity card is still there." Wang Tung was speechless. Lin Chuan hadn't realized that she had lost her examination identity card even until now. Lin Chuan hurriedly searched her body. Then, she exclaimed frantically, "Oh shit, my identity card is really gone." "Take it." Wang Tung took out Lin Chuan's examination identity card from his pocket and passed it to her. He shook his head and continued, "You have my respect. You even lost your examination identity card. Thank you. Thank you so much." Lin Chuan heaved a sigh of relief. "Where did you find it?" "Yeah, about that. What were you doing at the top of the volcano?" "I found this identity card there. Don't you know that it's very dangerous?" Wang Tung was furious. "Who says that it's dangerous there?" If the accident hadn't happened, it was just an extinct volcano. But, for some reason, I noticed that there were no mutated beasts at the peak of the volcano. It was very safe. Lin Chuan refuted with her own logic. There is no mutated beast there. It was Wang Teng's turn to be shocked now. That's right. After I killed 5 mutated beasts, I realized that it's very safe at the peak, so I planned to stay there until the exam ended. I didn't expect an accident to happen. Fortunately, I followed behind the beast tide. I managed to come back safely, said Lin Chuan. The ordinary mutated beasts probably didn't dare to go to the peak because of the fire element star beasts. This was Wang Teng's guess. Wait, you killed 5 mutated beasts. He suddenly regained his senses and exclaimed in surprise. Why can't I kill mutated beasts? Lin Chuan glared at Wang Teng, feeling that he was belittling her. That's not it. I was just a little stunned because you're so weak, Wang Teng teased her. Lin Chuan scoffed. She said unhappily, I may not be as strong as you, but am smarter. All right, you're smart. So, how did you kill the 5 mutated beasts? Smart Ms. Lin, please tell me your glorious deeds, Wang Teng asked with interest as he crossed his legs and sat down. What do you mean by smart Ms. Lin? Don't anyhow give me a nickname. Lin Chuan rolled her eyes, but she still happily told him how she killed the mutated beasts. Wang Teng's mouth fell wide open after he heard her story. He felt that Lin Chuan was the real master of being sly. He didn't expect this righteous person to use such terrifying and chilling means. After Lin Chuan entered the primary forest, she utilized what she learned in the 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers thoroughly and flexibly. For instance, she wiped her body with a pungent tree juice so that the mutated beasts wouldn't be able to smell her. Then, she spent 3 hours looking for a dead mutated beast and hid the poisonous herbs she found in the forest in the mutated beast's body. She waited for the beast to be eaten. It was best not to forget that regular examinees weren't able to think of this method. Also, whether it was recognizing the useful herbs, looking for mutated beasts that died naturally, or waiting for mutated beasts to fall into the trap. All these required a huge amount of time. Without ample patience, one would not be able to do it. Of course, there was an element of luck involved. However, without prior knowledge, strong patience, and the preparations beforehand, luck wouldn't befall her. Her patience and calculation were impressive. His mother was right. The prettier a lady, the more dangerous she was. Chapter 84. Examination ended at first glance. Lin Chuan's operation didn't seem like much, but if you thought about it carefully, it was awe-inspiring. Among all the examinees here, even counting generously, not more than 5 people could come up with this method. This was a safe estimate. It could even be said that Lin Chuan was the only person who thought of this idea. But the things she did to win. TSK, it feels a little creepy. Lin Chuan was stunned when she noticed Wang Teng's gaze turning strange as he looked at her. A second later, she understood what he was thinking. This bastard is always laughing at me. All I wanted was to pass the exam. Don't you know how smelly the tree juice was when I wiped it on my body? When I was waiting for the mutated beast to fall into the trap, I got stung by bugs again and again. She felt sad just thinking about it. She glared at Wang Teng furiously. No matter what, you will definitely pass the martial arts exam this time. Let me congratulate you first. Wang Teng coughed awkwardly and said. A hint of happiness appeared on Lin Chuan's face. But she still felt worried. I still hope that I can get selected by top universities. However, my actual combat assessment result isn't good. I hope that my papers will be better. Some top universities emphasized a lot on the result of the written exams. They would admit outstanding students especially, even if their actual combat assessment result was a little lacking. It shouldn't be a problem, Wang Teng consoled her. Hey, do you think that the results this year will be counted after the accident? Yang Jian suddenly asked. Wang Teng and Lin Chuan were stunned for a moment when they heard this. Wang Teng looked at the sky. It was almost dawn. The sky was already turning white, and the first ray of sunlight could be seen on the horizon. When the beast tide appeared, it should be less than an hour until the end of the exam. Its impact on the result shouldn't be too great. Most likely, They want cancel the results. Also, have you forgotten what the purpose of the actual combat assessment is? Wang Teng asked in a meaningful tone. In actual combat, any accidents are assessments. Lin Chuan and Yang Jian said simultaneously. That's right. Wang Teng nodded. I think the performance of the students during the Beast Tide would also be considered. Thus, those examinees that didn't kill 5 mutated beasts but performed well might have a chance. That would be great. I only killed 4 mutated beasts. When the Beast Tide happened, I was fighting with my 5th mutated beast. Just as I was about to kill it, it ran away. However, I saved an examinee after that, and even got praised by the principal of Billion Marshall House. Yang Jian was still worried. After all, these were just their guesses. What if the examiners were fixated on the numbers? That would be unlucky for them. There was nothing Yang Jian and the other unfortunate examinees could do. Wang Teng and Lin Chuan stood in silent tribute for a few seconds to express their pity. "Oh, right. How do they take care of the Beast Tide?" asked Wang Teng. "What else can they do?" They used the cannons and fired at the mutated beasts until the ones behind got so frightened that they didn't dare to come down anymore. Lin Chuan explained. There's a limited number of mutated beasts on the island, so this was just a small-sized Beast Tide. Once the cannons are put into action, all demons and devils have to retreat. Yang Jian smiled and said. Wang Teng chatted casually with his friends. On the other side, Governor Jiang and the other leaders went to the central control room and held a meeting for an entire hour. After that, they walked out and came to the platform in the center of the camping ground. Governor Jiang placed his hand behind his back and looked at the depressed examinees below. He opened his mouth and said, "Everyone in the governor of Donghai." The governor of Donghai. Everyone looked up when his voice rang out. They stared at him absent-mindedly. Then, an uproar occurred. "Oh my God, it's the governor of Donghai. Our governor came personally? Did he come to see our actual combat assessment? Governor, how will the result be calculated? Many of us missed the criteria to pass by just a little. Governor, many of our classmates died in the Beast Tide. It's really sad." The examinees started shouting continuously, as though they had found a pillar of support. Governor Jiang didn't stop them and allowed them to vent their emotions. He only continued speaking after the voices died down. "It's our responsibility and fault that such an accident happened. We will compensate all the examinees that died in this unfortunate incident. However, you have to remember one thing. The martial warrior path is 1,000 times harder and tougher than this. You might have only seen the glamorous and powerful side of martial warriors, but you don't know the amount of blood and sweat they had to pay. The world of martial warriors is cruel and bloody. Your performance during the Beast Tide will be calculated in your results. People who performed well will have additional points, and those that performed badly can only rely on the number of mutated beasts killed for their final result. Now, let me announce the official ending of the actual combat assessment." The instant he finished speaking, a commotion exploded among the examinees. Was the world of martial warriors really so brutal? Before the exam, they had heard of the brutality and viciousness of the martial warriors' world. After experiencing the Beast Tide, they realized that what they heard didn't hold a candle to the real thing. And this was just the start. Thinking about this, the expressions on many examinees' faces changed slightly. Some of them had decided to take part in the martial arts exam because they were dazzled by the fame and glamour. They hoped to have good prospects in the future. Now, the dangers of the martial warrior world changed their perception entirely. They were considering whether they wanted to continue walking on this path. There was no free lunch in the world. If you were given a certain position, you needed to bear the relevant responsibility and risk. Of course, to the examinees that were firm and resolute in becoming martial warriors, Governor Jiang's speech instilled them with even more confidence. Truly powerful people wouldn't perform badly during the Beast Tide. Thus, including the performance during the Beast Tide was beneficial to them. People like Yang Jian, who were on the brink of getting accepted, were happy with this announcement. At least they would be able to get into the martial arts course. As for danger, looking at how happy Yang Jian was even after getting injured, It was easy to tell that he didn't take it to heart. All examinees, please prepare to return. A voice came from the platform. It was the officer in charge of the exam. Governor Jiang had already left. The examinees were all covered in blood. Some of it was their own, while some belonged to the mutated beasts. They queued up and boarded the force floating airship parked on the empty field at the side. A few examinees were in a coma, so they were carried on board. Others walked up with the help of their friends. The dead examinees. An examinee suddenly pointed to the stretchers covered with white clothes in front of them. They were carried into the back of the force floating airship. Normally, that was where the luggage would go. The examinees instantly stood up straight and saluted with their gazes. They looked at the blood-stained white clothes. A dark and oppressive atmosphere pervaded the air around them. They were peers, but these people had reached the end of their lives. The same thought appeared in the examinees' hearts. They felt complicated. Chapter 85. Are y'all getting arrogant, or am I too weak to hold a blade? The atmosphere on the force floating airship was a little heavy, but gradually, everyone started to discuss the examination result. There were many examinees gathered around the advanced stage martial disciples. They asked them how many mutated beasts they had killed, and then gasped in exclamation and admiration. Yin Peng, you actually killed 13 mutated beasts, including 3 high-level and 4 middle-level. One of the female students looked at the cold and cool-looking young man in a worshipping manner. The young man's features were well-defined, and he was very handsome. However, he exuded a cold and distant aura. Yet, it was even more fatal to the ladies. His ability complemented his looks, so he was highly popular among the ladies. In Huiying High School, Yin Peng had almost been a male idol among the students. As compared to Wang Teng, who was a bottom feeder, cocky, and playful, the distance between them was equivalent to the distance between the earth and the sky. TSK, that bunch of bootlickers. Yang Jian pouted in disdain. Then, he smiled and leaned towards Wang Teng. Young Master Wang, tell me your results, and let me flatter you too. Lin Xuan rolled her eyes. She felt so disgusted that goosebumps appeared all over her body. Yang Jian was so shameless. Get off. Wang Teng glared at Yang Jian speechlessly. Honestly, young Master Wang, how many mutated beasts did you kill? You must have killed more than Yin Peng. Yin Peng sniggered. He was afraid Wang Teng wouldn't tell him, so he dragged Lin Xuan onto his boat. Class Monitor Lin probably wants to hear it too. Class Monitor, am I right? I didn't say that. Lin Xuan tilted her head and gave a look of contempt. Wang Teng shook his head. He felt that it was nothing worth hiding, so he said directly, 29. 19 of them are high-level mutated beasts, and 10 are middle-level. Yang Jian's jaws dropped. He stammered. Young Master Wang, are you kidding me? Lin Xuan was stunned for a few seconds before she said, Wang Teng, don't boast all the time. We know that you're strong, but you aren't that strong. That's right. Yang Jian agreed and nodded. That was 29 mutated beasts, including 19 high-level mutated beasts. How is that possible? They couldn't believe that Wang Teng was so frighteningly powerful, even if they cracked their heads. Lately, I feel that no matter how much truth I say, there are always people who don't believe me, Wang Teng said bitterly. Seriously, the two still refused to believe him. Wang Teng didn't explain himself. His result wouldn't change, and that was all that mattered. Also, if they knew that he even killed a star beast along with all the high-level mutated beasts, they might explode on the spot. Ha! At this moment, a peal of laughter sounded suddenly beside them. A young man wearing the Huiying High School uniform was laughing until he bent his back. When he saw everyone shifting their attention to him, he barely restrained his laughter and said, Did you know what I heard just now? This Wang Teng from number 1 high school says that he actually killed 29 mutated beasts, including 19 high-level ones. Don't you think that this is funny? Even if you want to boast, this isn't how you do it. The other examinees started laughing when they heard his words. This is just too much. Although Wang Teng is an extreme martial disciple, it's impossible for him to kill 29 mutated beasts. Don't even talk about high-level mutated beasts. Killing 19 middle-level mutated beasts is tough enough. Wang Teng was stunned. He was just chatting casually with Lin Chuan and Yang Jian. Why did this stupid fellow come out to proclaim his presence? Had he been too kind recently? So, anyone dare to bully him? Are you Wang Teng? Yin Peng walked over at this instant. I heard that you are an extreme martial disciple and have almost wanted to have a duel with you. However, looking at how nonsensical you are, your true ability must not be as strong as what they said. I have no interest in dueling with you anymore. I didn't expect the extreme martial disciple to be like this. Another ordinary-looking young man walked over. He had a birthmark on his face, so he was easily recognized. He was the advanced stage martial disciple, Dong Fei, from Serene High School. Wang Teng, we represent number 1 high school when we come out. I hope that you can conduct yourself with dignity. Zhou Wu and Dong Fei from number 1 high school came forward together. They seemed to know each other. Zhou Wu said to Dong Fei, "Please excuse our schoolmate." The other advanced stage martial disciples also huddled together. Some people didn't intend to interfere, so they just stood at the side and watched the show with interest. Monrong frowned and said, "Zhou Wu, what you said is too much." "Monrong, how can you say that? We are all students from Donghai number 1. We must pay attention to the reputation of our school. Also, I'm just reminding Wang Teng." Zhou Wu turned and looked at Wang Teng as he spoke. "Wang Teng, am I right? This is ridiculous. We're just chatting casually. What does it have to do with you?" Lin Chuan stood up and said coldly. Flames of anger burned in her heart. "That's right. We were just talking among ourselves and didn't boast to anyone else. Why are y'all so anxious? I think that you're just jealous that someone is more powerful than you, so you're finding trouble out of nothing." Yang Jian despised these people. Li Rongqing was standing among the crowd. There was hidden enmity in his eyes, but there was also a tinge of fear. When he saw Yin Peng, Zhou Wu, and the other students provoking Wang Teng for no reason, he scoffed in his heart. "You must have never seen a devil before. Look at how happy you are. You must think that you can bully this extreme martial disciple, right? Yet, you don't know that you're digging your own grave. You'll cry later. Haha, things are getting more and more interesting." Li Rongqing laughed crazily in his heart. He could see the other people getting tortured by Wang Teng just like him. This was a happy thing. Yin Peng and Dong Fei's eyes lit up when they saw Lin Chuan's beautiful face. For a moment, they were a bit senseless. "Ms. Lin Chuan, you misunderstood me. I'm thinking from our school's perspective. We are all students from Donghai number 1. We can't ruin the reputation of our school. We are not envious of Wang Teng." Zhou Wu gave a righteous look, as though he really cared about the school and was thinking of it only. He knew Lin Chuan, but they didn't have any interaction in the past. Now, when he saw her, he started to get a little restless. The university entrance exam had ended. If he was able to get this beautiful lady to be his girlfriend, it would be great. "You're Lin Chuan, right?" "I'm Yin Peng from Huiying High School. I'm an advanced stage martial disciple. Nice to meet you. I have no other intention regarding Wang Teng's issue. I just hope that he can restrain himself. After all, words can cause trouble." Yin Peng pretended that he was doing everything for Wang Teng's sake. "That's right. I didn't purposely offend Wang Teng. I just heard that there was an extreme martial disciple in Donghai number 1, so I had high expectations for this person. I was a little disappointed when I heard him bragging just now." "Oh right, I'm Dong Fei from Serene High School. Ms. Lin Chuan, can we exchange WeChat?" Dong Fei was unwilling to back down. Lin Chuan looked at these people and suddenly felt extremely disgusted by their faces. Wang Teng couldn't help but laugh out loud. He stood up and said, "Are you all getting arrogant? Or am I too weak to hold a blade?" Chapter 86. Yu Ji Liao Ugly. After Wang Teng stood up, a terrifying aura surged out from his body and engulfed the 3 male students. Boom! His presence surged like the roaring waves in the sea. The 3 people's expressions changed immediately. They bent down, and their faces turned as white as paper. Ow, how could he be so strong? They were struck dumb from the shock. Astonishment and disbelief filled up their faces. They thought that this was the aura of an extreme martial disciple, But they didn't know that Wang Tung had already released the power of a martial warrior in his fit of anger. Tap, tap, tap. Wang Tung walked toward them, step by step. Every step he took, his aura increased a little. The pressure it caused on the three people increased correspondingly. Wang Tung stopped in front of Yin Peng. Did you say that you want to have a duel with me? Who gave you the confidence to say that? Have I ever agreed? The series of questions caused Yin Peng to throw away his act of disguise. He was extremely furious, and his face turned red like a ripe peach. I didn't say anything, but you have already finished your solo performance. Who gave you the face to do it? The last question infuriated Yin Peng so much that he almost vomited blood. Ever since he was a child, he had always been complimented and flattered by others. He had never been humiliated so blatantly by someone before. He wished he could find a hole on the ground and bury himself. Wang Tung ignored him. He walked directly in front of Dong Fei. Did you say that you were disappointed in me? What does your disappointment have to do with me? Why are you putting on a show in front of me? Also, you are so ugly. Where did you get the guts to ask the lady for her WeChat? Did you bring a mirror when you came out? Don't you know how good-looking you are? Are you as handsome as me? Do you know that looks can earn you money? If we stand beside each other, you'll definitely be the one getting chosen by sugar mummies. You can only stay at the side. You're so ugly. Come, say it along with me. Ug Lyle ugly. Ug Lyle ugly. Do you understand it now? Wang Tung got more furious as he spoke. How dare these bastards lay their eyes on Lin Chuan? This was something he couldn't put up with. The students around them ran far away when they saw his aggressive posture. However, when they heard this sentence, they burst out laughing. On the other hand, Dong Fei's face had already turned green with anger. The birthmark on his face was his biggest pain. Normally, because of his ability, his classmates and friends didn't dare to say anything. However, they would judge him behind his back. Now he got humiliated right in front of everyone. His lungs were almost going to explode in anger. He panted heavily. If he wasn't suppressed by Wang Tung's aura and he couldn't move, he would have pounced on Wang Tung and fought with him right then and there. Wang Tung continued to walk to Zhou Wu. Zhou Wu's expression changed. He instantly felt regretful. Why did he have to run off his darn mouth in front of Wang Tung? However, he didn't expect the strength of an extreme martial disciple to be so powerful. Was the difference between an extreme martial disciple and an advanced stage martial disciple so huge? Zhou Wu, you have such a strong sense of righteousness. Wang Tung, there must be some misunderstanding between us. Let's talk properly, Zhou Wu said with difficulty. Talk properly? As Wang Tung looked at him, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Then his expression turned cold, and he continued, But I don't want to talk properly with you. Immediately, he lifted his leg and swept it in front of him. Zhou Wu's body flew out like a sandbag in a straight line. He remained in the air for around 6 meters before slamming heavily on the ground. The examinees at the side dodged in surprise. Cough, cough. Blood dripped down the corners of Zhou Wu's lips. He struggled and realized that he couldn't get up. He was dumbstruck. He's so powerful. How can he be so powerful? His heart was filled with doubts. Wang Tung's strength was beyond his wildest imagination. As an advanced stage martial disciple, he was nothing in front of Wang Tung. Wang Tung shifted his gaze away from Zhou Wu and scanned the crowd. He saw the figure hiding secretly at the back. That person come out? Yes, I'm talking about you. Stop hiding. I saw you. Weren't you laughing really loudly a moment ago? Why are you being a coward now? The examinees around the area where Wang Tung was pointing moved away. They were afraid of getting implicated. The examinee had nowhere to hide, so he could only walk forward. Wang Tung bang. The moment he spoke, Wang Tung slapped his face. Get out. Wang Tung glared at him coldly. This was the examinee that had started everything. If not, none of this would have happened. The young man covered his red face. He didn't dare to say anything and just ran into the crowd while looking at the ground. No one knew which corner he went to hide. Wang Tung looked around him. In an instant, no one dared to exchange glances with him. For the rest of the journey, the 3 advanced martial disciples remained quiet. They had seen the difference between them and Wang Tung. So even if they were humiliated, they didn't dare to seek trouble with him. They could only hide their hatred towards him deep inside their hearts. They would take revenge if there was a chance in the future. The other examinees looked at Wang Tung from afar as they discussed in low tones. There was admiration as well as a hint of fear. But they were full of respect for this young man. The three advanced stage martial disciples always acted arrogantly in front of them. They had offended many people. Just now, Wang Tung had suppressed the three of them alone. They didn't even dare to make a peep. It felt so good. There was only one word they could use to describe Wang Tung. Impressive. The force-floating airship flew towards Donghai. The journey was peaceful throughout, and no commotion arose again. Not long after, the force-floating airship finally floated down gradually over the military district. It stopped on a vast plaza. The examinees disembarked the force-floating airship. Lu Wencher stood in front of everyone and opened his mouth. Your exam results will be out in 2 days. You can use your examination identity number to search for your results on the internet. Then, you can make your application. It's up to you what university you want to apply to. You can also check the cutoff point for the previous year as a reference. I hope that all of you can get into the university you want. All right, get into the bus. The examinees got onto the bus again. Lu Wencher came to look for Wang Tung and brought him to a secluded corner. Wang Tung smiled when he saw Director He. Director He, I thought that you forgot our agreement. Little brat, who do you think I am? Director He glared at Wang Tung. Then, he said with lingering fears, speaking about it, I really have to thank you for this time. If not, I would have suffered badly. Take this. You deserve it. He passed the box containing the starbone to Wang Tung. Wang Tung opened it directly and looked at the contents. He only kept it after confirming that there was nothing wrong with the item. Don't you trust me? Director He asked helplessly. It's better to ensure that everything is fine in the beginning to prevent trouble in the future. Wang Tung smiled nonchalantly. Makes sense. Director He nodded. He was satisfied with Wang Tung's performance. Director He, if there's nothing else, I will leave first. The other students must be waiting anxiously, Wang Tung said. Go ahead. Director He waved his hand. After Wang Tung parted with Director He boarded the bus with the rest of the examinees. The examinees were all eager to go home. At Lu Wencher's command, the bus fleet headed towards the city. They were going home. Chapter 87. Something happened when Wang Tung reached home. He noticed that his house was locked. He had no choice but to take out his keys and open the door. He took off his shoes and shouted toward the second floor. Mom, I'm back. However, the villa was empty. It was extremely quiet. No one was present. No one's home. Wang Tung walked up the stairs and noticed that the house was empty. Instantly, he found it strange. Had they gone out to play? Wang Tung shook his head helplessly. He felt that his parents were really carefree. He went back to his room and put down his luggage. Then, he took his clothes and walked into the bathroom. He had a good bath. As the sweat and bloodstains on his body got washed away, Wang Tung immediately felt invigorated. The tiredness he was feeling significantly subsided. There was no one at home, so he laid on his bed and counted his gains this time. Enlightenment, 97 spirit, 92 talent, beginner stage fire talent, 11 out of 300, beginner stage ice talent, 13 out of 300, beginner stage earth talent, 12 out of 300, spiritual sight, beginner stage 1, 4 out of 10, demon lotus poison body, 31/10,000, beginner stage arrow talent, 5 out of 100 force, 75 out of 100 fire, 1-star soldier level martial warrior, 70 out of 100 ice, 1-star soldier level martial warrior, 17 out of 100 earth, 1-star soldier level martial warrior, 3 out of 100 wood, 1-star soldier level martial warrior, 3 out of 100 water, 1-star soldier level martial warrior, 46 out of 100 poison, 1-star soldier level martial warrior, scripture, red flame scripture, foundation 32 of 100, deep ice scripture, foundation 23 of 100, earth lust skill, earth element shield, foundation 26 out of 100, battle techniques, basic battle techniques, presence enlightenment for fist, sword, blade, footwork, stick, basic arrow skill, foundation, gun kung fu, Foundation 2 out of 10. Fire Kieran sword skill, Foundation 56 out of 100. Phantom Ice Fist, Foundation 28 out of 100. Knowledge, basic subjects, full marks, 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers, full marks, overall battle power, 271 blank attribute. 36 Wang Tong scanned his attributes and saw an additional beginner stage arrow talent in his talent row. At the same time, he got a foundation stage basic arrow skill battle technique. These two new attributes came from the same person. As a long-range attack, the arrow was a pretty good choice. He could upgrade it when he had the chance in the future. As for his force, he had 2 additional elements now, wood and water. But the corresponding skill scriptures and battle techniques gave Wang Tong a headache. It wasn't a bad thing to have more force elements. However, finding the corresponding 4 skill scriptures and battle techniques required much effort and money. But he was delighted that his ice force and fire force had both crossed 70. The power of these 2 forces was impressive. They were able to increase his overall battle power greatly. It had reached 271 now. He was slowly moving towards the top standard of a 1-star soldier-level martial warrior. He was also left with 36 blank attributes. At first, after increasing his ice force, he was left with 27 points. But when he was climbing down the mountain, he picked up a few attribute bubbles dropped by the dead mutated beasts along the way. There was a vast number of mutated beasts that had died. Unfortunately, he was with Governor Jiang and the other leaders, so he couldn't collect all the attribute bubbles. If not, he would have gotten more blank attributes. When he killed the star beast, no blank attributes were dropped. He found this a little frustrating. Shouldn't star beasts have a higher probability of dropping blank attributes? Maybe it's just a probability problem. Sometimes there is, and sometimes there isn't. But still gave me a star core. Wang Tong took out the star core and observed it with his spiritual sight. A ball of thick fire force was concentrated in this small star core. The amount of force inside was quite astonishing. He could use this star core to make Dan medicines and refined weapons. It could also be used as a force core. There was a wide range of applications. No wonder the price of the star core was so high. He didn't make a loss since he had gained this star core. A smile appeared at the corner of Wang Tong's lips. He took out the box director he gave him thereafter. There was a star bone inside. Every time he saw this star bone, he couldn't help but feel amazed. It was entirely blackish green and was glittering and translucent. It also gave off a metallic luster. Thin line patterns covered its whole surface, so perfect that it looked like a piece of art. Based on what director he said, this star bone came from a star beast known as the Spirit Shadow Scorpion. It possessed the special ability Spiritual Shadow. Wang Tong touched his chin, a glimmer flashing in his eyes. There was a piece of paper in the box describing this talent ability of the Spirit Shadow Starbone. Wang Tong was dumbfounded when he read the information on the paper. Spiritual Shadow meant being able to move quickly in the dark, as elusive as a ghost or spirit. It was an outstanding ability to catch people off their guards. It would definitely give its opponent unexpected surprises during a battle if it was made into a special weapon. What kind of weapon can it make? For a moment, Wang Tong had no idea. Star bones were extremely rare and precious. He didn't want to rush into this whole thing. It would be a waste of this treasured item. He kept the star core and the star bone properly. Wang Tong went back to his bed. He hadn't slept for an entire night, so exhaustion was washing over his body in waves. His body had its limits. Soon he fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already 9 a.m. the following day. The moment he woke up and looked at the time, he got a shock. He had slept for 1 day and 1 night. "I'm so hungry." He could hear his stomach rumbling. Wang Tong climbed up from his bed and washed up. When he went down the stairs, he saw the helper, Aunt Shun, working in the kitchen instead. He asked in surprise, "Aunt Shun, where's my mother? I came back 2 days ago, but I didn't see her." "Young master, you're awake." "Madam went out early in the morning," said Aunt Shun. "She went out early in the morning? Where did she go?" Wang Tong asked curiously. Something seemed to have happened in the company. "I'm not sure about it. Madam didn't tell me the details," Aunt Shun replied. Something at the company? Wang Tung felt even more puzzled. Suddenly, he got an awful feeling in his heart. Mr. Wang hasn't come back ever since he went on the business trip. Aunt Chin hesitated, but she still said it in the end. What? Wang Tung's expression turned ugly. He was almost certain that something terrible had happened. He turned and ran upstairs. After a while, he came down carrying his weapon carrier casket and rushed out of the house in a hurry. Young master, you haven't eaten in 2 days. I heated some buns and soy milk. Bring them along with you. Aunt Chun chased after him and passed the food in her hands. Wang Tung was indeed hungry. He took the breakfast and thanked Aunt Chun. Then he drove his car out of the garage and sped towards their company building. Half an hour later, Wang Tung arrived at a business district in his car. He drove the car into the office building's parking lot. He took the lift and came to the receptionist. The pretty lady at the front desk stood up and asked, "Hello, how can I help you?" "I want to look for Li Xiaomei," Wang Tung replied. The pretty lady at the front desk was stunned. "Who is Li Xiaomei?" Wang Tung was speechless. She didn't even know her boss wife. He looked at the lattice chest. Was this the legendary large chest, but no brain? At this moment, a security guard ran over and shouted hurriedly, "Young Master Wang, why are you here?" "You are." Wang Ting looked at the security guard who dashed over. He pondered for a moment, but he couldn't remember the person's name. "Haha, young Master Wang, a man of your eminence has a short memory. Old Sun." The security guard laughed awkwardly. "Oh, I remember. Old Sun, the director of the security department." Wang Ting finally remembered the man. "That's me." Old Sun grinned from ear to ear and nodded. Then he said to the pretty lady at the front desk, "Little May, this is our little boss Wang. Hurry up and greet him." "Young Master Wang." The pretty lady at the front desk was alarmed. She continued in a flurry, "I'm sorry. I didn't recognize you just now." "It's all right. It's not a huge matter." Wang Tung waved his hand. He asked Old Sun, "Old Sun, did my mom come to the office? Where is she now?" "Madam, should be in the meeting room. Boss Bao from the office opposite just came in with a bunch of people. I think that the deputy general manager Jiao from our company is planning to change jobs." Old Sun lowered his voice and answered, "Bao Ziqing." Wang Tung squinted. After the Wang family collapsed in his past life, this bastard came out and divided his father's company. In this lifetime, he didn't expect the fellow to jump out before his family met a crisis. It looked like many things had changed. Chapter 88. Rise and revolt. That stupid Bao Ziqing actually came out in advance to cause trouble. No problem. He would take revenge for the old and new grudges today. A cold glimpse appeared in Wang Tung's eyes. He walked towards the conference room without any expressions on his face. "Young Master Wang, wait for me. That Bao Ziqing brought quite a few people. Let me accompany you there. I can call some people along to add to our number." Old Sun chased after him in a hurry. At the same time, he took off the intercom on his body and shouted, "Hello, Chun Ergu. Chun Ergu, can you hear me?" "Yes, I'm here. Boss, what orders do you have?" A rough voice appeared on the other end of the intercom. The person seemed to be flattering Old Sunday. "Hurry up and assemble on the 8th floor. Our enemy has already arrived at our doorstep." "But you didn't notice," Old Sun shouted angrily. "Which bastard is so bold and dares to create trouble in our Xinting? He'll come immediately." A loud commotion could be heard on the other end of the intercom. They caught Chun Erga shouting, "Time to work," to someone. Then, the line disconnected. Old Sun laughed awkwardly. "Young Master Wang, this is my nephew. He's not very educated, but he's daring and hardworking. You can watch his performance later." Wang Tung didn't reply. He walked into the lift with Old Sun and went up to the 8th floor. He looked at the familiar but unfamiliar structures around him and headed to the meeting room based on the memory deep inside his mind. The instant he reached the meeting room entrance, he heard Li Ziyumi's angry voice inside. "Jia Guiran, my husband treated you very well. How can you collude with outsiders to seize the company's shares when he's in trouble?" "Mrs. Wang, you don't have to make it sound so bad. Boss Wang indeed treats me well, and am grateful to him. However, it is in man's nature to strive for better. Boss Bao is a man of great talent and bold vision. His company has more potential, so understandably, I'm more willing to work with him." A man's voice could be heard after that. He sounded so hypocritical that Wang Tong frowned uncontrollably. His expression turned colder. That Deputy Jia seemed like a good person. I didn't expect him to be a rotten egg, Old Sun said with disgust. Wang Ting didn't say anything, just pushing the door of the meeting room. In an instant, everyone looked at him. Little Tongue, why are you here? Li Xiaomei asked in surprise when she saw Wang Tongue. She looked exhausted. I heard that something happened, so I came to take a look. Wang Tongue walked into the meeting room. He glanced at the men who looked like successful people. They were wearing suits and sitting calmly on the chairs. Little Boss Wang, this is a matter between adults. There's no need for you to interfere, a man who looked around 40 years old said. He was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Jia Guiran. Wang Tung smiled calmly and sat down beside Li Xiaomei. He pulled the chair for her. Mom, have a seat. Aren't you tired from standing? As he spoke, he noticed that there was a young lady around 20 years old sitting on Li Zayumius' right. He exclaimed in surprise, Cousin, you're here too. Younger brother. Wang Yanan nodded at Wang Tung. Grandfather was worried when he heard about this, so he asked me to come and see if I can help. This lady was Wang Tung's uncle, Wang Shenghong's daughter. She graduated from top university. After she completed her postgraduate study, she joined a Rongxing group that Wang Tung's grandfather had founded. Her capabilities were outstanding, and she gained the approval of the higher authorities in the company within 2 years. She was able to undertake tasks alone now. It was obvious that his uncle sent her over to help because he trusted her ability. Jia Guiran frowned when he saw Wang Tung ignoring him. Anger appeared on his face. In the past, Wang Shenghua had told him about Wang Tung's playful acts frequently. He listened to them until he felt that callus was going to grow on his ears. This arrogant and useless person actually disregarded him. Little Boss Wang is still the same. You don't have any respect for an elder like me. A sinister glimpse flashed past Jia Guiran's eyes. He took the chance to influence the thoughts of the other higher-ups in the company. Look, this is the future heir of Xington. He shows no respect to his elders and superiors. Are you still going to place your hopes in him? Many of the company's founding members frowned slightly. They had heard of Wang Tung a long time ago. It was all right if he was just arrogant and playful. He was still young, so it was understandable that he would be willful because of his parents' love. After he matured, everything would be fine. But if he showed no respect to his elders, that was a little disappointing. Li Xiaomei and Wang Yanan shook their heads secretly when they saw everyone's reaction. They exchanged glances and read the helplessness on each other's faces. Wang Tung's sudden arrival had caught them off guard. They were already at a disadvantage, but Jia Guiran was now making an issue out of Wang Teng's character. Any minor problems could be amplified and move the hearts of the company's founding members. They were in a passive position. Little Boss Wang, we are having a meeting. If you have nothing, you can leave first, a founding member said unhappily. He seemed to think that Wang Tung was kicking up a fuss and embarrassing them. Why should I leave? Wang Tung placed his weapon carrier casket on the ground and put his right hand on it as he said indifferently, Mrs. Wang, it looks like your family's education is really bad. Our little boss, Wang, doesn't know his manners and shows no respect to his elders at all. Boss Wang's ability must be limited since he's unable to teach his child properly. Also, our little boss Wang isn't young anymore. It's time to educate him. If not, he will definitely cause trouble in the future. The fat middle-aged man sitting beside Jia Guiran laughed as he said, If you can't bear to do it, let me educate him properly for you. Jia Guiran suddenly burst out laughing as though he had heard a funny joke. The other founding members of the company watched the scene indifferently. A few of them wanted to say something, but the situation was still uncertain. They didn't want to stand out. Bao Ziqing might target them in the future. This time, Bao Ziqing came well prepared. Wang Shenghua was in trouble, and there was no news of him even until now. The company was in danger. No one knew if the company would be able to survive. If it was really bought over by Bao Ziqing, they would need to work under him. It wasn't a wise move to stand out now. However, at this moment, a short middle-aged man suddenly stood up and pointed at Bao Ziqing furiously. Bao Ziqing, you are a reputable businessman. Yet, You're attempting to take over Xinting when our boss Wang isn't around. You even bully and humiliate his wife and son. What is this? Bao Ziqing looked at him mockingly. Before he could speak, Jia Guirin opened his mouth first. Ha, old Gua, I didn't know that you were such a loyal dog. You. Guo Mingdao was so angry he didn't know what to say. Even a refined lady like Li Xiaomei was trembling in anger. Her face was covered with soot. Just as she was about to blow her fuse, Wang Tung held her hand and patted it softly to comfort her. Then he stood up slowly. Everyone couldn't help but look at him. He pressed his palm on the marble meeting table in front of him. Force seeped out his body, and his strength exploded. Boom! Cracks appeared on the entire marble table. Immediately after that, it shattered and smashed on the ground in front of everyone. Chapter 89. Martial warriors are superior. The marble table shattered into pieces and dropped to the ground. Everyone retreated in shock. They were all caught off guard because everything happened so quickly. Some people fell from their chairs, looking extremely bedraggled. Jia Guirin's foot got smashed by the broken marble table. He screamed in pain, sounding like a pig. Li Xiaomei and Wang Yanan were sitting beside Wang Tung. So all the marble pieces were forced away by Wang Tung. They weren't hurt at all. Even so, they were given a huge scare. They looked at Wang Tung absent-mindedly. Bao Ziqing and the rest of the people were pale in the face. They crawled up from the ground in a disorderly manner. Their suits were dirty from the dust, but they didn't have the time to clean themselves. They were all staring at Wang Tung in astonishment. Oh my God, Uncle, look at our young Master Wang's ability. He doesn't need us. Chen Ergu had also hurried over with the rest of the security guards. They were standing outside the door with old Sunday. When they saw this scene, their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Wang Ting walked in front of Bao Ziqing and looked at him. What right do you have to educate me? Brat, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have some capability. Bao Ziqing swallowed his saliva and took a step back unconsciously. He shouted, Zole. A muscular young man rushed out from the corner and aimed his huge fist at Wang Tung. Be careful. Son, be careful. Li Xiaomei and Wang Yanan's expressions changed. They shouted at the same time. Wang Tung snorted. He also raised his fist and welcomed his punch like a man. Crack! The sound of bones cracking spooked everyone at the scene. Li Xiaomei and Wang Yanan's faces turned white. They thought that Wang Tung was hurt. But the next moment, a scream of agony came out from the muscular young man's mouth. His entire body flew out like a golf ball and slammed heavily into the wall. His arm was completely distorted. The fats on Bao Ziqing's face started to tremble uncontrollably when he saw this gruesome sight. Cold sweat kept dripping down his forehead. Wang Tung glanced at the man. Then he looked out of the window. There was a tall building right opposite. Is that your company? Wang Tung asked. So what if it is? Bao Ziqing's legs were getting weak, but he still forced himself to remain calm. Wang Tung said, Someone told me that we can't keep a low profile forever. When the time comes to display our abilities, we should display them. If not, other people would step on you. In the past, I didn't agree with what he said. Now, I think his words make sense. After he finished speaking, he patted the weapon carrier casket beside him lightly. He took a battle sword out from the casket. What are you planning to do? Bao Ziqing shouted in fear and astonishment as he retreated continuously. Wang Tung glanced at him without any expression. He walked in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Suddenly, a red force exploded out of his body. It seemed as though he was wearing a red gown. The red force raged in the air. Slash! He waved the sword. The sword light cut the air in half. The window instantly exploded. The red sword glow cut through the walls of the building opposite them, leaving a long and burnt black sword mark. Everyone was flabbergasted. No one spoke for a long time. Martial warrior. Bao Ziqing's face had turned completely white. He kept stuttering and spent a long time before he spat out these two words. How is that possible? Jia Guirin looked at Wang Tung in a daze. His mind was filled with Wang Tung's back view when he was executing his move just now. He was utterly shocked. How could this playful and cocky child be a martial warrior? He wasn't able to accept that the useless son Wang Shenghua always mentioned was actually a martial warrior. This was so sarcastic. If this was useless, what was useful? A general rank? All the founding members of the company had the same expression on their faces. None of them could accept the fact that Wang Teng was a martial warrior. This was nonsense. Wang Teng was still so young. How could he become a martial warrior? Li Xiaomei and Wang Yanan felt dumbfounded at first. Then, immediately after that, happiness gushed out of their hearts like eternal springs. They understood clearly what it meant to become a martial warrior. Now, as long as Wang Teng was around, their company would never collapse. A martial warrior could suppress his opponent with his abilities if anyone wanted to seize his assets with evil intentions. He could even sue the other person in court. The winner would definitely be the martial warrior. A martial warrior could even kill someone for a valid reason. They could kill first and inform later. This was the rank of martial warriors in society. Martial warriors were superior. Look at the cut of the sword clearly. If you dare to play any more tricks, this sword wouldn't be cutting your building the next time. It will be your body. I don't know if you're able to withstand one of my attacks. Wang Teng looked at Bao Zicheng and said indifferently. Then he glanced around him. His gaze landed on Jia Guiran for a second before he looked at other people. However, no one dared to look back at him. No matter what your thoughts are, keep a low profile and remain humble until my father comes back. Once he returns, those that want to leave can do so. You can follow whoever you want to follow. I will not stop you. The entire meeting room was dead silent. The people that had thoughts of leaving were overwhelmed with regrets. This was a martial warrior. With a martial warrior guarding the Wang family, there was no need to worry about the company's growth. At that time, as the founding members of the company, their assets would definitely increase exponentially. But now, after Wang Shenghua came back, there would probably be a massive cleanup. Anyone that harmed them by taking advantage of the situation and those that didn't have a firm mentality would not be able to stay. No matter how good the prospects were, it had nothing to do with them. How many millions did they lose? Their hearts. It hurt so much. The most important thing was they didn't dare to act rashly now. If not, they would face the revenge of a martial warrior. Their ending would be even worse than the reformation that would happen after Wang Shenghua came back. Jia Guiran's face turned green. He was the person who had offended the Wang family the most. Bao Zicheng had promised to give him 10% of the company's shares. That was why he agreed to make the shares of the company drop so that it was easier for a merger to happen. Looking at the situation now, everything he did was for nothing. He wouldn't have any shares of the new company, and his journey in Xinting had come to an end. Very soon, he would get kicked out by Wang Shenghua, and he might even seek revenge. He probably wouldn't be able to survive in Donghai anymore. Wang Teng disregarded these people who had different thoughts. He brought Li Xiaomei out of the room and asked, "Mom, what happened to Dad?" "Your dad went to the neighboring province to discuss a project. There was an issue with the interests of both sides, so he wasn't able to reach an agreement. However, the other party broke the rules and detained your father with the help of a local tyrant. They won't release him unless he agrees to sign the contract," Li Xiaomei explained with a worried expression. Wang Teng had already displayed the ability of a martial warrior, so she no longer treated him as a child. "Grandfather has already sent people over to help, but there haven't been any results," Wang Yanan added at the side. "What project is it? Why is Dad so stupid? He can just agree to them. We might lose some money, but life is more important," Wang Teng frowned and said. "It's not that simple. There's something wrong with this project. It has huge implications. They want to use your father as the scapegoat." Li Xiaomei knew some things, but she didn't know the exact details. Wang Teng sensed that there was something strange. Was this a scheme by those people inside? However, in his past life, they only attacked the Wang family after he attended university. Chapter 90, The Boss Privacy. I will make a trip personally. Wang Teng's mind worked at full cylinders. It didn't matter if it was a scheme by those people inside. His father was detained, and he must fetch his back. Will there be a problem? Li Xiaomei was still a little worried. "Don't worry, Mom. You have seen your son's ability. I didn't even release 1/10 of my potential just now." Wang Teng comforted her. In that case, be careful. Don't get hurt. One was her son, while the other was her husband. She was worried about both, but she could only rely on her son now. Fortunately, her son had already grown up. When the pillar of the house collapsed, he was able to support the family. Wang Ting nodded. He turned and prepared to leave. I will go with you. It will be more convenient for me to contact grandfather's men, Wang Yanin suddenly said. That's right, you can go together. You can take care of each other too. Li Xiumei nodded. Since Li Xiumei had already agreed, Wang Tung had nothing to say. The two of them got in the car and left Donghai City. They entered the expressway and headed towards Jiang City in the neighboring province. Along the way, Wang Yanin glanced at the rearview mirror with the corner of her eyes while driving to size up Wang Tung. Wang Tung was sitting in the back seat at this moment. He had his eyes closed and was holding the rectangular casket with one hand. He wasn't moving at all. He was extremely quiet, and there were no emotions on his face. He really felt like a different person now. Whether it was his aura or his way of doing things, they were worlds apart from the past Wang Tung. In the past, everyone just felt that he was playful, ignorant, bossy, arrogant. But today, when she saw him again, his performance surprised her. The most important thing was her younger cousin was actually a powerful martial warrior. Martial warrior. If grandfather knew that her young cousin Wang Tung was a martial warrior, he would be so happy that he wouldn't be able to sleep. Honestly speaking, when you suddenly realized that someone whom you were familiar with, someone you thought was ordinary, was actually extremely powerful, the feeling was indescribable. At this moment, she recalled the scene when Wang Tung had swung his sword. Everyone was dumbstruck at that second. All the schemes and tricks were useless in front of true power. In the future, their Wang family would have a martial warrior guarding them. The Wang family would definitely climb to a higher position. Also, if Wang Tung continued to become more powerful, the future of the Wang family. Wang Yanin shook her head. She shouldn't be thinking so far ahead. She should save her second uncle first. It shouldn't be a problem since her martial warrior cousin had come personally. They drove for 5 hours and finally reached Jian City. Along the way, Wang Yanin didn't interrupt Wang Tung. She drove for the entire journey, so she seemed a little tired now. Have we reached? Wang Tung felt the car stop. He opened his eyes and asked, Yes. Let's find the person whom grandfather sent to negotiate first to understand the whole situation. Wang Yanin parked the car outside a hotel and brought Wang Tung into a room. A man around 30 years old greeted them. Manager Wang, tell me about the situation. Wang Yanin went directly to the point. The man nodded and said, It's not working. No matter what conditions we promise them, the other party is unwilling to let him go. They seem to have other motives. What is the background of the other party? Wang Tung frowned and asked. Iron Fist Clan. They have more than 10 advanced stage martial disciples. No one dares to provoke them. The man replied with a solemn expression. In that case, there shouldn't be a problem if we uproot them completely, right? Wang Tung asked nonchalantly. That's right. The man nodded and replied. The moment he finished speaking, he suddenly realized what he had said. What did this young man mean? He looked at Wang Tung with a puzzled and shocked gaze. Wang Yanin was looking at Wang Tung in astonishment too. Uproot them completely? Was this what her cousin was thinking? If those people know that they had offended a martial warrior, they would probably be overwhelmed with regret. There are too many people in the day. Let's act at night. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. They could only wait slowly. Although he wanted to save Wang Shenghua as soon as possible, Wang Tung knew that he mustn't act rashly. Also, based on Wang Yanin's guess, the other party wouldn't hurt Wang Shenghua since they wanted to use him as their scapegoat. Hence, he was temporarily safe. There was no need to worry. Wang Yanin was tired after driving for a long time. She booked a room and took a rest. In the evening, the three of them had dinner and waited until 10 p.m. before heading to the headquarters of the Iron Fist clan. Wang Shenghua was locked up there all this while. The headquarters of the Iron Fist clan was not far away. A black sedan stopped in the dark, and Wang Tung got out of the car. Wait for me here. I will be back soon. He spoke to Wang Yanin and then carried his weapon carrier casket, heading towards the entrance of the Iron Fist clan. Manager Wang, Is young Master Wang planning to save his father all alone? The man that came along didn't understand the situation. He found Wang Tung a little daring as he looked at his back view. Would he be all right? The other party was the Iron Fist clan. They had more than 10 advanced stage martial disciples. This young Master Wang seemed like an ordinary person. How was he able to deal with those powerful advanced stage martial disciples? Watch and see. Wang Yanan was also worried, but she felt proud for some reason. This was her younger cousin. What'll he do? A question popped up in her mind. Wang Yanan couldn't help but look at the entrance of the Iron Fist clan, which was enshrouded in darkness. Wang Ting walked to the entrance and knocked on the metal door outside. Who is it? A vigilant voice came from inside. Delivery man. Wang Tung's figure was hidden in the dark. Who are you kidding? What delivery can you make at this time of the night? Say, what is your intention? The person behind the door obviously didn't believe him. Brother, this is something your boss ordered. Something the boss ordered? What is it? The person was suspicious, but he still asked. What if it was really something their boss ordered and he didn't open the door? If the item wasn't delivered, his boss would look for him for answers. I can't tell you. It's private, Wang Tung replied. You're still trying to fool me. Tell me what it is. If you can't, you must have been sent by the other factions to create trouble for our Iron Fist clan. The person sneered. Are you sure you want me to say it? Say it. All right. Since you asked so sincerely, I will show mercy and tell you. He ordered. I love a matchstick, an aphrodisiac that got its name from a novel. What? The person didn't manage to react in time. I love a matchstick. Wang Tung shouted. I love a matchstick, oh my god. The person remembered something and gasped in shock. Their boss fetish was indescribable. You're afraid now, right? This is your boss privacy. It's not good if you know too much, Wang Tung said slowly. Wait, brother, listen to me. The man hurriedly opened the door and dashed in front of Wang Tung. He was agitated. I didn't ask anything just now, and you didn't say anything. No, you asked and I answered, Wang Tung said honestly. The young man who came out of the door turned green in anger. Damn it, can you speak properly? Chapter 91, I don't mind. Falling to hell. Brother, let's talk at the side. The young man held Wang Tung's arm and seemed very enthusiastic. All right, what is inside the rectangular box you're carrying? He couldn't help but ask when he saw the weapon carrier casket behind Wang Tung's back. Oh, this is the delivery box. Do you want to look at the contents? Asked Wang Ting calmly. No. The young man shook his head like a rattle drum. He pulled Wang Tung to a corner and took out a few $100s from his pockets. Brother, it must be difficult for you to run around in the middle of the night to support yourself. This is my sincerity. I didn't ask you anything just now, right? Wang Tung rubbed the $100 notes in his hand and pretended to be a money lover. He nodded and said, I think that you didn't ask me anything. That's right, I didn't ask and you didn't answer. Let's live harmoniously in peace. The young man nodded his head in satisfaction. Can I enter now? Wang Tung asked. Go ahead. The young man waved his hand. Then he asked again, Oh right, do you know where our boss lives? I don't. Wang Tung shook his head. He lives at... Never mind, they'll bring you there. The young man seemed a little worried, so he turned around and locked the door. Then he personally led Wang Tung into the headquarters. It was late at night. There was no one walking around the place. The young man took the lead, and soon they arrived outside a door. Our boss lives here. Remember, I didn't ask anything. The young man still felt disturbed, so he reminded Wang Tung again like a nagging mother. Don't worry, your boss won't know anything. Wang Tung gave a mysterious expression and nodded. Knock, knock, knock. The young man finally knocked on the door. A sound was heard from inside the room. Who is it? Boss, it's me, Little Wu. There's a delivery here for you. Little Wu? Oh, the one guarding the door? What is it? The voice inside turned suspicious. The footsteps came closer and reached the door. Then the doorknob turned. The door was about to open. However, suddenly, boom, a huge force surged out from inside. The door burst into pieces, and a figure holding a battle blade dashed out. Wang Tung was slightly shocked, but he reacted in time. He activated the runes on his weapon carrier casket. Clang! The battle sword jumped out and landed in his hand. Wang Tung turned around and blocked the battle blade that was aimed at him. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The two of them separated instantly. The muscular man, who flew out of the room, glared at Wang Tung. There's indeed a problem. Who sent you? On the other side, the young man called Little Wu was shocked, looking at the two people in a daze. He didn't know what was happening. Wasn't he here to send, "I love a matchstick"? What are you doing? This rectangular box isn't the delivery item? Why did a weapon jump out of it? Are you bullying me because I didn't study well? Little Wu wanted to cry. At the moment, he had turned into a curious little baby with 1,000 questions in his heart. Idiot! How dare you let outsiders in so easily? I will take care of you later, the muscular man shouted at Little Wu. Little Wu shrunk his neck in fear. I'm dead. I angered the boss. What should I do? I'm so nervous. Please help. At the same time, loud footsteps were heard from different directions. The other members of the Iron Fist clan had obviously received the news and were rushing over. Within a few seconds, the place was packed with people. I didn't expect the boss of the Iron Fist clan to be an extreme martial disciple, Wang Tung said in surprise. If I didn't have the ability, how could I sit in this position? You amazed me too. You are so young, but you are already so powerful. You should have a bright future ahead. What a pity. You will die here today. The boss of the Iron Fist clan was quite self-absorbed. He started shaking his head in pity. He looked at Wang Tung and wanted to catch any hints of fear or panic on his face. Unfortunately, there was nothing. In such a situation, the young man opposite him remained calm and composed. There was no uneasiness in his gaze. Are all you men here? Asked Wang Tung in a soft voice. The boss of the Iron Fist clan could sense the contempt in his nonchalant voice. He was so angry that he smiled. These people are enough to chop you into a pile of meat. Then his face turned cold, and his expression became sinister. Kill him. The clan members swarmed towards Wang Tung. They were all holding weapons in their hands, and they smashed them on Wang Tung's body. Boom! Wang Tung's gaze turned cold as the force inside his body exploded. It dispersed around him like shock waves, throwing off the people charging at the front. Wang Tung held the battle sword in his hand and charged into the crowd. At this moment, his heart was exceptionally cold and hard. Every slash of his sword was a life lost. Every fist he punched broke his opponent's bones. Blood splattered everywhere, and the scene was extremely tragic. He didn't want to kill anyone, but since they wanted to kill him, he decided to have a good time killing them. He would kill until these people were fearful of him. Martial warrior. The boss of the Iron Fist clan was struck dumb with astonishment and shock. His voice was shrill as he shouted in terror. He looked as though he had seen a ghost. The other members of the clan finally knew what kind of opponent they were facing. They turned pale with fright. Run! He's a martial warrior. We can't beat him. Damn it! How do we provoke this powerful figure? In the end, some people started escaping in a flurry. They didn't even have the courage to face Wang Tung. However, Wang Tung was immersed in the killing. He was like a raging bear charging into a pack of wolves. He didn't care who he killed. Wherever he went, cries of pain followed. On the other side, the boss of the Iron Fist clan knew that he couldn't defeat Wang Tung, so he attempted to run away amidst the chaos. Wang Tung stepped on the ground, and his entire body shot into the air like a cannonball. He landed heavily in front of the boss of the Iron Fist clan and swung his sword at him. Die! The boss of the Iron Fist clan was panic-stricken. He raised his blade to block the attack. The next instant, a massive force like the weight of a mountain bore down on him. His battle blade cracked and broke on the spot. Splurt! He vomited a mouthful of blood. The boss of the Iron Fist clan couldn't control his body and kept stepping back. He had to take 6 to 7 steps to get his footing. Wang Tung had shown mercy this time. Who asked you to catch Wang Shanghua? Wang Tung asked. Wang Shanghua. The boss of the Iron Fist clan finally knew the source of the disaster. Afraid that he would infuriate Wang Tung if he spoke a second too late, he hurriedly said, I don't know either. I think they come from capital Xia. The leader of the group is a martial warrior too. I have no ability to resist. That's why I laid my hands on Wang Shanghua. Capital Xia. Martial warrior. Wang Tung squinted. I had no other choice. Please spare my life. The The boss of the Iron Fist clan pleaded. Sigh. Wang Tung heaved a breath. I want to spare your life, but my heart doesn't allow me to. The next moment, fire force spurted out. The terrifying flames engulfed the boss of the Iron Fist clan. No! The boss of the Iron Fist clan shouted in fear. But soon, his shouts were replaced by screams of agony. Ah, please show mercy. Wang Tung's expression remained indifferent. He displayed no emotions on his face as he watched the boss getting engulfed by the flames. At this instant, his heartlessness was displayed blatantly. He was never soft-hearted towards his enemies. Boss is dead. The bunch of clan members that wanted to fight with Wang Tung until death swallowed their salivas when they saw this scene. They felt their lips turning dry. A chill ran through their entire body. Wang Tung turned and scanned the crowd. In an instant, he charged between them and started his massacre. Leave no chance for revival. Ah, hurry up and run. This person is crazy. He wants to kill us all. Someone cried shrilly. The terrified voice echoed throughout the Iron Fist clan headquarters. Devil, you are a devil. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I just joined the clan. I have never killed anyone. Devil, you'll go to hell sooner or later. We will be waiting for you below. At this moment, Wang Tung turned into a demon and destroyed everything in its path. He would kill anyone that posed a threat to his family. Normally, he could laugh and fool around, but he wouldn't be soft-hearted at this moment. In order to allow my family to live under the sun, I don't mind falling to hell. Chapter 92. Dad, Mom is asking you to go home for dinner. What is happening? Wang Shengwo was tied in a room. He could faintly hear the commotion outside, but he couldn't figure out the exact details. Sigh, I wonder how they are doing? He couldn't help but think of Li Xiaomei and Wang Tung. They must be worried sick. How did those people find me? There are no grudges between us, so it's impossible that they will make me their scapegoat for no reason. Wang Shengwo pondered about the cause and the consequences, but he couldn't find any reason. He had seen the document. If he signed his name on it, the entire Xinting group, including their Wang family, would suffer terribly. Wait, the Wang family? Is their target the Wang family? A chill ran through his body when he thought of this possibility. They are cutting the ground under our foot. They want to destroy the entire Wang family. At first, he didn't want to implicate his wife and son. However, after straightening his thoughts, there was even more reason for him not to sign the document. Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly heard the door opening. His eyes were covered with a black cloth, so he couldn't see the person walking in. He could only raise his head and turn in the direction of the door. Dad, Mom is asking you to go home for dinner. A familiar voice entered Wang Shengwo's ears. Little tongue. Wang Shengwo thought that his hearing was going wild. However, this playful tone really sounded like his son. A second later, the black cloth was removed. He finally saw the person who came. It really was Wang Tung. Son, what are you doing here? Wang Shengwo was stunned. If I hadn't come, you might have been locked here for God knows how long. Wang Tung replied helplessly. He cut the ropes binding Wang Shengwo and helped him up. All right, let's go home. Mom must be worried. When Wang Shengwo stood up and tried to walk, he staggered. He had been tied up for a long time, so his legs were numb. Wang Tung hurriedly held him. At the same time, he didn't forget to tease his father. Dad, you haven't reached 50, but your legs are already out of shape. Bullshit. Your dad is very healthy. I want pant even if I climb 10 flights of stairs. Wang Shengwo refuted furiously. You're really free. Why are you climbing the stairs when you can take the lift? Wang Tung complained. Wang Shengwo was speechless. He felt that his intelligence would drop drastically whenever he talked to this brat. You haven't told me how you came in? Did they agree to let me go? Did you promise them something? Wang Shengwo immediately got anxious when he thought of the document. Did they ask you to sign a document? You must never sign it. That's a huge trap. If we drop inside, our Wang family will be doomed. Don't worry. I'm not so stupid. The people from the Iron Fist clan are very easy to talk to. I shared the truth and reason with them. I also chatted with them about life and ambitions. It took so much effort before they finally recognized their mistakes and agreed to let you go. Wang Ting spouted nonsense. Are you kidding me? Wang Shengwo's expression turned strange. Share the truth? Reason with them? Talking about life and ambitions? Can you reason with the Iron Fist clan? Are they so free that they will chat about life and ambition with you? Wang Shengwu suddenly felt like hitting him. Are you trying to fool me? Do you think I'm stupid? Why do you think they let you go? Wang Tung retorted. Then, he walked out of the room with Wang Shengwu. He purposely evaded the areas with corpses. He had even changed into clean clothes before he met Wang Shengwu. Soon, he brought Wang Shengwu out of the Iron Fist clan. Wang Shengwu couldn't get anything out of Wang Tung's mouth. In the end, he turned around and curiously glanced at the Iron Fist clan. It was so quiet he felt uneasy. The two of them met Wang Yanan. Uncle! Wang Yanan heaved a sigh of relief when she saw them. At the same time, she had a new understanding of Wang Tung's capability. He had gone in the tiger's den, the Iron Fist clan, alone, and came out unscathed. He even brought his father out safely. This wasn't something ordinary people could achieve. Yanan, sorry to trouble you to make a trip here. Wang Shengwu thanked Wang Yanan. Uncle, there's no need to be polite with me. We are family. Wang Yanan smiled and said. The man who came along with them was still in shock. Mr. Wang's son is a diamond in the rough. Glancing at the abnormally silent Iron Fist clan, his head turned numb. Wang Ting had gone in for merely less than half an hour. How could those people agree to let Wang Shengwu go in such a short period? Could it be? He thought of a possibility. He secretly glanced at Wang Tung with his hair standing on the ends. Gasp! Mr. Wang, should we rest in Jiang City for the night or go back to Donghai? The man asked. Let's go back to Donghai. Wang Shengwu was eager to go back, so he replied without hesitation. The other party nodded. He drove the car to the highway and sped their way back to Donghai. They only returned to Donghai at 6 in the morning. The car stopped outside the Fuhua Villa district. Wang Tung and Wang Shengwu got off the car. Uncle, I will be going back first. I can inform grandfather too in case he's worried. Wang Yanan lowered the car window and said, All right, I won't keep you anymore. You had a long day. Go back and have a good rest. Wang Shengwu nodded. Wang Yanan also nodded in return. She then waved at Wang Tung. Cousin, they'll be leaving first. Let's meet up when we're free. Our families should get to know each other better. Okay, elder sister. Have a safe journey. Wang Tung smiled and nodded. Wang Yanan was right about one thing. They were relatives. Blood was thicker than water. In his past life, their relatives would argue with one another, but in times of crisis, for instance, when the Wang family collapsed, they still helped each other out. This was something outsiders couldn't do. Wang Shengwu was stunned by Wang Yanan's attitude towards Wang Tung. In the past, Wang Yanan treated Wang Tung with disdain. After all, she was the favored child of God, outstanding in all areas. Wang Tung was different. He was useless and playful, so he couldn't merge into their small circle at all. But now, Wang Yanan was exceptionally gentle towards Wang Tung. This attitude made Wang Shengwu relieved and gratified. After Wang Yanan left, Wang Shengwu and Wang Tung went home. Li Xiaomei didn't sleep the entire night. She was waiting on the sofa in the living room, her face rife with worry and agitation. Aunt Li didn't go home, either. She kept Li Xiaomei company in case she felt alone. She instantly noticed Wang Tung and his father when they opened the door and walked in. She cried happily, Madam, Mr. Wang and young Master Wang are back. What? Li Xiaomei raised her head. The instant she saw Wang Shengwu, tears almost gushed out of her eyes. Wang Shengwu walked forward and hugged Li Xiaomei. He patted her back gently. I'm back. I'm sorry for making you worry. Mom, Dad, stop this PDA. My goosebumps are dropping all over the floor. Wang Ting yawned and rolled his eyes. Li Xiaomei struggled out of Wang Shengwu's arms with a red face. Stupid brat. Wang Shengwu glared at Wang Tung. Mr. Wang, have a seat. I will make some food. Aunt Chin smiled as she said. Chapter 93. I'm gifted. At home, Aunt Chin finished cooking breakfast. Wang Tung and his family sat down and had breakfast together. What? Our son is a martial warrior? Wang Shengwu almost spat out the food in his mouth, as though he had heard some shocking news. He stared at Li Xiaomei in astonishment. If you don't believe me, you can ask your son yourself, said Li Xiaomei. Son, your mom is lying to me, right? Wang Shengwa stared at Wang Teng without blinking. Wang Teng didn't say anything. He just stuck out his finger, and a strand of fire force appeared at the tip. The flames silently burned in the air, a spectacle for the three. Wang Shengwa was shocked. Force, you really are a martial warrior. But how did you become a martial warrior? It's been only days since you started practicing martial arts. He was still in disbelief. The main thing was Wang Teng's short training time. Everyone knew that martial arts was an arduous path. It was still manageable at the martial disciple stages, but many people were unable to step over the threshold to become martial warriors. Now, Wang Teng had already taken that step. This jump was a little too fast, though. Are you telling us that the obstacles are fake? Wang Shengwa suddenly remembered the dead-silent Iron Fist clan. Did this child? Never mind. He has already become a martial warrior, so I can't judge his actions like that of a normal person. Also, those people were bad too. Will you believe me if I tell you that I met an old man who reluctantly took me in as his disciple because he noticed that I'm extremely talented in martial arts? He imparted a formidable skill to me. That's how I improved so quickly. Wang Ting ate and smoked at the same time. This child is spouting nonsense again. Li Shumei rolled her eyes at him. Wang Shengwo was speechless too. He obviously didn't believe his son. There's only one explanation then. I'm extremely gifted, said Wang Teng helplessly. Indeed, my son is a genius. As expected of my son, Wang Shengwo nodded with a proud expression. What do you mean by your son? Didn't he come out of my womb? Li Xiaomei refused to admit defeat. She glared at her husband and continued. Without my outstanding bloodline, how can the Wang family have such a gifted child? Wang Ting looked at the couple as they boasted about their outstanding bloodlines. They even pulled out their ancestors as examples. One said that their Li family had groomed a powerful official in the past, while the other reasoned that their Wang family had an amazing general ancestor. No one knew if they were speaking the truth, but Wang Teng felt that the system would definitely be unhappy. You take all the credit. What am I? Oomph. The breakfast was lively. Li Xiaomei took the chance to tell Wang Shengguo what happened in the company in the past few days. Bao Ziqing, that coward. He doesn't even dare to make a sound in front of me. Yet, the moment something happened to me, he sprung out like a toad and caused trouble. It looks like I have to settle the accounts with him once and for all. Wang Shengguo wasn't easy to bully. This time, he was really angered by those people, so some upheaval in the company was to be expected. Jia Guiran too. I treated him so well. I promoted him and gave him shares, but he was helping others under the table to destroy our company. That ungrateful fellow. When he talked about Jia Guiran, Wang Shengguo felt even more furious. The feeling of getting betrayed was stifling and uncomfortable. It was as if something was pressing down on his heart. Forget it. Don't get too angry. At least our son managed to salvage the situation. You don't know how frightened everyone was at that time. They didn't even dare to let out a peep. Also, this time, there are gains for us too. We were able to see their true natures and know who's trustworthy and who's not, Li Xiaomei said. You're right. This is a good chance to clean up the people in the company. They have pulled many of their relatives over throughout the years, so the employees are diverse and jumbled. We can kick out useless people and get some fresh blood in. Wang Shengguo nodded in agreement. They chatted casually for some time before going back to rest. Wang Shengguo and Li Xiaomei hadn't slept properly for many days, so they were spent. If they didn't rest soon, their bodies would collapse. In the noon, Wang Teng woke up. He laid on his bed and felt a little absent-minded. Sigh. He couldn't help but heave a long sigh. So many things had happened recently, one after another. He couldn't even have the time to rest and experience the joy of carefreely picking up attributes. He climbed down from his bed and pulled the curtains open. Sunlight shone into the room. It was a little glaring. He squinted his eyes unconsciously. Speaking of attributes, when he killed the members of the Iron Fist clan, he had picked up quite a lot of attributes. Spirit *3 Enlightenment *1. 5 now, his enlightenment had reached 98. 5, and his spirit was at 95. They were both close to 100. Wang Teng suddenly felt excited. What changes would occur when these two attributes hit 100? As for the rest, they were mostly strength and speed attributes. After all, Those people were just martial disciples. Most of them used blade skills, sword skills, fist skills, and other basic battle techniques. Wang Teng had already reached the peak for these skills, so no related attributes would drop anymore. But there was one thing that surprised Wang Teng. Killing people would give blank attributes too. Blank attribute *8. These were the blank attributes the members of the Iron Fist clan had contributed with their deaths. It was little, but Wang Teng still appreciated it. They're all good people. He had 35 blank attributes now. He contemplated for a moment and decided to save them. Ever since I was young, my teachers taught us the good habit of saving. As for his spirit and enlightenment, he could go to the mental hospital and the martial arts academy to gather them. He only needed a few points to reach 100. It wasn't that difficult. He scanned the attributes panel again before going downstairs. Li Xiaomei and Wang Shenghua had already woken up. "Dad, Mom, why are you awake? Why don't you sleep more?" asked Wang Teng. "We're getting old, so we can't sleep too long," Wang Shenghua replied. "Old people." Wang Teng raised his eyebrows and teased them. "Get off." "That's right, your mom is still young," Li Xiaomei said as she walked out of the kitchen with the dishes. "I'm talking about Dad." "Mom, you're forever 18, Wang Teng flattered her. "You used the word old so smoothly. I don't believe you." Li Xiaomei glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. Wang Teng was speechless. He was used to calling them this way. But his mother still found faults in his words. As expected, women were all narrow-minded. They couldn't afford to provoke them. Wang Shenghua laughed secretly. "All right, your martial arts exam results should be out, right?" He suddenly remembered this and asked Wang Teng. At first, he didn't have any hope, but Wang Teng had suddenly become a martial warrior. In that case, the martial arts exam was a piece of cake for him. If he didn't top the assessment, he couldn't explain his martial warrior's ability. The top student, no matter how successful he was as a businessman, achieving the first position of the cohort was still something that would bring glory to their family and ancestors. It should be out today. Wang Teng almost forgot about it. "What do you mean by should? If you aren't certain, hurry up and call your head teacher." Wang Shenghua was speechless. "All right, I'll call and ask my classmate." He called Lin Xuan and asked her for the time. He confirmed that the results would be out at noon. He looked at the clock hanging on the wall. It was 11:48 a.m. There were still 12 minutes left. Wang Shenghua and Li Xiaomei could only wait anxiously. Chapter 94. Caught and cut into pieces for research in the living room. "Son, the time is here. Hurry up and enter your examination identity number." Wang Shenghua kept staring at the clock for a long time. The instant the second hand jumped to 12 o'clock, he urged Wang Teng. "Dad, is there a need to be so anxious?" Wang didn't know what to say. There was a laptop placed in front of him, and the login page was already opened on the screen. All that was left was to enter the examination identity number. "Hey, move to the side. He'll do it." Li Xiaomei was even more impatient than Wang Shenghua. She pushed Wang Teng away and took his identity card to enter the number. After verifying the information, she clicked the Submit button. Language: 136 Math, 141 English, 143 Level Inspection, Extreme Martial Disciple, 1-star Soldier Level Martial Warrior, Actual, Martial Arts Written, 145 out of 150, Actual Combat Assessment, 100 plus 20 out of 100. When they saw the information on the screen, Wang Shenghua and Li Xiaomei weren't able to speak for a long time. Then, Li Xiaomei logged out and logged in again. This time, she rechecked Wang Teng's identity number and made sure that it was the same before she clicked the Submit button. The results didn't change. Wang Shenghua and Li Xiaomei exchanged glances with each other. In the end, Wang Shenghua said, "Log in again. He'll do it this time." Li Xiaomei passed the identity card to him and moved away from the seat. She allowed Wang Shenghua to operate the laptop. Wang Teng. The two of them logged in 3 times, but Wang Teng's result didn't change at all. The numbers were still the same as before. "This is enough. Am I even your biological son? I just scored a little better, but you don't believe me at all." Wang Teng rolled his eyes when he saw that they were still at it. He looked at them with an extremely hurt expression. Wang Shenghua and Li Xiaomei smiled awkwardly. They suddenly felt that they had indeed gone a little overboard there. "Son, You can't blame us. Your results are hard to decipher, Wang Shengwo exclaimed. Also, how did you manage to score so well? I never saw you studying. Tell me, did you see the exam questions beforehand? Li Xiaomei leaned forward and asked him mysteriously. Seriously? Will I be able to know the questions for the university entrance exam so easily? Wang Tung felt helpless. He had predicted this, though, so he could only explain patiently. After I started practicing martial arts, especially after I became a martial warrior, I felt that my brain started to work better and better, and my memory increased. I'm able to memorize any information after reading it a few times. My brain spins furiously now. This is one of my secrets. Don't tell anyone about it. If I get caught and get cut into pieces for research, you will lose a genius son. He purposely sounded more serious because he hoped that his parents would cooperate with him and help him lie to outsiders. What do you mean by getting cut for research? You love to talk nonsense, Li Xiaomei said angrily. I think I've heard of a situation like yours before. Your brain started getting clearer, probably due to the increase in spiritual power. Oh, right. Someone's daughter participated in the martial arts exam 2 years ago and astounded the crowd with her unexpected results. Wang Shengwu thought for a moment before touching his chin and opening his mouth. Spiritual power? Wang Tung repeated the words. He wondered if spiritual power had anything to do with spirit. This thing sounded a little unreliable and magical. I'm not clear on the details, but I heard that there are very few people who are born with spiritual power. They are all special talents, Wang Shengwu said confidently. It seemed that he had only heard of rumors regarding this thing. That means that our son's condition isn't a huge secret. He might even be the special talent you mentioned. Li Xiaomei heaved a sigh of relief. That's right. However, before we ascertain the facts, let's not announce it to everyone. Let Little Ting take care of his matter himself, Wang Shengwu said. Li Xiaomei nodded. She looked at the results on the screen and smiled uncontrollably. Our son's ability will probably scare a lot of people. They should be scared. I will show everyone that my son isn't worse than anyone. He is even more outstanding than the self-proclaimed geniuses out there. Wang Shengwu felt relieved and exceptionally proud. However, he didn't lose his cool. He continued, but we must tell other people that our little tongue is very hard-working at home. That way, it won't sound so astonishing. That's right. If he's too outstanding, he might be caught and cut into pieces for research. His brain has finally started spinning faster. It'd be a waste if it was cut. Li Xiaomei nodded in agreement as she rubbed Wang Tung's head. Wang Tung. This feeling wasn't good. However, his parents ignored him and continued complimenting the results on a laptop screen. They couldn't get enough of it. Son, what's wrong with the result of your level inspection and your actual combat assessment? Wang Shengwu asked curiously. During the level inspection, I only displayed the power of an extreme martial disciple, but during the actual combat assessment, I released my true ability as a martial warrior. Governor Jiang saw it, so that might be why they added a bracket behind the result, Wang Tung explained. You even met Governor Jiang? Wang Shengwu was flabbergasted. That's right. Oh my God, your face is even bigger than your dad's. I have never seen Governor Jiang before. Wang Shengwu lamented in envy. Old Wang, yours is too low. Let me bring you out to see the world when I'm free. Wang Tung patted Wang Shengwu's shoulder like an elder. Get off me, you little brat. Why are you laughing at your dad? Wang Shengwu slapped his hand away angrily. Then, he continued asking, why about your actual combat assessment result? The total score is 100, but you got an additional 20 points. Wang Tung touched his chin. He guessed, maybe they added additional points because I killed a star beast. Actually, he wasn't sure either. Star beast? Wang Shengwu and Li Xiaomei exclaimed. Why is there a star beast during the actual combat assessment? An accident. Wang Tung smiled awkwardly and told the whole story. Oh my God, it looks like many examinees were killed. I didn't expect the actual combat assessment to be so dangerous. Are you hurt? Li Xiaomei was filled with worry when she finished listening to Wang Tung. I'm fine. Look at me. That was just an accident. In the past few years, the examinees only got injured. No one died. Wang Tung hurriedly consoled his mother. That's good. Wang Shengwu chimed in from the side. At this moment, Wang Teng's phone rang. It was a call from Lin Chuan. He picked up the call. Hello, class monitor. How was your result? Wang Teng, I passed. I actually got 80 for my actual combat assessment. 80 points. Do you know that I scored 80? Lin Chuan's voice on the other end was filled with excitement. This was the first time Wang Teng saw her losing her composure. Wang Teng was stunned too. Lin Chuan had only managed to kill 5 mutated beasts, and 4 of them were even low level. Only one was a middle-level mutated beast. Also, she didn't rely on her ability to kill them. Her method could be considered a little scheming, but she managed to achieve good results. It seemed that this result wasn't just based on the number of mutated beasts one killed. There were also other elements involved. Chapter 95, Shameless. Wang Ting felt happy for Lin Chuan too. Getting into the martial arts course was her goal. With her points, she would surely enter a good university. What about your other subjects? Asked Wang Teng. Language 138, Math 143, English 146, Martial Arts written 148. Oh my God, you must be cheating. Wang Teng was sincerely astounded. Lin Chuan's results were even higher than his. He didn't put in his entire effort, but he did cheat. However, Lin Chuan could be on par with a cheater like him. If she wasn't above, what was she? On the other side, Lin Chuan instantly felt speechless, but she could tell that Wang Teng was amazed by her results. She couldn't help but feel a little proud. Although you are powerful, the results of my general papers are much higher than yours. She asked, how about you? How much did you score? Language 136, Math 141, English 143, Martial Arts written 145. Lin Chuan's jaws dropped as Wang Teng told her the results of his exam one by one. After some time, she finally said, "You are the cheater." At first, she thought she would be able to beat him with her general paper results since the gap between their abilities was too huge. That way, she could gain back some standing ground. In the end, she was the one who thought too much. This result didn't make any sense. Wang Teng could imagine Lin Chuan's flabbergasted expression. He laughed uncontrollably. How did you do your papers? No, I'm not suspecting you. I just feel that you never study normally, so how can you score so well during the exam? Lin Chuan asked. That's simple. I'm a genius. Wang Teng replied shamelessly. Genius is not enough to describe you. You are a monster. Lin Chuan complained. They'll take that as a compliment. All right, what's the score for your actual combat assessment? It must be very high, right? Lin Chuan asked again curiously. Full marks? Indeed, you are a monster. You're able to score full marks in the actual combat assessment. Wang Teng, you amaze me, Lin Chuan exclaimed. With an additional 20 points, Wang Teng continued. Lin Chuan didn't know what to say anymore. Her words were stuck in her throat for a long time before they came out of her mouth. She asked, what the hell are additional points? And you got 20. Sigh, it can't be helped. I can't hide how outstanding I am. The examiner just had to give me 20 additional points, Wang Teng said in a helpless tone. Lin Chuan was full of respect for Wang Teng's shamelessness. Normal people's skin couldn't be so thick. You're so thick-skinned. Lin Chuan hung up the call in frustration. When she saw her results, she wanted to share her joy with Wang Teng for some reason. However, after sharing her joy, all she got back was a basket of frustration and stimulation. This fellow was infuriating. The moment Wang Teng put down his phone, it rang again. This time, it was Yang Jian. Haha, Wang Teng, guess how much I scored for my actual combat assessment? The moment he picked up the call, Yang Jian's duck-like laughter came from the other side of the phone. 65. Wang Teng picked a number casually. How did you know? Yang Jian's laughter stopped abruptly. He sounded as though he had seen a ghost. Wang Teng didn't expect to hit the jackpot, either. He was just making a casual guess. What's so good about scoring 65 points? Why do you have to laugh so happily? Wang Teng pretended to look down on him. F***K. Wang Teng, the wearer knows best where the shoe pinches. I'm delighted with my marks. At least I'm able to get into the martial arts course. Yang Jian was pretty satisfied with his score. He continued, how's your assessment? When Wang Teng listed out his score, The other party turned silent. Boss, you are impressive. I should get going. Beep, beep, beep. He directly hung up the call. Yang Jian was very satisfied with his results, but comparisons were always scary. Whenever there was a comparison, someone would be hurt. The harm that Wang Teng's result had on him could be calculated by the tons. Was the first caller a female student? The moment Wang Teng hung up, Li Xiaomei, who was sitting on the sofa, leaned over and asked ambiguously. Wang Teng got a fright. He patted his chest and said guiltily, "It's my table buddy. Is it the one that your dad asked Mr. Fan to arrange for you? What's her name?" "Lin. Lin something. She's very pretty and outstanding." Li Ziyumi's eyes lit up instantly. Wang Shenghua looked over too. The expression on his face was the same as Li Ziyumi's. Wang Ting knew that something bad was about to happen. He forgot that his parents knew about Lin Xuan being his table buddy. In the end, he could only summon up his courage and reply, "Her name is Lin Xuan." "All right, Lin Xuan. Her name sounds pretty too," Li Xiaomei complimented. Then she chuckled and said, "Son, it looks like your relationship with her is not bad." "Mom, what are you thinking? We have been table buddies for so long. It's normal for us to have a good relationship," Wang Teng explained. I understand. It's good that your relationship with her is good. Ask her to come to our house to play someday. Mom will make good food for y'all." Li Xiaomei didn't continue probing. However, the expression on her face made Wang Teng feel numb. He felt that his mother was hatching a plot. Wang Teng immediately turned on his vigilance. At this moment, his phone rang again. After that, Bai Wei, Su Jie, and his other friends called him to ask about his results one after another. When they knew that he was able to get into a top martial arts university, they congratulated him. They decided to find a time to come out and celebrate. Wang Teng agreed readily. After a few calls, Wang Teng let out a huge sigh. "Your exam has ended, so you should go out and meet your friends adequately. But the most important thing you have to do is to consider which university you want to apply to. With your results, you will be able to get into the first university if you apply for it," said Wang Shenghua. "I haven't thought of the university I want to go to. Actually, our Donghai University is the number 3 university in the country. It's a good choice too, and it's closer to home," Wang Teng said. "Have you considered military academies?" Wang Shenghua nodded and continued asking. "There are many restrictions in the military academies. I don't know if it's suitable for me." Wang Teng was a little hesitant. As the two of them were speaking, the doorbell rang. He'll open the door. Li Xiaomei stood up and walked to the main door. When she opened the door, she was surprised by the visitors. "Principal Yu, Mr. Fan, why are you here?" "Ha, the top scholar of the martial arts exam is from our school, so I'm here to congratulate you." Principal Yu smiled and said, "Top scholar for the martial arts exam? Our little Teng is the top scholar for the martial arts exam?" Li Xiaomei was astounded and elated when she heard this news. Wang Shenghua hurriedly got up and welcomed them. "Principal Yu, Mr. Fan, come in. Please come in." "Haha, we came without informing you. Sorry to disturb you." Principal Yu and Mr. Fan walked in. There was a whole bunch of school leaders behind them. The scale was so large that people might think they were here to cause a ruckus. "Principal Yu, Mr. Fan." Wang Teng got up and greeted them. "Little Teng, go and take out my tea leaves from the 3rd layer of the cabinet in the kitchen," Wang Shenghua said to Wang Teng as he called the leaders to take a seat. "Mr. Wang, you have a good son." Principal Yu praised Wang Teng, who was going to the kitchen to take the tea leaves, with a huge smile on his face. Chapter 96. Dark Eye Stone. The tea was soon served. Wang Shenghua and the school leaders chatted casually with one another while Wang Teng sat at the side with a bored expression. The atmosphere was very lively. Principal Yu and the other leaders didn't put on their stern and fierce expressions this time. Instead, they were all smiling amiably and throwing all kinds of praises on Wang Teng as though they were free, which they were. Incomparably talented, dignified-looking, promising future. They were commending him in all kinds of ways. It was amazing how they could come up with so many phrases. They were indeed well educated. After chatting about unrelated things for some time, Principal Yu turned and said to Wang Teng, "Wang Teng, have you decided which university you want to apply to?" "We were just discussing this a moment ago." Wang Shenghua smiled and said, I haven't made my decision yet. Wang Tong shook his head. You can slowly think about it. With your results, you can choose any school in the country anyway. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask the teachers in school. They have been in the education industry for many years, so they are experienced in applying for universities. Principal, you said kindly. Okay, I will. Thank you, Principal, Wang Tong replied. All right. Do you still remember the rewards I mentioned the other time? Principal Yu smiled and asked. Wang Tong immediately got excited. He sniggered and replied, Of course, you little brat. Principal Yu pointed at him and laughed. Then he took out a few items and placed them on the table. Take a look at it. These are all for you. The items were laid out in a single row on the table. There was a small black string pouch, a small jade bottle, and finally, a box that was slightly smaller than a palm. Wang Tong studied all three of them. Principal Yu smiled and said, Open them and take a look. Wang Tong didn't act polite anymore. He opened the black pouch first. There were 10 small crystals the size of a thumb inside, all glittering brightly. These crystals were ice blue, and they looked as if they were made by congregating natural ice crystals. They shone brightly under the lamp. These are energy stones. Principal Yu said, I heard that you are an ice element martial warrior. I especially asked someone to find 10 ice element yellow rank, low-class energy stones for you. You can use them for your personal cultivation and other things. Ice element martial warrior. Wang Shenghua and Li Xiaomei exchanged glances when they heard this. They were puzzled. Wasn't Wang Tong a fire element martial warrior? But this wasn't the time to probe further. They could only suppress their curiosity in their hearts. Principal, you're so thoughtful, Wang Tong exclaimed uncontrollably. Then, he opened the small jade bottle. 3 dark blue pills rolled out from the bottle. When these small pills landed on his palm, a cool and refreshing fragrance wafted into his nose and made him feel invigorated. This is Ice Spiritual Dan. It's an ice element spiritual Dan, and it's first-class low rank. It can help with your cultivation. Principal Yu introduced the spiritual Dan to him. Another ice element. Wang Tong felt that Principal Yu was an interesting guy. Once he knew that he was an ice element martial warrior, he immediately prepared all these ice element items useful for ice element martial warriors. Although they were rewards, he more or less owed him a favor. Principal Yu opened his mouth again. If you're not in a hurry to use them, you can keep them in the jade bottle to prevent their effects from dissipating. Wang Ting nodded. He placed the 3 pills back into the small jade bottle. The last one was the black box. This must be the mysterious gift Principal Yu was talking about. He wondered what was inside. He was already satisfied with the first 2 rewards, so he couldn't help but look forward to the 3rd reward. This box was around the size of his palm. Wang Ting opened the box and noticed a pitch-black stone sitting in the middle. A bone-piercing chill was exuding from the stone. What is this? Wang Tong asked curiously. Dark ice stone. Principal Yu slowly said these 3 words, as if the dark ice stone was some precious treasure. A faint, boastful aura could be felt from his expression. Unfortunately, no one present had heard of this before. Wang Tong was also looking at him in a daze. He was boasting to a bunch of people who didn't understand him at all. Principal Yu smiled awkwardly and said, This dark ice stone is an ice element heavenly treasure. I accidentally got hold of it. It can be used to forge weapons. Speaking about it, it's a real coincidence. You're an ice element martial warrior, so this is just right for you. It's too small. Wang Tong didn't know how precious the dark ice stone was, so he complained softly when he saw its small size. Cough, cough. Principal Yu coughed awkwardly. I only have this small dark ice stone. It's indeed a little small, but you can supplement it with other materials. I'm sure that the quality of the weapon forged will increase exponentially. If this dark ice stone wasn't so small that it couldn't forge a complete weapon, it would be impossible to evaluate its value. Principal Yu wouldn't have given it to other people either. Wang Tong furrowed his brows. He felt that this item was quite useless. Based on Principal Yu's statement, this stone was very precious. But since it was small, its value was heavily discounted. It couldn't be used to forge a complete weapon, and it might not be suitable to act as a supplement material. After all, forging weapons wasn't just combining a bunch of different materials casually. You needed to melt the materials that complemented one another. There might be conflicts between some materials, or their compatibility might not be high. Especially for a rare material like the dark ice stone, finding highly compatible material with it was going to be a hassle. When Principal Yu noticed Wang Tung's lack of reaction for a long time, he knew that he might not have liked the reward. Hence, he said, "If you don't want this dark ice stone, I can change it for you." Wang Tung smiled calmly. "I like it. He'll take this. There's no need to change." As he spoke, he kept the dark ice stone. Looking at the two rewards, he could tell that Principal Yu had put much effort into this. For a top scholar of the martial arts exam, the principal of Donghai No. 1 High School had personally put in the effort to prepare these rewards that were suitable for him. Wang Tung was very grateful. Principal Yu immediately smiled happily when he saw Wang Tung accepting the gifts. The rewards weren't just encouragement for the outstanding students. It was an investment too, an investment in their future. Thus, if they achieved good results when they grew up, they would naturally repay their old school. He had high hopes for Wang Tung. If Wang Tung didn't like the dark ice stone, the effects of these rewards would be heavily discounted. You couldn't say that he was flattering a student, even though he was the principal of Donghai No. 1. He just knew that if he missed such an outstanding student, he would regret it. Wang Tung was already a martial warrior. His achievements in the future were unimaginable. When the time came, if he was willing to give back to his old school, the repayment would exceed his rewards greatly. It's good that you like it. I have given my rewards. I will not be disturbing you anymore. Principal Yu got up and prepared to leave. Principal Yu, fellow teachers, why don't you sit for a while longer? Wang Shenghua urged them to stay. It's all right. Many things are waiting for me to settle in school, Principal Yu said tactfully. Thus, Wang Shenghua sent Principal Yu and the other leaders of the school, who came along, to the entrance. He watched as they drove their cars and left. His expression was a little complicated as he stood at the door. Chapter 97. Was the game not fun anymore? Was the alcohol not nice? After seeing Principal Yu and the school leaders off, Wang Shenghua stood at the door, a lot of emotions brewing inside him. Why are you standing here in a daze, looking as though you can die without any regrets? Li Xiaomei popped her head out from his back and looked at him curiously. The atmosphere was destroyed in an instant. Wang Shenghua took a deep breath. In the end, he didn't say anything. He just walked into the living room in frustration. He saw Wang Tung examining the rewards on the table. He exclaimed, "These are not ordinary items at all. It looks like your principal put in a lot of effort this time. If our son was not outstanding enough, why would they gift him these precious items?" Li Xiaomei said proudly. Wang Tung ignored his parents' boasting. As their son, he felt that he shouldn't cruelly deprive them of the only joy left in their lives. He looked at the 3 items in front of him, especially the dark ice stone in the box. Principal Yu said that it was extremely precious, but he didn't have an exact idea of its value. It looks like I have to find some time to research it or ask someone who knows about it. Wang Tung kept the black stone. The family of 3 could finally sit down and have their meal. At the same time, in Jiang City, the news that the Iron Fist clan was annihilated couldn't stay hidden anymore. The members of the Iron Fist clan who were out to do business had gotten lucky and managed to escape the ordeal. When they returned to their headquarters, they noticed that the main entrance was wide open and the entire building was dead silent. Then, they saw the scene that they would never be able to remove from their memory. Gruesome. Corpses covered the entire floor with a fearful expression on their faces. They didn't die peacefully. The fortunate survivors were scared out of their wits. Some people wanted to look at the surveillance footage to find out what happened, but all the cameras were destroyed. No evidence was left behind. All the cash and expensive items had disappeared. The Iron Fist clan was left with an empty shell. That hostage was saved by someone. Could it be someone from his side? A person suddenly said. Whether it is or not, all the advanced stage martial disciples in the headquarters have been killed. Do you think we can regain our previous standing just by ourselves? Another person trembled with fear and said. Also, the news that the Iron Fist clan has been annihilated will spread soon. Our enemies won't let us go so easily. Where are those people from capital Xia? They have a martial warrior among them. If it's really done by the hostages' men, the plight of our Iron Fist clan is all caused by them. Are you planning to find them for revenge? Someone sneered. Let's disperse. The Iron Fist clan no longer exists, someone said weakly. Everyone's gazes landed on that guy. He laughed awkwardly and said, I'm just making a casual suggestion. Don't look at me. Let's disperse. Right, let's disperse. Goodbye, everyone. I hope that I won't see any of you again in the future. Everyone scattered in an instant. They left without showing any signs of hesitation. Only the person who came up with the suggestion was left standing on the spot in a daze. The Iron Fist clan is gone. In a hotel's luxurious presidential suite in Jiang City, a man spoke. In front of this middle-aged man, a 20-year-old young man with short hair was sitting on a chair. He was wearing a bathrobe and swirling the wine glass in his hand. The red wine in the glass spun lightly. The young man said calmly, Oh, I made a trip personally. Almost everyone was killed with a single blow, including the advanced stage martial disciples. The boss of the Iron Fist clan is also gone. However, there are burnt marks found at the scene. The middle-aged man continued. Martial warrior? Fire element martial warrior? The young man raised his eyebrows. He finished the red wine in his hand in a single gulp. That is my guess, too. The middle-aged man nodded and replied. Puffed. Let's go back to capital Xia. Let other people take care of these miscellaneous things. I'm irritated. The young man stretched his back and scoffed. Aren't you going to act? The middle-aged man asked. I said that I'm going back to capital Xia. The young man said coldly. Yes. Wang Ting didn't know the scenes going on in Jiang City. Regarding Wang Shengguo's predicament, he knew from the boss of the Iron Fist clan that the other party was from capital Xia. In his previous life, the people that had wiped the Wang family were from capital Xia too. Although the timing wasn't right, it was most likely the same people. This was the martial arts era, and there was a martial warrior on the opposite side. That made sense. Based on how powerful they were, they would definitely have a martial warrior. In front of them, the Wang family was as weak as an ant. But he was the variable. Now, Wang Tung was the top scholar of the martial arts exam. Even Governor Jiang knew who he was. The other party wouldn't dare to touch the Wang family easily. The Wang family wouldn't have any life-threatening danger in Donghai. If not, the headlines the next day would be, the top scholar of the martial arts exam in Donghai got exterminated. This wasn't just a slap to Donghai's face. It was a challenge to the authority of China's law. No matter how powerful the other party was, they couldn't act without any fear. Hence, the Wang family was temporarily safe. However, he still needed to guard against the other party's secret acts. As long as it was within the rules, these acts were allowed. The Wang family wasn't able to evade it. Wang Shengguo and Wang Tung's grandfather were all wily old foxes in the business world. Naturally, they wouldn't sit and wait for their enemies to look for them without making any preparations. Wang Ting didn't have to worry about the company. Now, what he needed to do was to increase his capabilities as fast as possible. If he was powerful enough, he could kill all his enemies with a single slash of his sword. The only thing that Wang Tung couldn't understand was how the Wang family managed to provoke those people. After all, the other party had a huge and powerful background. He asked Wang Shengguo the same question before, but his father didn't know the answer. He was kidnapped for no reason, so he was utterly confused too. At this moment, Wang Tung met Su Jie and his other friends in a quiet bar. There were beers, fruit juices, and all kinds of snacks on the table. They were all chatting and laughing. Top scholar for the martial arts exam. Suddenly, Su Jie shouted in surprise. The three of them stared at Wang Tung in astonishment. Before this, they had heard that his result was not bad, but they only knew that he was the top scholar now. For a moment, they just stared at each other, not knowing what to say. Wang Tung was already used to this kind of reaction. Everyone who heard the piece of news for the first time would be dumbstruck. He was a failure. Fortunately, the system didn't abandon him. Wang Tung sighed in his heart. He started eating snacks all alone and let the trio continue their astonishment. After they regained their senses, they would continue the conversation. A few minutes later, the three people finally snapped back to their senses. "Congratulations, Brother Wang Tong," Su Jie said in a complicated tone. In the past, they were all useless and cocky-rich second generations in other people's eyes. But now, Wang Tong had soared up into the sky with one leap. Su Jie felt hurt. Wasn't it good to stay together like a loving family and fail the exam together? Was the game not fun anymore, or was the wine not nice? Why did he need to immerse himself in his studies? Why did he become the star student that he always hated? Su Jie started doubting his life. The lonely feeling of being abandoned engulfed his entire body, and a dark gray aura spread around him. Wang Tong, Bai Wei, Yu Hao. Chapter 98. Life isn't just about resigning to circumstance now. The stimulation to Su Jie wasn't light. For some time, he felt poor in spirit. He had already decided to repeat his year 3 and practice his martial arts properly. He must take the martial arts exam next year. He wasn't unhappy that Wang Tong managed to pass. He was just a little envious. Actually, he had predicted this result beforehand. After all, Wang Tong had already displayed the ability of an advanced stage martial disciple in front of him. But this time, Wang Tong scored a little too well, so well that he started doubting his life. Their results used to be equal. Now one had to repeat his year, while the other managed to get into a university. Even so, he still had the hope that he would catch up with him and not lag too far behind. However, if Wang Tong got into university like the first university, he knew that no matter how hard he worked, he would never be able to catch up. The distance caused him to feel despair. "Brother Wang Tong, you're really a monster. I don't dare to compare myself to you." Su Jie sighed and took a huge swig of beer. "Don't think like that. If you don't compare, how do you know that you won't be able to beat me?" Wang Tong said. One Su Jie thought that Wang Tong was consoling him and felt a little happy. But, unexpectedly, Wang Tong continued, "You will only know that you can't win after you have compared." "Su Jie, you don't have to console me, but why are you hurting me? Can we still be good friends?" "Only friends will tell you the truth. Trust me, life isn't just about resigning to circumstances now. There's also resignation to fate in the future," Wang Tong said. Bai Wei spat out a mouth of fruit juice when she heard this sentence. Yu Hao choked and coughed without stopping. "Brother Wang Tong, the saying goes like this: life isn't just about resigning to circumstance now. There's also poetry in the future." Bai Wei rolled her eyes at Wang Tong. Why didn't she notice how cheeky he was in the past? Him comforting Su Jie. After all, there are many stimulations in life. He needs to get used to them earlier. "After a few shocks, you'll get used to them," Wang Tong said. There was a ball of air stuck in Su Jie's chest. He felt extremely frustrated. His pupils moved, and he suddenly said, "My sister is coming back soon." "What?" This time, it was Wang Tang's turn to put on an ugly expression. His face changed immediately. It was quite interesting to watch. Su Jie smiled naughtily. "Sister Su Hui is back." Bai Wei was pleasantly surprised. That female devil. Wang Tong gritted his teeth. Su Hui was Su Jie's older sister. They had known each other since they were children, but the memories weren't very good. Anyone who got their pants taken off and their little bird flicked when they were a child wouldn't have any fond memory about it. No, he must stay as far away from her as possible. He mustn't let the devil see him. If not, he couldn't predict what she might do. "Brother Wang Tong, my sister has always been talking about you. She even said that after she returns, she must drag you out for a meetup," Su Jie said. Bai Wei and Yu Hao sniggered at the side. They never had this kind of treatment before. Su Hui always treated Wang Tong exceptionally well. In reality, she always tormented him. Wang Tong's face turned green. "I'm not free. Tell her that I'm not free. Don't look for me if there's nothing important. I can't make the decision. If she goes to your house to look for you, I can't help you." Su Jie shrugged. "Oh shit," Wang Tong said in frustration. "I don't have shit, but I have an older sister." Su Jie smiled evilly. He felt that he had finally gained some of his ego back. He felt comfortable for some reason. He had no pressure betraying his older sister. Bai Wei and Yu Hao burst out laughing. It was hard to make Wang Tong suffer a setback. This kind of interesting scene rarely occurred. After fooling around for some time, Bai Wei asked, I heard that Sister Su Hui has already reached the peak of an advanced stage martial disciple. Is she at her breakthrough now? She successfully advanced to martial warrior half a month ago. Su Jie was a little proud. He said enthusiastically, after she comes back this time, I plan to ask her to train me properly. I don't have much hope of becoming an advanced stage martial disciple, but I must become an intermediate stage martial disciple. Martial warrior. Wang Teng was a little surprised. His memory of Su Hui stopped at his past life. He didn't expect the female devil to be a martial warrior in this life. Damn it, she will be harder to deal with. This was what he was thinking, but he said, with a martial warrior guiding you and the resources your family is putting on you, there's a high chance that you will become an intermediate stage martial disciple within a year. I hope so. When my dad heard that I wanted to practice martial arts, he was so happy that he couldn't sleep for an entire night. He even decided to take out his private savings to sponsor me. Su Jie smiled and said. Wang Teng gave him a thumbs up. Uncle Su is amazing. He's able to have a private stash under the eyes of your mom. Cough, cough. Su Jie was caught between laughter and tears. Your point of concern is a little off. Su Jie, we can practice together. After Sister Su Hui comes back, can you ask her to teach me too? Yu Hao said in anticipation. This is a small matter. You can just come to my house in the future, Su Jie said generously. Bai Wei listened to them, discussing martial arts at the side. Suddenly, she felt a little depressed. Even Su Jie had a target. What about her? Wang Teng would be entering university soon as the top scholar of the martial arts exam. He would definitely soar higher in the future. Would she only be able to watch him fly? Bai Wei questioned her own heart. For a second, she was speechless. They chatted until late at night. Wang Teng only returned home past 11 p.m. He took a bath and directly hit the bed. Too, his spirit was close to 100. Wang Teng planned to go to the mental hospital and collect another round of attributes. However, it was hard to sneak into the mental hospital in the day, so he could only secretly enter after midnight. But his university entrance exam had just ended. It was a rare, relaxing moment for him, so he decided to wait for a few days first. The mental hospital wouldn't run away. A silent night. The next day, Wang Teng went to the house he had rented in the university town. The crow egg still looked the same. There were no signs of hatching at all. He sent a WeChat message to the beautiful shop owner, Lu Jiqing, whom he met at the pet shop. Lu Jiqing, it's normal. Don't worry. The oviparous animals now have a more complicated hatching process after being influenced by force. Their developmental cycle is longer. Wang Teng pondered for a moment. Normal animals were already like this, much less the egg of a star beast. It was reasonable that its hatching process would be longer. He decided to let it take its time. Wang Teng, all right. Thank you. Wang Teng replied with a WeChat message to express his gratitude. Lu Jiqing, I should be the one thanking you. If you hadn't saved me in the past, I would definitely have gotten hurt. Lu Jiqing hesitated for a moment before she sent the next message. Lu Jiqing, are you free? Let me treat you to a meal. Wang Teng, there's no need for that. Anyone else will do the same thing. Wang Teng felt embarrassed. If the other party knew that the giant crow came to Donghai because of him and everything that happened after that was his fault, how would she feel? Lu Jiqing, there's a need for it. If you don't let me treat you, this will always be on my mind. Lu Jiqing's tone seemed serious. Wang Teng, all right, you can tell me the address and the time. We'll meet and have a casual meal. There's no need to spend too much. Wang Teng felt helpless, but he still agreed. This beautiful sister was a little straightforward, but since she was a beauty, he could feast his eyes. It would be a waste if he didn't go for the meal. Lu Jiqing, all right, it's decided then. Lu Jiqing hurriedly sent the time and the address over. She seemed to have prepared it long ago. Yida Plaza. Wang Teng looked at the address and the time. It was good for him. He replied, okay, I will be on time. Chapter 99. The offer from the top 3 martial arts academies in the afternoon. Wang Teng arrived at a seafood buffet restaurant as planned on the 4th floor of Yida Plaza. He scanned the restaurant and saw Lu Jiqing waving at him. He nodded at her and walked over. Wang Teng said, why are you so early? I'm the one treating, so I have to come early. Lu Jiqing pulled her hair back and smiled. You're too polite. Actually, there's no need to do this. You also answered my queries on the incubation of eggs. Actually, they'll still have to trouble you in the future. Let's stop thanking each other. If you have any questions, go ahead and ask me. Come, let's take a look at the food first. Lu Jiqing passed the menu to Wang Teng. The two of them ordered some dishes. The service of this restaurant was fast. The dishes they ordered came continuously. Wang Teng and Lu Jiqing chatted as they ate the seafood. Suddenly, Wang Teng heard something and asked in surprise, "Do you know about mutated beasts and star beasts too?" Yes. It's hard to do pet business now. More and more people are raising mutated beasts. They want to appear high class, so I also have to focus on high-class products related to mutated beasts and star beasts, Lu Jiqing said. That's not easy. Mutated beasts and star beasts can be fatal. You're just a normal person. It will be hard for you to handle them. Wang Teng frowned. I know. That's why I don't plan to sell large-sized mutated beasts. It'll target the small ones, and they can only be cubs. Actually, mutated beasts are similar to normal animals. If you start training them when they are cubs, they won't normally harm their master, Lu Jiqing replied. Some are naturally ferocious. You need to be careful. Wang Teng didn't say much and just reminded her. Okay, I will take note of it. Lu Jiqing nodded and smiled. Both of them enjoyed the meal. Wang Teng and Lu Jiqing's relationship got slightly closer. In the past, they were just acquaintances, but now they could be considered friends. At least Wang Teng felt that he was able to look for Lu Jiqing and asked about incubation matters more comfortably now. If you need any help in the future, you can look for me, Wang Teng said to Lu Jiqing before they parted. All right, I won't be polite with you. Lu Jiqing smiled. She had already witnessed Wang Teng's ability, so she knew how important this connection was. After the two of them bade farewell, Wang Teng went back home. However, he didn't expect the atmosphere at home to be so strange. The three principals of the top 3 martial arts academies in Donghai were sitting in his living room right now, staring at each other awkwardly. Wang Shenghua and Li Xiaomei sat at the side, looking at each other in silence. Donghai was one of the top few important cities in China. The principals of the top 3 martial arts academies were not only powerful, but they also held great influence. You could say that they were part of the upper echelon of Donghai. You could even say that they had control over the city. The status of the Wang family was nothing compared to them. It was like the difference between an elephant and an ant. Hence, Wang Shenghua was in a dilemma. He couldn't afford to offend any one of them. When they saw Wang Teng coming home, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Shenghua said, "My son is back. Why don't you all look for him?" He pushed the burden smoothly without any hesitation. Wang Teng immediately felt the gazes of the principals landing on him. They were so intense that it felt as though they wanted to peel off his skin. Cough, cough. Bosses, I'm not gay. Wang Teng, let's not beat around the bush. Today, the 3 of us have come for you. You can take a look at our conditions and make a decision. The principal of Leitang Martial House was an impatient guy. He couldn't accept indecisive people, so he was very straightforward. That's right. A martial warrior should be decisive. Look at our proposals and choose your academy. Fu Tiandao agreed and said. He didn't mention that Wang Teng was already a martial disciple of Jisun Martial House. After all, martial disciples and martial warriors were different. He wouldn't use this to confuse Wang Teng. Also, even if he was a martial warrior of Jisun Martial House, he could still be snatched by other martial academies. Ultimately, it depended on everyone's conditions. The one who could give better conditions would be the winner. Wang Teng was the top scholar of the martial arts exam, and he had become a martial warrior at such a young age. The 3 principals were determined to get him. Talents were rare in the martial warriors era. Incredible talents were even rarer. There were less than 10 people in China who were able to become martial warriors at his age. This was the sum of all the recent years combined. The most important thing was most of these young people came from martial warrior families. They had ample resources with personal guidance from martial warriors. Wang Teng couldn't be compared with them. Also, he was able to kill a star beast not long after he became a martial warrior. Based on what they knew, only one or two of those talents were able to achieve this. Most of them just followed behind their seniors and gained experience. They didn't do much. This was why they had high hopes for Wang Tung's future. He had high potential, and he was powerful. His background wasn't very complicated either. Who wouldn't like him? Thus, the three of them asked their superiors for the best conditions and benefits they could offer. Bargaining wouldn't work in this case. They immediately gave Wang Tung the best they could at the first meeting. It was a game of who was more daring. Wang Tung smiled when he saw them being so direct and, given that we are very rich, you can ask for anything expression. Boss, have some tea. Wang Tung sat down in front of them and poured tea for them. Then he asked the question he had in his mind. Will there be a conflict between the martial arts academy and the school? Don't worry about this. The school is a public organization. It will not conflict with the interests of the martial arts academy. Even if you apply for a military college where the rules are stringent, we will let you prioritize your college. All these can be written in the proposal. Many powerful warriors in colleges and even the military have their names under our academy, Fu Tiandao explained. That's right. Jiang Hong and Gu Hefei nodded in agreement. Wang Ting nodded. He picked up the three proposals on the table and took a look. The names of the three martial arts academies were written on the top. He skipped the first proposal that Jisun Martial House prepared and looked at Leitang Martial House's proposal first. The principals of Leitang Martial House and Balian Martial House raised eyebrows immediately. This was unequal treatment. It was obvious that Wang Tung preferred Jisun Martial House. He read their proposals first and left the Jisun Martial House's proposal for the last. If the three proposals had similar content, Wang Tung would definitely choose Jisun Martial House. This was indeed the case. After all, Wang Tung had been training at Jisun Martial House for some time, so he was familiar with the environment there. Fu Tiandao saw Wang Tung picking up Jisun Martial House's proposal and reading it silently after he finished scrolling through the other two proposals. He raised his eyebrows at Jiang Hong and Gu Hefei. A confident and delighted smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Jiang Hong and Gu Hefei instantly had a bad feeling. Wang Ting finally finished reading all the proposals. He put down the proposals in his hand and sighed. Everyone's gaze landed on him. How is it? Wang Shenghua asked agitatedly. Actually, he really wanted to look at the content of the proposals. Mr. Wang can take a look too. Fu Tiandao smiled and passed the proposals to him. After Wang Shenghua finished reading them, he knew that Wang Tung probably had already made his decision. If it was him, he would make the same decision too. I choose Jisun Martial House. As expected, Wang Tung said his answer without any hesitation. Chapter 100. SSS Grade Proposal by Jisun Martial House. I choose Jisun Martial House. The moment Wang Tung finished speaking, the principals of Leitang Martial House and Balian Martial House turned silent. Fu Tiandao laughed loudly. Guys, thank you. Can we take a look at your proposal? Jiang Hong asked unwillingly. He needed to know why he lost. Gu Hefei looked at Fu Tiandao with the same expression. The three martial arts academies were competitors. Any lost talents were their loss. Please, Fu Tiandao said nonchalantly. The two principals instantly took Jisun Martial House's proposal and leaned together. They read the proposal quickly. Fu Tiandao, you're insane. Jiang Hong's eyes turned wide with astonishment when he saw the proposal. Do you know what this proposal means? Gu Hefei couldn't help but ask. I gave this proposal to the headquarters, and our president approved it personally. That's how it got decided. What do you think? Do you accept defeat? Fu Tiandao asked. Your president approved it personally. You win. Impressive. The two of them exchanged glances. They could only show their respect. What was the difference? When they reported their proposal to the headquarters, they wasted much saliva before they finally managed to get this S-grade proposal. What about Jisun Martial House? They immediately gave the highest level SSS grade proposal. The difference only seemed to be 2 levels, but it was a chasm. In their memories, the top 3 martial arts academies had only approved 23 SS grade proposals in the past few years. Now, these people were all powerful characters. All of them had the potential to reach the general stage. Actually, the principals also wanted to apply for the SS grade proposal for Wang Tung. They felt that Wang Tung had this potential. But the people above had their doubts. They felt that the future was full of accidents and probabilities. They should invest in talent, but they mustn't invest too much at once. Hence, they suggested giving him the S-grade proposal first. After he entered their martial arts academy, they would observe him for some time. If his performance was outstanding, they would consider changing his proposal to SS grade. Most of the talents that signed an SS grade proposal went through this route. Very few of them were offered SS grade proposals right away. As for SSS grade proposals, there were less than 5 of them. Those 5 people were all general stage martial warriors now. All of them were younger than 35 years old, so they would definitely become important pillars of China in the future. This was the difference. Jisun Martial House gave Wang Tung an SSS grade proposal, while Leitang Martial House and Balian Martial House could only give an S-grade proposal. They appeared a little stingy in comparison. Jiang Hong and Gu Hufei felt a little dejected. They had no mood to compare anymore. That's vicious of you. But they still glared at Fu Tiandao. The two of them were a little embarrassed. They said to Wang Tung, "We're sorry for our proposals." They had witnessed Wang Tung's actual combat assessment personally and were confident about his future. Unfortunately, they couldn't make the decision alone. It was a pity that they missed this talent. "You're being too polite. I'm grateful that you think so highly of me," Wang Tung replied hurriedly. The two principals felt much better because of Wang Tung's modesty. Fu Tiandao nodded his head secretly when he saw this scene at the side, displaying his skills when he should and keeping humble at the right time. This was the indication of a good character. He was delighted with Wang Tung's performance. "Since you have already made your decision, we won't disturb you anymore." The two of them got up and left. After sending them off, Wang Tung came back to the living room. "Sign this proposal in case accidents happen," Fu Tiandao said. "Principal Fu, do you have so much confidence in me?" Wang Tung wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he asked him back, "I'm not the only one who has confidence in you. Our president has high hopes for you too. You have been training in our martial arts academy. Don't think that you can hide it from me." Fu Tiandao smiled mysteriously. Wang Tung's heart skipped a beat. "But you don't have to worry. Everyone has their secrets, especially martial warriors. They have even more secrets." Fu Tiandao seemed to know what he was thinking, so he reassured him indifferently. Wang Tung didn't say much. He signed his name on the proposal. Fu Tiandao nodded in satisfaction. He passed a black wristwatch to Wang Tung. This is the Force wristwatch invented by the martial warriors. It is made of a special material and won't get affected by water or fire. It can even withstand the attack from a martial warrior without breaking. Once you enter your personal information, you can log into our Martial Arts Academy's internal web, Jisun. The $1 billion worth of resources mentioned in the proposal will be transferred into your account batch by batch. You can buy the resources you want from our Martial Arts Academy's internal web. But you must consider carefully. Don't waste this huge amount of money. If you fully utilize it, you can significantly enhance your skills. Also, you have 3 chances to seek guidance from our president. This is a rare opportunity. Many talents aren't able to get this chance. You should take advantage of it. Finally, this is the right to purchase a house in Deer Garden. The people living there are all family members of martial warriors. The Deer Garden is under the name of the top 3 martial arts academies, so the security there is very high. So far, no one has dared to create trouble there. I know that your family met some trouble recently, so if you move there, you won't have to worry about their safety. Wang Tung listened with rapt attention. These were all written in the proposal, but Fu Tiandao's reminder was worth pondering over. The offers were all generous, especially the last one. It was just what he wanted. If his parents moved to Deer Garden, he would feel more at ease too. Li Xiaomei hadn't looked at the proposal just now. So when she heard Fu Tiandao's explanation, she was flabbergasted. $1 billion worth of resources. Her son's assets had surpassed her husband's many years of hard work. It was hard not to be astounded. Were martial warriors all so wealthy? Wang Shengwu felt a little depressed. By right, Getting surpassed by your son should be a happy thing. But this money was so easy to earn. It was so easy that it stimulated him greatly. However, the right to purchase a house at Deer Garden caused his eyes to light up too. A man was only able to move forward without worry if his family was safe. You will need to apply for your university tomorrow. Have you decided which one you want to go to? Fu Tiandao asked. Not yet. I looked at the cutoff point of the universities this year. I think I'll be able to get into all of them, said Wang Tung. After the result came out, all the schools had released their cutoff points immediately. The martial arts exam was different from a normal university entrance exam. For the normal university entrance exam, the cutoff point for the schools would only be released after the application process. Many students couldn't apply for the right universities and weren't able to get into the universities they wanted. It was a pity. As for the martial arts exam, the schools weren't the only ones choosing the students. The students were choosing the universities too. Thus, the cutoff points were released early. With your score, you won't have a problem entering any university. The problem is choosing the one that's most suitable for you. Your exam result has already been sent to all the top universities. As long as they're not blind, I believe that they will look for you soon. They might even look for you at your school tomorrow. Fu Tiandao smiled and said, That's so troublesome. Wang Tung gave a bitter smile. He suddenly thought of something and asked, Principal, do you have any suggestions? Fu Tiandao smiled and replied, The resources, atmosphere, and ability of the teachers of the top few universities are all around the same. Resources are earned through competition. The more outstanding a person is, the more resources the country would distribute to him. Hence, good students never lack resources. In recent years, the Donghai University and the Huanghai Military College are inching their way up. There's not much difference between them and the first university. They were even able to beat the other universities in the martial arts grand competition a few times and claim the championship. Comparing the military college and normal universities, military colleges are stricter. They have more control over the students' freedom, but there's an advantage. Fu Tiandao paused for a moment at this point. He only continued when he saw Wang Tung looking over. The military college is a quick route to gain power. If you're outstanding enough and you earn military exploits, you might be able to take charge of an army in the future. You will have great influence, especially in the Xingwu continent. I don't mind telling you that we are currently forming large troops. We need to send fresh troops there urgently. Chapter 101. I'm really ugly. The Xingwu continent. Wang Tung's expression changed a little. Ever since he became a martial warrior, he knew that he would have to go to the Xingwu continent sooner or later. He'll consider this carefully, he replied to Fu Tiandao. Okay, I do hope that you will stay in Donghai, whether it's for business or personal reasons. Donghai needs more powerful martial warriors. Fu Tiandao continued. Wang Tung nodded. He didn't give his answer immediately. Fu Tiandao didn't continue when he saw Wang Tung's reaction. He stood up and said, After your application, there will be more than a month before your school starts. I will help you to look for a small martial warrior team in the Martial Arts Academy. You can join them later and head to the Xingwu continent. That's fast. Wang Tung was astounded. There's no time to waste on the path of martial arts. If you're a step faster, you'll be many steps ahead of everyone else. Don't you want to widen this distance? Fu Tiandao smiled and asked. It was obvious that Fu Tiandao's words spoke right to Wang Tung's heart. He had already flung many people behind him. This was the best time to widen the distance between him and the rest. Also, as a cheater, it would be highly embarrassing if he was surpassed by someone else. Is the Xingwu continent dangerous? Wang Shengwu couldn't help but ask at the side. The instant he became a martial warrior, the danger will always follow him. He will never be able to get rid of it unless he becomes invincible. At that time, there will be no dangers anymore. Fu Tiandao looked at Wang Shengwu. He didn't console him. Instead, he told him the truth rather than giving him false hopes. He also asked him in a meaningful tone, will there be no danger if he doesn't become a martial warrior? Wang Shengwu immediately recalled his recent experience. If Wang Tung wasn't a martial warrior, his situation would have been worse. The Wang family might be suffering a huge crisis now. Danger was always relative. They were never safe. With his experience, he naturally understood this logic. He could only sigh secretly. All right, you don't have to send me off. Wait for my news. The few of them came to the entrance of the house. Fu Tiandao waved his hand and drove his car away. Wang Shenghua and Li Xiaomei suddenly turned silent when they saw Fu Tiandao leaving. It was a good thing that their son became a martial warrior. However, they were still worried about the dangers he would face. They felt like parents sending their child overseas. They were elated that their child had managed to get into a university, but when they sent him off, they kept reminding and nagging. They even wiped their tears secretly. This was probably the innate ability of a parent. Dad, Mom, don't look as though your son has just died. I'm still alive, Wang Tong said in a helpless tone. Why are you talking about such unlucky things? Li Xiaomei said. Wang Shenghua let out a long sigh. He said emotionally, You have grown up. You're not only powerful, but you're also more mature now. You are able to remain calm and confident in front of the 3 martial arts academies principals. You can support the family in a crisis, and your assets are more than mine too. As your father, I know that there's nothing I have to worry about. I only hope that you will always place your life as the priority, no matter what you do. Understand, Dad. Wang Tong turned quiet too. Then he winked at Wang Shenghua and said, Anyway, Dad, why do you sound a little envious? Are you jealous of my billion-yuan assets? Shall I give you some? Go away. Wang Shenghua raised his leg and kicked Wang Tong. This stupid child. What did he mean by being jealous? Your dad is already so old. I have my ego. Wang Tong laughed and dodged the kick. I'm going out. He ran out of the door. Fu Tiando's words gave Wang Tong some pressure. He needed to improve everything he could improve before he went to the Xingwu continent. Jisun Martial House. A red banner was hung above the main entrance. Welcome Wang Tong, the top scholar of Donghai's martial arts exam, to our Jisun Martial House. Wang Tong got out of the car and stood at the main entrance. He stared at the glaring line of words in a daze. Suddenly, he felt incredibly embarrassed. Fu Tiandao was really fast. He went off half an hour before him, but the banner was already hanging over the main entrance. Could he have prepared it beforehand? Wang Tong hurriedly lowered his head and pretended that he didn't see anything. He crawled into his car and drove in a martial arts academy. His car was a frequent sight at the academy. Furthermore, the banner was hanging there. Even the guards knew who he was and let him in directly. When the car drove in, the guards stood behind it and discussed among themselves. Is that the top scholar of the martial arts exam? It's him. Yes, it's him. I heard that our principal went to look for him personally before he managed to snatch him back from the hands of Belia Martial House and Leitang Martial House. This treatment, wow. Wang Tong didn't know that the guard were talking about him. After he parked his car, he arrived at the 3rd floor of the Martial Disciple Training Building. He could already enter the Martial Warrior Building, but he wanted to visit the Martial Disciple Building one last time. The 3rd floor. The moment Wang Tong came up, many gazes landed on him. Then, the entire room turned quiet for some time before low voices of discussions were heard. Wang Tong, the top scholar of the martial arts exam. I didn't expect a boss to be hiding among us. Zhang Xiaoyang and Peng Hai knew Wang Tong, so they rushed over and started talking to express their astonishment. They were all professional martial arts disciples, but they were still struggling at the advanced stage. They didn't know when they would become martial warriors. Yet, Wang Tong had already become the top scholar in the martial arts exam. He was able to choose any of the top universities in the country and would get to enjoy huge amounts of resources in the future. It would just be a matter of time before he became a martial warrior. His future was bright, but theirs were uncertain. Just thinking about this gave them complicated emotions. To be green with envy was not enough to express how they were feeling. Wang Tong chatted with the people he was familiar with for some time. Then, they went to practice on their own. At first, they thought that everyone was at the same level. After seeing Wang Tong soaring high in the sky, they didn't want to lag behind too much. Hence, they worked even harder in their training. Also, Wang Tong was still toiling hard, even after becoming the top scholar. What reason did they have to relax? Pant. Wang Tong let out a loud breath and then pretended to practice. In reality, He was picking up attribute bubbles. Strength *3 speed *2 enlightenment *0. 2 time went away in a flash. Soon it was evening. Wang Tung's enlightenment had finally hit 100. The enlightenment column changed slowly. Enlightenment. Spiritual realm, 0 out of 100. Wang Tung suddenly felt something strange happening in his mind. He felt that his understanding of the various scriptures and battle techniques had improved a lot. He continued looking at his attributes panel. The proficiency of his scriptures and battle techniques suddenly increased by 2 to 3 points in an instant. Scripture. Red Flame Scripture, Foundation 35 of 100. Deep Eye Scripture, Foundation 25 of 100. Earth Lust Skill, Earth Element Shield, Foundation 29 of 100. Battle Techniques. Basic Battle Techniques. Presence Enlightenment for Fist, Sword, Blade, Footwork, Stick. Basic Arrow Skill, Foundation. Gun Kung Fu, Foundation 3/10. Fire Kirin Sword Skill, Foundation 59 out of 100. Phantom Ice Fist, Foundation 31 out of 100. Only his Gun Kung Fu increased by 1 point. It rose from 2 to 3 points. Spiritual Realm. A new realm. Wang Tung was deep in thought. He tried picking up enlightenment attribute bubbles again, but he realized that they had no effects on his spiritual realm enlightenment. Wang Tung left the Martial Arts Academy after achieving his goal. As expected, after reaching 100, there were changes to his enlightenment. He wondered what would be the effects if he used his spiritual realm enlightenment to read or understand a new scripture or battle technique. He was a little excited. He was looking forward to his spirit attribute, which was about to touch 102. He wanted to reach it as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it now. Wang Tung went back to the Fuhua Villa district. When he reached the entrance, he saw another conspicuous red banner hanging above the gates. Congratulations to our district's resident, Wang Tung, for becoming the top scholar of the martial arts exam. He covered his face uncontrollably. Why was this thing present everywhere? Wang Tung didn't know that the news of him becoming the top scholar of the martial arts exam had already spread to every corner of Donghai. Not everyone in the city knew it. However, the families with children in school already viewed him as the child next door and used him to educate their children. Wang Tung probably never expected that one day he would become the child next door. Just as he was prepared to leave in his car, he saw a small figure at the sentry post talking to the guards there. The figure was very strange. Their entire body was covered with clothes, and they were wearing a baseball cap. The mask covered their entire face, and all that was left to be seen was a pair of bright and black eyes. They had their hands in the pockets. Looking at the hot weather today, anyone who saw the figure would find it strange. He could faintly hear their conversation. Are you saying that you're here to look for someone? But, looking at your sneaky appearance, we can't let you in, the guard frowned and said. I'm looking for Wang Tung. The strange person's voice was extremely recognizable. It was soft and airy. At night, it would sound like a ghost. The top scholar of the martial arts exam, right? Many people are looking for him now. Are we supposed to let everyone in? The guard replied nonchalantly. I know him, said the figure. Everyone who came to find him said the same thing. We don't know who's speaking the truth. Hurry up and leave. Don't disturb our work. The guard finally started chasing the person away. Wang Tung drove the car over and lowered the car window. He tried his luck. Chu Xia, brother-in-law, the figure said softly. There was a hint of surprise in her tone. She seemed to have heaved a sigh of relief, but it wasn't obvious. Young Master Wang. The guard saw Wang Tung too. This strange person actually knew Wang Tung, and the person even called a brother-in-law. The guards exchanged glances with one another. One of them said hurriedly, we didn't know. Before he could finish, Wang Tung waved his hand and replied, It's all right. This is your responsibility. The guards felt relieved instantly. They smiled and said, Congratulations on becoming the top scholar for the martial arts exam. Thank you. Wang Tung thanked them and then asked Lin Chuxia, Why did you run out alone? Forget it. Get in the car first. Lin Chuxia sat in the car. The guards let them in immediately. Wang Tung asked as he drove his car into the villa district, Tell me, why did you come? Lin Chuxia furrowed her thin eyebrows and said, I felt that the air around me was getting sticky and uncomfortable again, so I want to find you. Huh, I feel more comfortable now. Wang Tong chucked in his heart. Just now, he had already picked up all the attribute bubbles floating around Lin Xuxia. Demon Lotus Poison Body, asterisk 10 Poison Force, asterisk 7 Lin Xuxia looked at Wang Tong with her bright eyes. Wang Tong didn't explain anything. Instead, he asked, "Does your sister know that you came to find me?" "She doesn't," Lin Xuxia said indifferently. Wang Tong instantly felt his head hurt. He took out his phone and dialed Lin Chuan's number. He passed his phone to her. "Here, inform your sister. If not, your mom and sister will be worried." Lin Chuan was doing some tutoring work to earn more money so that she could return money to Wang Tong as soon as possible. She didn't expect to receive a call from Mother Lin telling her that Lin Xuxia had disappeared. She was so worried that she didn't know what to do. This had happened a few times in the past, but that was when Lin Xuxia was young and didn't understand the situation. As time went by, she slowly accepted fate and stayed at home obediently. So many years had passed, but Lin Xuxia started playing the disappearing act again. Why? There were no signs at all. It was so unpredictable. At this moment, Lin Chuan's phone rang. She looked at the caller ID and picked up the call. However, it wasn't Wang Tong's voice she heard. "Hello." Lin Chuan heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, she flared up in anger and shouted word by word. "Lin Chuan, do you know how worried Mom and I were?" "I know." Lin Chuan felt stuffy in her chest. She almost vomited a mouth of blood. "Pant, never mind. I will not argue with you. Hurry up and come back. Mom is so worried," Lin Chuan said helplessly. "I finally managed to come out. I don't want to go back so early," Lin Xuxia said stubbornly. "Don't you understand your own body?" Wang Tong signaled Lin Xuxia to pass him the phone when he noticed that they were about to start quarreling. Then he said to Lin Chuan, "Since she's not willing to go back, let her stay with me. I'm fine anyway. How can I trouble you?" "That stupid brat kept asking me why you didn't come to visit her for a long time. I didn't expect her to run out to find you. I'm so angry. How about this? I'll rush over immediately and bring her back," Lin Chuan said angrily. "I'm preparing to bring her home for a meal. If you want to come, I don't mind. We can gather and have some fun together." Wang Tong winked at Lin Xuxia as he said in a casual tone. Lin Chuan was speechless. She replied after a long time, "You are ganging up to anger me. I'm not going to care about you anymore." She hung up directly. "Settled." Wang Tong smiled. He said to Lin Xuxia, "Let's go and grab something to eat at my house. I will bring you somewhere fun tonight." "Do I have to eat at your house?" Lin Xuxia felt a little frightened now. Wang Tong parked his car. "You're not even afraid of running away from home. Why are you scared of this? We've already arrived. Let's get down." He got out of the car first. Lin Xuxia hesitated for some time before she finally got out of the car. She followed behind him timidly as they walked into the villa. "Mom, I have a guest," Wang Tong shouted at the kitchen. Li Xiaomei ran out immediately. Her gaze landed on Lin Xuxia. "This is my table buddy's younger sister. I met her on the way, so she's coming to get some free food," Wang Tong said lightheartedly. "Your table buddy's younger sister?" Li Ziyumi's brain spun one round before she understood. Have a seat, have a seat. Why are you wearing so thick in such hot weather?" Li Xiaomei looked at Wang Tong and replied hesitantly, "My face is very ugly. Why are young people like you always thinking that you're ugly?" "I feel that being yourself is the best," Li Xiaomei said nonchalantly. "Auntie, I'm really ugly." Lin Xuxia tried her best to make herself sound more sincere. "It's all right. This is our house. There's no one else around. Hurry up and take off your mask. It's really hot," Li Xiaomei said. Lin Xuxia turned around and looked at Wang Tong again. He gave her a look of encouragement. Lin Xuxia gritted her teeth and finally lowered her mask that was covering half of her face. Li Xiaomei stopped breathing for a moment. She was shocked. She wanted to rub Lin Xuxia's head to console her. "Don't." Lin Xuxia dodged hurriedly. "Mom, Xuxia's physique is a little special. Normal people can't touch her. Her face is like this because of her unique physique. However, I have found a cure for it," Wang Tong explained. "Special physique? I don't understand this kind of thing, but it's good that you have found a solution." Li Xiaomei was enlightened. Have a seat first and eat some fruits. It'll finish the dishes, and we can start eating immediately. That night, Lin Chuxia had dinner at Wang Tong's house. When Wang Shenghua returned from his company, he was shocked to find an additional person at home. His reaction was the same as Li Xiaomei when he saw Lin Chuxia, but he didn't display any signs of disgust. Instead, he took pity on the young lady. The two adults were so enthusiastic towards Lin Chuxia that she almost couldn't handle them. After dinner, Wang Tong brought Lin Chuxia out and walked around aimlessly. They had fun playing. He wanted to let Lin Chuxia get some fresh air. Lin Xuan called him a few times, but Wang Tong didn't pick up. When it was almost midnight, Wang Tong brought Lin Chuxia to the western suburb mental hospital. Lin Chuxia felt a little excited. She found it fun to sneak around like this. Chapter 102. Do you want my treasure? Time, 12 a.m. Location, a secluded corner of the western suburb mental hospital. Characters, Wang Tong, Lin Chuxia. It was pitch black around them. The two black shadows squatted in a hidden corner and whispered between themselves. Brother-in-law. I told you to stop calling me brother-in-law. You could just say my name. Brother Tong. Why does it sound so weird? What are you doing? I'm adding some ingredients to the wine to increase the effect. I have a friend inside who loves to drink strong alcohol, Wang Tong said in a serious tone. Are you sure? Lin Chuxia was doubtful. Why will I lie to you? All right, let's go. Wang Tong stood up and brought Lin Chuxia to the entrance of the building. He tilted his body and hid in the darkness. Meow like a cat, he said to Lin Chuxia. Lin Chuxia was stunned. Wang Tong urged her again before she meowed twice unwillingly. Wang Tong's hair stood up when he heard her voice. This young lad's voice is so chilly, he thought to himself silently. At the same time, footsteps were heard inside the building, getting closer and closer. Wang Tong repeated what he did in the past, and karate chopped the staff who was attracted by the noise. Lin Chuxia widened her eyes in shock. The staff this time was different from the one before. The staff in front of her was a tall and fat middle-aged woman. The nurse attire seemed extremely tight on her, and she looked strong and buff. I don't think we can wear her clothes. Wang Tong touched his chin and murmured to himself. Forget it. They'll take a look at their changing room later. Then, Wang Tong dragged the tall female nurse to a corner outside and hid her. He brought Lin Chuan to the changing room while evading the cameras. They found two staff uniforms and changed into them. Then, they wore their masks and walked up the stairs. Lin Chuxia found everything interesting and new. She sized up her surroundings with her bright and big eyes. The happiness inside her gaze was apparent. She hadn't come out to play ever since she was young, much less experiencing such exciting things. Even though they seemed to be doing something bad, Wang Tong led her all the way up to the third floor. He found a room that the curly hair man was in and peeked through the window. The light was on. The man with curly hair was staring into space at the side of his bed. Crack! Wang Tong took out his keys and opened the door. The other party raised his head and asked, "Who are you? Don't you recognize me?" Wang Tong took off his mask and revealed his face. Why do I have to know you? The man with curly hair looked at him curiously, as though he didn't recognize Wang Tong. Lin Chuxia looked at the two of them curiously. Wang Tong was slightly stunned. Why was he arguing with a mental patient? He shook his head hurriedly and raised the thing in his hand. He said, "It doesn't matter if you recognize me or not. I brought good alcohol and cigarettes. Do you want them?" The man's eyes lit up. He sprung up from his bed and replied, "Yes, yes, yes. Get to me quickly." Catch! Wang Tong's gaze shifted slightly, and he threw the wine to the other party. The man with curly hair caught the bottle. His actions were extremely smooth. He caught the alcohol bottle, twisted the cap, and opened it in one motion. Gulp, gulp, gulp. He raised his head and gulped the alcohol down his throat. Haha, refreshing. I haven't drunk alcohol in a long time. The man with curly hair exclaimed. Then he asked, "Where's the cigarette? Didn't you say that you brought a cigarette?" "Oh, take it." Wang Ting took a box of squash cigarettes from his pocket and a 1 renminbi lighter. He threw them at the man. The man with curly hair caught the items and lit up a cigarette excitedly. He started smoking. Wang Tong took the chance to pick up the scattered attribute bubbles on the ground. Spirit *0. 5 spirit *0. 2 spirit *0. 2 gun kung fu *1 ha. Gun kung fu. 1 point of gun kung fu. Wang Tong was stunned. The attributes in front were all spirit attributes. This was within his expectation, so he didn't find it shocking. But he didn't expect a gun kung fu attribute to pop out without any warning. How did it drop? He was puzzled, but he was thrilled at the same time. This man was indeed the god of guns. Gun kung fu, foundation 4 out of 10. His gun kung fu jumped from 3 to 4 points. Wang Tong felt that his gun kung fu had become more skilled. I wonder what's the power of this gun kung fu if I execute it now. Wang Ting thought to himself, is this man some hidden master? Lin Shuxiao moved to Wang Tong's side and whispered after she sized up the man with curly hair. How do you know? Wang Tong raised his eyebrows and asked her back softly. I saw him catching the bottle just now. A normal person won't be able to do that, Lin Chuan replied. It's said that he's the god of guns. Wang Tong said in a mysterious tone. He didn't hide the information from her. Really? Lin Chuxia's eyes were wide open. She felt a little excited in her heart. It was as though she had discovered some huge secret. Of course. Why would I lie? Wang Tong continued. However, he never displayed his skills before, so I don't know if it's true. Although he had gotten gun kung fu attribute from this man and could almost confirm that he was the god of guns, he couldn't use this as an explanation. Why are the two of you whispering secretly? The man's voice suddenly came from the side. Oh, we're talking about your hairstyle? We think that it's very handsome. Wang Tong spouted nonsense. At the same time, he winked at Lin Shuxian and asked, right? Of course it's really handsome. Lin Shuxian nodded her head furiously in cooperation. The man with curly hair also nodded in satisfaction. You have good taste. He thought for a moment before walking to the side of the table. He took out a USB and walked over. Then, he passed it to Lin Shuxia. This is for you. What you want is inside. The USB looked familiar. His words were familiar too. Are you a distributor? Wang Ting stared at the scene in front of him absent-mindedly. Suddenly, he felt ridiculous. Was it all right for him to practice gun kung fu? As for you, the man returned to the table and took out a pen and a piece of paper. He started drawing illegibly on it. An abstract and simple line drawing appeared on the paper. Do you want my treasure? If you want, search for it using this map. I hid everything here. The man with curly hair waved the piece of paper in his hand. His tone was passionate and enthusiastic, as though he was holding a talk in front of thousands of people. Wang Tong, do you think I will believe you? You don't want it? The man with curly hair asked awkwardly when he noticed that Wang Tong wasn't giving any reaction. Ha! Wang Tong smiled forcefully. Never mind. Looking at your expression, you must be shy. They'll give it to you reluctantly. It's getting late. Hurry up and leave. The man with curly hair stuffed the piece of white paper in Wang Tong's pocket. Before he could refuse, he chased the two people out of the room and closed the door with a bang. Wang Tong was speechless. Lin Shuxiao burst out laughing when she saw his frustrated but helpless expression. Chapter 103. Spiritual Power? Wang Tong glared at Lin Shuxiao, who was laughing. Then he took out the piece of paper that was crumpled into a ball from his pocket. After he spread the paper out, he noticed that the drawing on it really looked illegible. Just as he was about to throw it away, Lin Shuxiao made a soft sound. What is it? Did you see something? Wang Ting couldn't help but ask. It really looks like a map. Lin Shuxiao frowned as she looked at the drawing on the paper. Wang Tong hurriedly looked at the drawing again. After some time, he asked Lin Chuan awkwardly, why can't I see anything? Lin Shuxiao rolled her eyes. She turned the paper around and said, You are holding it wrongly. Wang Tong. He laughed awkwardly and looked at the paper again. His expression turned serious. It really looks like a map now. But where is this place? I have no idea. Let's put it aside. We can research online, Lin Shuxiao suggested. Wang Ting nodded. He folded the piece of paper and placed it in his pocket carefully. His attitude was completely different from before. Lin Shuxiao found it a little hilarious as she looked at him. Are we going back now? We're not in a hurry. Wang Tung sniggered. He signaled Lin Chuxia to lean close to the door and listen to the situation inside the room carefully. What did you put in his alcohol? Lin Chuxia suddenly thought of something and asked. A little laxative. Wang Tung smiled and replied. That fellow fooled me in the past, so I'm paying him back. Narrow-minded. Lin Chuxia was speechless. Also, how is that just a little laxative? Wang Tung chuckled. The duo had to wait for a while before the man with curly hair finished the entire bottle of alcohol. Suddenly, his stomach started churning. His expression changed immediately. What is happening? My stomach. The reaction was extreme. He rushed to the bathroom hurriedly. Fortunately, this room was quite high class, so there was a private bathroom. After some time, the man with curly hair walked out of the bathroom. He seemed a little weak. However, very soon, he clutched his stomach and dashed into the bathroom again. When he came out the second time, his legs were trembling. After that, he visited the bathroom a few more times. When he finally came out, he held the wall with a pale face. His forehead was covered with cold sweat. Wang Tung controlled his laughter and waved his hand to ask Lin Chuxia to leave. Lin Chuxia couldn't hold back her smile. She had a new understanding of Wang Tung's sense of humor. I didn't know that you're someone like this. That fellow harmed me so badly last time. He gave you a USB too, right? You will know after you go back and take a look, Wang Tung replied. He was confident that this USB was the same as the one he gave him. At that time, Lin Chuxia would definitely get a shock. What on earth is it? Lin Chuxia asked curiously. I can't tell you. You will only know after you go back and take a look. Wang Tung spoke in a mysterious tone. Lin Chuxia rolled her eyes. She stopped asking, but she was already on her guard. A few minutes later, the two of them came out from the mental hospital. Wang Tung brought Lin Chuxia around the mental hospital one more time and finally managed to push his spirit to 100. Spirit, spiritual realm, 0/100. His spirit attribute underwent some changes. Spiritual realm. It was the same as his enlightenment attribute. They were both in the spiritual realm. It was an entirely new realm. Wang Tung drove his car and sent Lin Chuxia home. Lin Chuan had called him many times, but he didn't answer. However, he did send a message to her. He told her when he would be sending Lin Chuxia home. Although Lin Chuan was worried, she couldn't do anything. She wasn't worried that Wang Tung would do something to Lin Chuxia. After all, he was a rich second generation who had seen all kinds of beauties before. Why would he lay his eyes on Lin Chuxia? If she wasn't part of her family, she would be frightened by Lin Chuxia's face too. She was worried that Lin Chuxia would learn bad things after Wang Tung brought her out to play in the middle of the night. It was already very late. Lin Chuan waited at home. Suddenly, the honking of a car was heard outside. She ran out hurriedly. As expected, she saw Wang Tung and Lin Chuxia standing beside the car. Lin Chuan walked over angrily and pinched Lin Chuxia's ears. You're getting bold. How dare you run away from home? I didn't run away. I just went out for a walk. Lin Chuxia tilted her head uncontrollably because her ear was pinched. But the expression on her face was calm. They'll take care of you later. Lin Chuan snorted and then glared at Wang Tung. You, don't you know her condition? Why are you bringing her around in the middle of the night? What if something happened? She should go out and walk more. She shouldn't stay locked up at home all the time. Also, with me around, what can happen? Wang Tung said nonchalantly. I'm worried because you're around, said Lin Chuan. Oh, Wang Tung. Lin Chuxia laughed secretly at his plight. I got scolded by your sister because I brought you out to play. Yet, you're still laughing at me. Wang Tung rolled his eyes. I can offend the two of you. I'm leaving. He climbed into his car as he spoke and turned the steering wheel. Then, he waved at the two sisters and drove his car away. Sister, why are you so fierce? You will scare him away, joked Lin Chuxia. So what if I scare him away? What does that have to do with me? Lin Chuan said stubbornly. Don't try to play dumb. I must teach you a lesson properly tonight. Let's see if you dare to run out again in the future. Tell me, where did you go? Lin Chuan turned angry from embarrassment. She stretched out her hand and wanted to grab Lin Chuxia's ears. I'm not telling you. Lin Chuxia dodged quickly and ran up the stairs. Wang Tung didn't know about the battle between the two sisters. When he reached home, he locked himself in his room and took a deep breath. He scanned his bedroom. Let's try using something light. Wang Tung's gaze landed on a cup on the study table. He focused on the cup. An invisible power instantly flowed out of his mind. It penetrated his forehead and connected with the cup. The water in the cup seemed to be controlled by something. It started floating slightly. Then the water rose from the cup without anything holding it. The invisible force controlling the water couldn't be seen by the naked eye. However, Wang Tung could sense it clearly. He was able to control it with his mind. It was like his third hand. Also, this hand couldn't be seen and couldn't be touched. Wang Tung moved his thoughts, and the water started changing shape under the control of the invisible force. This is amazing. Is this a derivative after my spirit reached the spiritual realm? Psychokinesis? Spiritual power? What is it? Wang Tung was confused. He even found it a little beyond comprehension. However, a bright smile appeared at the corner of his lips. His heart started pounding faster, and he felt excited and exhilarated. He had been anticipating the changes that would take place after his spirit attribute reached 100. He didn't expect it to be such a huge surprise. Chapter 104. Riding on the Sword. If I use this invisible force as a form of offensive attack, Wang Tung started pondering as he controlled the ball of water in the air. Suddenly, he had an idea. He stared at the water intently. The invisible force kept shrinking as the water started congregating. It was getting smaller and smaller in size. Finally, when the water was reduced to 1/3 of its original size, it couldn't shrink anymore. Wang Tung changed his thoughts and compressed the water into the size of a thorn. Its tip was extremely sharp. Go! The invisible force became a push force. The thorn made of water shot out at high speed. It pierced forcefully into the wall. Wang Tung walked over to take a look. A hole had appeared on the wall. Almost half of the water thorn was submerged in the wall. The water wasn't controlled by the invisible force anymore, so it scattered and flowed down. Besides water stains, no traces were left on the wall. Wang Tung stared dumbfounded at the hole in the wall. He really wanted to laugh out loud, but fortunately, he managed to control himself in time. If not, he would have definitely woken his parents up. Even so, the excitement in his eyes could be seen clearly. His eyes were glittering. Powerful. Extremely powerful. This was just a normal stream of water, but under the control of the invisible force, it was able to display such strength. What if I change it to force? I can compress force and then shoot it out at high speed. How powerful would that be? I can even use special weapons. The power would be unimaginable. Wang Tung took a few deep breaths. He wanted to test the potential strength of his invisible force, but his house wasn't a suitable place. That hit just now was enough to leave a hole in the wall. If he used force, he would probably tear his house down. This was something only an idiot would do. He wasn't an idiot, but I could test its maximum limit. When he prepared his mind and glanced around his room, all the chairs, tables, cupboards, and even the bed started floating in the air. In that instant, all the heavy objects that he could get hold of in the room were flying in midair under the control of his invisible force. They floated as though there was no gravity. This is simple. I can't see the maximum limit. Wang Tung shook his head. He controlled all the items and placed them back at their original spot. A few seconds later, the room looked the same again. It was as if nothing had happened. He thought for a moment and jumped down the window with his weapon carrier casket on his back. He left his house and came to a small and empty forest in his district. He looked around him. There was no one. The security guards rarely came here. Wang Tung activated the runes on the weapon carrier casket and took out his battle sword. He threw it into the air, and his invisible force surged out. Under the control of his invisible force, the battle sword started flying around Wang Tung's figure. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The battle sword started flying faster and faster. The sound of it breaking the air could be heard. Very soon, only the lingering shadows of the sword could be seen. He controlled his battle sword and flung it towards a huge tree. The tree trunk, which was huge enough for a person to hug it, got pierced by the battle sword directly. Impressive. It's cleaner and sharper than an attack from a martial warrior. The penetrating power is astonishing. Wang Tung analyzed the situation in his heart. Then he stretched out his hand, and the battle sword flew back slowly. Just as he was about to keep it, he had a new idea. The battle sword turned and landed beside his feet. Wang Tung stood on it. Under the control of the invisible force, the battle sword rose up while shaking. It flew in the air slowly. Is this considered riding on the sword? Wang Tung couldn't help but smile. After flying for 2 rounds and slowly getting used to it, he wanted to pick up the speed. Suddenly, a stinging pain was felt in his head. The battle sword started falling uncontrollably. Wang Tung fell from the sky. Fortunately, he reacted in time and twisted his body while bearing the pain in his head. He landed on the ground. That was dangerous. He heaved a sigh of relief. He rubbed his head and muttered to himself, "Is that the limit? But I didn't expect myself to last this long. This is surprising." Wang Tung kept his fallen battle sword into his weapon carrier casket as he thought about this. Then, he carried it and went home. I want to try controlling force with the invisible force, but I went a little overboard. I can only wait for the next time. He gave a forced smile. Riding on a sword. This was a scene that would only appear in fantasy novels and dramas. Yet, he was able to experience it. It felt quite good. A silent night. The following day, Wang Tung went down for breakfast with 2 eye bags under his eyes. Today was university application day. Wang Shenghua ate his breakfast and reminded Wang Tung, "I think you know what school you want to get into. Your mom and I won't interfere in your decision. Whether you choose to apply to the first university or stay in Donghai, we will support you." "I understand, Dad." Wang Tung nodded. Then he continued, "I also want to see what good news the different universities will bring to me today. You will have to consider that personally. You can handle the 3 principals from the top 3 martial arts academies, so those admission teachers shouldn't give you any problem." Wang Shenghua smiled and replied, "I have the initiative. There won't be any huge problems." Wang Tung finished his breakfast and went out. He drove his car to Donghai No. 1 High School. A banner was hung above the gates of Donghai No. 1 High School. "Congratulations to Wang Tung from Class 8 for gloriously becoming the top scholar of the Donghai Martial Arts exam." The standard of this banner was much higher than the banners outside the Martial Arts Academy in his district. "Look, gloriously becoming. Become your head. Why are there big red banners everywhere?" Wang Tung didn't know what to make of it anymore. He came to the Class 8 classroom. The classroom was extremely noisy. When Wang Tung walked in, it turned silent in an instant. "The boss is here. Let me bow to you." "Boss, you're amazing." They were talking about Wang Tung a moment ago, and now the man was here. All the students were excited. They gathered around Wang Tung, whether or not they were familiar with him in the past, and greeted him enthusiastically. The top scholar, a top scholar, actually appeared from their class. Also, he was the top scholar in the martial arts exam. Just thinking about it made them feel honored. In the martial arts era, the title of the top student of the martial arts exam weighed more than the top student of the normal university entrance exam. In the future, they might have an influential figure who came from their class. Wang Tung couldn't handle this enthusiasm. Wang Tung. At this moment, their head teacher, Fan Weiming's voice was heard outside the door. "Teacher, are you looking for me?" Wang Tung heaved a sigh of relief and ran out of the room hurriedly. "The admission officers from a few top universities want to talk to you." "Follow me," Fan Weiming said. "Okay, let's leave now." Wang Tung nodded hurriedly. "Ha ha ha. You must have been frightened by your classmates." Fan Weiming laughed. "They're so scary." Wang Tung gave a bitter smile. "Who asked you to score so well? You were the top scholar for the martial arts exam. I didn't expect a top scholar for the martial arts exam to appear in my class. This is something I won't even dare to dream of in the past," Fan Weiming lamented. "Are you surprised? Are you shocked?" asked Wang Tung. Fan Weiming. "Naughty." As the two of them chatted, they arrived at the principal's office. The admission officers that were making small talk with the principal stood up one by one and looked at Wang Tung with bright smiles. Chapter 105. 5 top universities. The principal's office wasn't big. It even seemed a little simple and plain. There was a sofa and a coffee table opposite the office desk. Principal Yu was personally making tea. The admission officers from the different schools sat down along with Wang Tong. It's my honor that you've all come personally. I'm overwhelmed, said Wang Tong. Talented people always have some special privileges. You are one of them. A fat middle-aged man complimented Wang Tong without holding back. He smiled and continued. Let me introduce myself. I'm the admission teacher from Huanghai Military Academy. You can call me Mr. Qin. Another teacher at the side noticed that Mr. Qin took the initiative, so he said hurriedly, Wang Tong, I'm the admission teacher from Donghai University. You can call me Mr. Li. The first university. You can call me Mr. Huang. The teacher from the first university was a man around 30 years old. He was a little distant, with a hint of arrogance in his voice. I come from the Capital Military Academy. My surname is Zhou. I'm from Jinlin University. You can call me Ms. Xia. Ms. Xia was the only female among all the teachers. She wasn't stunning. She looked ordinary, but she had an elegant and mature aura. Her voice was soft and gentle, as though a warm breeze just blew past your face. Only the teachers from these 5 universities came today, but these 5 universities were the best in the entire country. The other universities felt that they were unable to beat them, so they chose not to come. As long as Wang Tong wasn't stupid, he wouldn't give up the top universities and choose their second-rated universities. At this moment, Mr. Huang from the first university opened his mouth calmly. Wang Tong, you should have heard of the first university before, right? We have the most abundant teaching resources in the entire country. Our teachers are all at least 4-star, soldier-level martial warriors. Most of our school leaders are 6-star, soldier-level martial warriors too. We can give you ample guidance, whether you have questions with your daily cultivation or difficulties when breaking through your level. Next, let's talk about resources. You won't be able to imagine the resources you can enjoy at our school. Scriptures, battle techniques, Dan pills, energy stones, etc. We can provide the best of everything. I'm not looking down on other schools, but they are weaker than us in this area. Also, we have many outstanding alumni. Some are businessmen, while others have entered the political world. Some went to the military too. As long as you come to the first university, these seniors will be your invisible network. Everyone needs to rely on themselves, but with them standing behind you, it will save you a lot of trouble. Our principal is an 11-star general stage martial warrior. He's a respectable and powerful person in the education world. He's renowned worldwide. Before I came, he told me that I must bring you to him. He really wants to meet you. Come to the first university. If you don't, you will definitely regret it. When they heard the entire speech, the teachers from the other 4 schools had a change of expression. Even the elders sitting at the top of the education world in the north had taken notice of Wang Tong. Wang Tong, the teachers and resources that Jinlin University has is on par with the first university. We have many outstanding alumni too. In fact, we are not worse than them. Our principal is similarly an 11-star general stage martial warrior, and he has a huge say in the south. Donghai is also in the south. Jinlin University is more suitable for you, the admission teacher from Jinlin University said quickly. However, her words were less powerful as compared to the first university. Even the principal of the first university was aware of Wang Tong. It meant that he had high hopes for him. Once Wang Tong entered the first university, he would be their key student. Wang Tong, let's not talk about anything else. Our Donghai is an important business city. Donghai University's resources are on par with any other university. Our teachers are competent too. We have 5-star, 6-star, and 7-star soldier-level martial warriors. We have as many of them as you want. Mr. Li from Donghai University sounded like a wealthy man. Then he chuckled and continued. As for our principal, he is an 11-star general stage martial warrior. He has talked about you many times in front of me. If he didn't have something to attend to, he would probably have come here personally and snatched you over. He will never allow you to run away. Wang Tong was flabbergasted. Oh my God! 3 11-star general stage martial warriors appeared in an instant. The pressure on him was enormous. At this moment, only the teachers from the 2 military academies hadn't spoken. They couldn't help but glance at each other. Tit for tat. Mr. Qin from Huanghai Military Academy continued to smile as he said calmly, Actually, the quality and quantity of resources and teachers of our schools are all similar. There's not much difference. Even if there is, its effects won't be significant. Wang Tung, I've seen videos of your actual combat assessment. You are very strong. Come to the military academy. This is where you can develop your ability. We are forming a troop in the Xingwu continent. As long as you perform well in the academy, you'll be given a military rank and will be able to go to the Xingwu continent to fight and command your own troops. The greatest worth of martial warriors can only be displayed on the battlefield. The Xingwu continent is undoubtedly a vast battlefield. From a certain perspective, martial warriors are soldiers. Our martial warriors are always fighting. A soldier that doesn't want to be a general isn't a good soldier. And only a military academy can satisfy this requirement. Also, the higher authorities have discussed and agreed that once you enter our Huangheim Military Academy, you will immediately be given the rank of a sergeant. The 3 admission teachers from Jinlin, Donghai, and even the first university had a change in their expressions. You're shameless. You're actually using the military rank to attract Wang Tung. You can do it too, Mr. Qin smiled and replied innocently. That's right, you can do it too if you can. Mr. Zhou from the Capital Military Academy nodded. Then he said to Wang Tung, our Capital Military Academy offers the same conditions. However, as compared to Huangheim Military Academy, we have another advantage. He paused and glanced at Mr. Qin proudly before saying, one of our outstanding alumni, General Lei Yao, is in charge of the Crimson Tiger Troop in Xingwu Continent. The Crimson Tiger Troop has been around for 10 years and is a mature army. If you're good, we can ensure that you will join them and have a steady progression in the future. You will make a name for yourself. Mr. Zhou spoke firmly and enthusiastically. His words were highly persuasive. The other teachers turned silent. They had high hopes for Wang Tung, so they came personally to try their best and get him into their schools. However, the importance the schools placed in Wang Tung got higher each time one of them spoke, and the conditions they gave are getting more and more enticing. Wang Tung, a few alumni from our Huangheim Military Academy, are forming the Black Falcon Troop too. They have just been formed, so there are many difficulties along the way, but it also means that there will be more opportunities for you. On the other hand, Crimson Tiger is already matured. The generals inside are at their prime age. Even if you are able to achieve a high rank in the future, there's a limit to it, said Mr. Qin. Can you give Wang Tung a general position in your Black Falcon Troop? I think that you're just painting an illusion for Wang Tung, Mr. Zhou said with disdain. Chapter 106. Many years later, before Wang Tung made his decision, the teachers from the 5 universities started quarreling among themselves. Principal Yu smiled as he watched from his side. He felt extremely delighted. He had been a principal for many years. Talents did appear in his school before, but this was the first time the top universities in the country had come to snatch a student. Fan Weiming squatted at a corner. He was astounded. These admission teachers came from all the top universities in the country. Yet, they were quarreling over a student. Was Wang Teng's potential so huge? Cough, cough. Wang Tung coughed awkwardly. He said, teachers, stop quarreling. I have some questions to ask. Go ahead. The 5 teachers replied almost simultaneously. Wang Tung felt a little scared as 5 pairs of eyes stared at him. He asked cautiously, Mr. Qin, Mr. Zhou, I heard that military academies have strong restrictions regarding a student's freedom. The 2 teachers exchanged glances with each other and nodded. We are grooming talents for the military, so we are stricter. You need to follow our schedules and our rules. Once you break them, you will be punished. However, it didn't hide this point. They couldn't hide it forever anyway. But there was a turning point. However, freedom is relative. It's just like the financial freedom we always talk about. With money, you can have financial freedom. Similarly, with power, you can have freedom too. In the martial arts era, you will get a certain amount of freedom no matter where you go as long as you have the ability. Rules are always used to restrain the weak. If you are strong enough, you will be able to break the rules of the military academies. The past talented students were all like this. It all depends if you have the ability or not. Teacher, you are just spurring me on. Wang Tung smiled bitterly. A sly smile appeared on Mr. Chen's face. However, he didn't reply to Wang Teng. Wang Teng looked at the other 3 teachers from non-military academies. He said sincerely, "Thank you for having high hopes for me. However, I think that I've already made my decision." The 3 teachers smiled forcefully. "You're not going to reconsider?" Wang Teng shook his head. The 3 teachers stopped speaking. Everyone had their own path. They had to make their own decisions and choose how they wanted to walk. Wang Teng stood up and said to the teachers from Capital Military Academy and Huanghai Military Academy, "Teachers, I will go and fill in my application now." Then he walked out of the principal's office. At first, Mr. Chen and Mr. Zhou were elated. But when they saw Wang Teng keeping them in suspense, they were caught between laughter and tears. They felt extremely agitated. It was as though a cat was tickling their hearts. They didn't know which school Wang Teng would choose. "Principal, you looked at Fan Weiming." Fan Weiming quickly followed Wang Teng out of the office. Wang Teng was the treasurer of Donghai No. 1 High School now. Although he could choose the school he wanted personally, it was still better to have someone supervising his application process in case some mistakes or accidents happened. Wang Teng filled in his application form under the supervision of Fan Weiming. Then he went back to class. "Wang Teng, which university did you apply for?" Lin Chuan couldn't help but whisper to Wang Teng when she saw him sitting down beside her. "Oh, are you not angry at me anymore?" Wang Teng teased her. "Are you going to tell me?" Lin Chuan glared at him. All right. They'll tell you. I applied for Huanghai Military Academy." Wang Teng said helplessly. "You shouldn't provoke a woman." Huanghai Military Academy. Lin Chuan was shocked. She didn't expect Wang Teng to apply for a military academy. Yang Jian, who was in front of them, turned around. "Wang Teng, you applied for a military academy? I thought that you would go to the first university." Whether it's the first university or a Huanghai Military Academy, their quality of resources and teachers are around the same. "Entering the military academy is the path most suitable for me," Wang Teng replied. "Sigh, why do I think that you're boasting when I hear this?" Yang Jian sighed. "Get out." Wang Teng laughed and scolded him. Then he asked, "Which university did you apply for?" "Donghai Normal University," Yang Jian replied. "I don't want to go overseas. With my results, this is the only university I can choose." Wang Teng nodded. He noticed that Lin Chuan's application form was still empty, so he asked, "Lin Chuan, what about you? Which university do you plan to apply for?" Lin Chuan frowned and hesitated before she said, "I want to apply for Donghai University." "Donghai University?" Wang Teng looked at her and asked, "I remember that the cutoff point for Donghai University's actual combat assessment is 85. Didn't you get 80? Also, you need to be an advanced stage martial disciple. Did you read the criteria properly? There's the lowest intake requirement at the end." Lin Chuan said, "As long as all your general papers are above 135 and your actual combat assessment is above 80, they might admit you on a case-by-case basis, even if you're an intermediate stage martial disciple. However, it's still a little dangerous. That's why I plan to put Donghai Technology University as my second choice. Even if I can't get into Donghai University, I'll be able to get into the Technology University without any issues." "Won't you regret it?" "Actually, with your results, if you took the normal university entrance exam, you could have entered Donghai University easily," Wang Teng said. "What's there to regret? You know my family's condition. What's the use of saying all these?" Lin Chuan replied, "All right, it's good that you're applying for Donghai's universities. At least we're all in Donghai," Wang Teng said. "Yes." Lin Chuan nodded. However, there was a hint of sorrow in her heart. Departures were always sad. "Young Master Wang, after you graduate from the military academy and become a boss, you mustn't forget your old classmates." Yang Jian smiled and said, "All right, Boss Wang Teng will take care of you." Wang Teng smiled. Outside the classroom, the head teachers of all the Year 3 classes were gathered there. They were casually talking about this year's university entrance exam results. Without a doubt, Class 8 was the biggest winner in this university entrance exam. The top scholar of the martial arts exam came from their class, and 5 other students had managed to get into the martial arts course of other universities. Mind you, Based on their prediction, they felt that only the 5 advanced stage martial disciples in Donghai No. 1 High School had chances of getting into the martial arts course. Now, the number of students from Class 8 who got into the martial arts course had already exceeded their prediction. No gifted martial disciples had appeared in the other classes, but on average, there were 2 to 3 students from each class who managed to get into the course. The classes where the advanced stage martial disciples were in were higher on the list. However, one of the head teachers was frustrated. Li Rongqing didn't pass this year. He will be repeating his year, he said. Li Rongqing? Isn't he an advanced stage martial disciple? How'd he fail? The other teachers were shocked. Who knows? I heard that an accident happened during the actual combat assessment, but no one told me the details. Li Rongqing's head teacher shook his head. What a pity. The other teachers expressed their sympathy. Fan Weiming managed to gain some admiration from the other teachers. He returned to his class extremely proudly. He stood on the podium and looked at the students below him. Suddenly, he felt a little emotional. He was sending another batch off again. 3 years was like a cycle. These children were finally flying to their different worlds. He could only accompany them up to here. He would not be participating in their future endeavors. He might only hear news about them many years later. Chapter 107. Enrollment and meeting in the morning. Everyone finished filling in the application form. They just needed to wait for the notification now. Fortunately, in this era, the results would come out really quickly. They would be able to know if they got accepted 3 days later. It wasn't like his past life where they had to wait for more than 10 days before getting their results. It was so agitating when they would be parting soon after their graduation. Hence, the students discussed for a moment and decided to go out and have some fun. A gathering. How could there be no gatherings during graduation? Many male students were waiting for this chance to confess to the female student they liked for a long time. Everyone decided on a time. They planned to go to the karaoke place after dinner tonight. Of course, the head teacher and the other teachers were called too. At night, at a hotel near the school, everyone chipped in. There were more than 50 people from the class. Including the teachers, they took up 6 entire tables. There were beers and even baijiu on the table. The university entrance exam was over, and the turning point of their lives was right in front of them. Tonight, everyone could finally indulge for once. Drink. They must drink. Everyone, male or female, poured themselves some alcohol. Those that couldn't drink didn't want to make a fool of themselves in front of their classmates either. It was as if you matured only if you drank alcohol. Wang Tong was sandwiched between his classmates and teachers. Suddenly, he felt a little absent-minded, as though he wasn't part of this celebration. He was like the black and white figure in a colorful painting or a stain on a white canvas. What's the matter? A familiar voice pulled him back to reality. He turned and saw Lin Chuhan's beautiful face. Smiling slightly, Wang Tong replied, "Nothing. Come, let's have a drink." He raised the wine glass in his hand and looked at her. Clang! Lin Chuhan lifted her glass and touched his lightly. She took a sip of the alcohol and whispered, "Hope you will have a bright future ahead." "You too." Wang Tong finished his drink in one gulp. "My past life, my current life, which is real and which is fake. Maybe that's not important anymore. I should just treasure what I have now." As the top scorer in his class, and a black horse as well, Wang Tong naturally became the person everyone wanted to offer a toast to. That was what they said. Actually, though, they planned to make him drunk. Their results were nothing compared to his, so they could only gain some face back in this manner. Drink. If he didn't drink, he wasn't giving them face. Wang Tong decided to let go this time. Since everyone was happy, he ought to have fun drinking too. Unfortunately, all of them ended up getting dizzy and drunk, even though they were the ones who wanted to make Wang Tong drunk. They even went to the bathroom multiple times. Little brats, do you think you have the ability to make a martial warrior drunk? Wang Tong sniggered secretly. Once his classmates beat a retreat as though they had seen a ghost, Wang Tong offered a toast to all his teachers. After this meal, the teachers wouldn't join them anymore. The students were all in high spirits, so they went to the KTV together and opened a private room. They sang their lungs out. 10 years, a Chinese song. Kings of KTV, a Chinese song. Wang Tung was filled with emotions as he listened to the familiar old songs. In the past, he was always busy practicing martial arts, picking up a tribute, so he didn't have the time to enjoy the different entertainments. Lu Qian, I like you. A loud voice suddenly sounded in the room. Everyone turned quiet. Wang Tung was shocked too. Damn it. I was just getting emotional. Why did you suddenly do this? I know that you like her, but why do you have to shout so loudly? Are you afraid that other people won't know about your feelings? But I'm quite envious. The lady that got confessed to blushed in embarrassment. However, she was looking at the young man happily. Oh, everyone kicked up a fuss when they saw the two people's expressions. Lu Qian, I like you too. Someone followed and shouted. Get out. The young man who had confessed earlier laughed and scolded in a joking manner. Lu Qian, I've liked you for a long time. This love song, a Chinese song, is my gift for you. The music sounded thereafter. The young man started singing. His voice was filled with deep love and emotions. Everyone turned silent as they listened to his song. Some were envious, while others were emotional. Some admired his courage and were envious that he had someone he could confess to. They lamented at how fast time passed and how some relationships were gone forever. The student left very late at night. They went crazy, they were noisy, and they cried. This was a night destined to be remembered. Many years later, when they recalled this night, some people might not be able to forget it while others would just smile and move on. Who knew what the future held? Wang Tung sent Lin Chuan home. He parked his car at the side. The road leading to Lin Chuan's house was a little narrow, so his car couldn't go in. They had to walk for some distance. Why don't you accompany me for a walk? Asked Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan and Wang Tung walked into the small alley. Their surroundings were quiet, and only their footsteps accompanied them. The road lamps gave off an orange light, casting a long shadow behind them. The shadows started to merge gradually. The route wasn't very long. After some time, they finished walking. Wang Tung sent Lin Chuan to the entrance of her house. I'm going back now, he said. Okay. Lin Chuan nodded her head gently. Wang Tung remained silent for a moment. Eventually, he didn't say anything. He just turned around and left. After taking a few steps, Lin Chuan's voice was heard again. Hey, if I get into Donghai University, will you come and see me? Wang Tung turned around and glanced at Lin Chuan. Her face was covered by the shadows of the house behind her. He couldn't see her expression. He'll visit you if I'm free. He waved his hand and left in huge strides. 3 days later, Wang Tung received the enrollment letter from Huanghai Military Academy. Indeed, they replied really quickly. Although it was certain that Wang Tung would be accepted, Wang Shenghua and Li Xiaomei only felt relieved once they had the admission letter in their hands. The two adults looked at the letter for a long time. They couldn't hide the smile on their faces. TSK, a military academy. My son is so outstanding. Wang Shenghua clicked his tongue and said happily. He's my son too, Li Xiaomei said proudly. Yes, he's our son. Quick, let's give a call to our fathers to inform them, Li Xiaomei said hurriedly. Wang Shenghua slapped his forehead and picked up his phone, which was on the table. He gave his father a call and told him the good news. The two grandfathers laughed happily. They kept praising Wang Tung. Their grandson was amazing. Surprisingly, the two grandfathers had the same thought. They said that they wanted to organize a graduation banquet for Wang Tung when he was free. However, Wang Tung felt that these two old kids just wanted to flaunt in front of their friends. Still, considering that he had to head to Xingwu continent soon and needed to make preparations for the trip, he decided to hold the banquet just before his university started. The two grandfathers agreed with him naturally. They spoke a few more words and hung up. Then, Wang Tung received Lin Chuan's message. She got in. Donghai University. She finally got into Donghai University, and it was even a martial arts course. Wang Tung felt happy for her. Donghai Technology University was at least 2 levels lower than Donghai University. Entering Donghai University would affect Lin Chuan's future greatly. At night, Fu Tiandao called and asked Wang Tung to come to the martial arts academy. Jisun Martial House. This time, Wang Tung went directly to the martial warrior building. He saw Fu Tiandao, who had been waiting here since a long time ago, as well as 5 other new faces. From afar, he could feel a powerful and fierce aura surging towards him. Chapter 108. Tiger Warrior Team. There were no other martial warriors in the training lobby of the Martial Warrior Building. Only Fu Tiandao and the 5 people were present. The 5 figures stood lazily beside Fu Tiandao. Even so, their presence could not be ignored. Wang Tong was slightly astonished when he felt the aura these people were releasing. Principal. He walked over and greeted him. Hi. Fu Tiandao nodded and smiled. You came pretty quickly. Come, let me introduce them to you. They're the Tiger Warrior Martial Warrior Team. This is an outstanding team I picked out from more than 10 teams. They are experienced in field operations and actual combat. Also, all the team members are 3-star soldier-level martial warriors. Their team leader is a 3-star peak-level martial warrior. He's only a step away from breaking into the 4-star level. If you follow them to Xingwu Continent, your safety can be guaranteed. After he finished speaking, he said to the muscular young man among the 5 people, Lin Zhan, this is the top scholar of the martial arts exam this year, the person I've been telling you about, Wang Tong. He will be following you in the future. The muscular young man nodded and stepped forward. He raised his hand and said, Hello, I'm the leader of the Tiger Warrior Team, Lin Zhan. Wang Tong looked at the 2 meters tall and bulky figure. He could discern that the person was releasing his aura purposely. He smiled gently in response. Hello, I'm Wang Tong. Please take care of me in the future. He stretched his hand out and held Lin Zhan's hand. The atmosphere froze for a few seconds. The 2 people were confronting each other secretly. Although they had smiles on their faces, they were actually cursing in their hearts. This brat is very strong. Lin Zhan was surprised. He didn't use his full force, but he was close to becoming a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior. Yet, Wang Tong was able to withstand his pressure for so long. Looking at his expression, he doesn't seem to be having any troubles. And he isn't pretending either. Looks like he's really a capable person, Lin Zhan thought to himself. Ha! As expected of the top scholar in the martial arts exam. Lin Zhan laughed heartily and released his hand. He knew when to stop. He didn't exert any more force. He still wanted his dignity as a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior. You're speaking too highly of me. Wang Tong smiled. He wasn't annoyed or furious by the other party's tricks. He came out of nowhere, and the principal had stuffed him into their team. It was impossible for them not to have any unhappiness. Thus, he didn't blame the other party for testing him. If he was too weak, the Tiger Warrior Team might regret their decision on the spot. Lin Zhan, I didn't lie to you, right? Asked Fu Tiandao. Principal, what are you saying? I've always trusted you. Lin Zhan sniggered. At this moment, the other 4 members of the Tiger Warrior Team looked at each other. They could see a hint of astonishment in one another's eyes. All of you can introduce yourselves too, Lin Zhan said to them. I'm Yang Fei, an earth element martial warrior. A humble-looking young man opened his mouth first and said, Yin Jin Ming, fire element martial warrior. Hello, I'm Yin Jin Yue, a wood element martial warrior. The 2 people who spoke next were a pair of siblings. The man was fair and quite handsome. Wang Tong touched his chin. He's just a little less handsome than me. As for the lady, since they were siblings, she wouldn't be any worse. She looked dainty and pretty. She was even a little shy and seemed a little confused. Wang Tong was surprised. She didn't look like an experienced martial warrior. However, Wang Tong knew that he shouldn't see things from the surface. When the other party wasn't shy, he briefly felt the aura she displayed. It was real. As for the last person, it was a young lady with a mature temperament. Lu Yan. I'm a fire element martial warrior too. The lady smiled and revealed her sparkly white teeth. She seemed bright and cheerful, someone who would put a smile on others' faces with her energetic personality. She patted Wang Tong's shoulder and told him, Little brother Wang, follow me in the future. I will protect you. Don't worry, there will be benefits too. She even winked at him after she spoke. Enough, Lu Yan. Don't tease the young man anymore. Lin Zhan shook his head helplessly. You know my name already. I'm a metal element martial warrior. Wang Tung's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Zhan's attribute. Not bad, not bad. This was exactly the element he lacked out of the 5 main elements. This leader Lin might help him get some metal attributes. Lin Zhan suddenly felt as though he got eyed by a star beast. He frowned, but when he observed carefully, he didn't see anything. Strange. What happened just now? He glanced at Wang Tung. He hadn't noticed the glimmer in Wang Tung's eyes just now, so he didn't know whether he was the one who gave him that feeling or not. It seems like it's just my illusion. Maybe I haven't recovered because I just came back from Xingwu continent. Lin Zhan shook his head. Wang Tung heaved a sigh of relief. The more he looked at Lin Zhan, the more he felt that this was a fat and huge sheep. He was a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior. Almost. He must get close to him quickly. He could lay his hands on him easier if he got more familiar with him. Oh, he mustn't let go of the other 4 martial warriors either. They would share happiness and difficulties together. We will definitely be good teammates in the future. While these thoughts raced in his mind, he didn't forget to introduce himself. I'm an Ice Element Martial Warrior, 1-star soldier level. Ice Element Martial Warrior. The 5 people from the Tiger Warrior team were amazed. Before this, they only knew that Wang Tung was the top scholar of the martial arts exam and had become a martial warrior at a young age. At that time, they were already surprised enough. They didn't expect him to be a mutated element martial warrior. This was a talent. They couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts. Okay, today, I just wanted to introduce everyone. Since you've met each other, they'll let you deal with the matters after this, said Fu Tiandao. He reminded them again after he said that sentence. Lin Zhan, they'll hand Wang Tung over to you. Let him properly. Don't worry, Principal. Lin Zhan nodded. Wang Tung, I put you in the Tiger Warrior team because I hope that you can follow them and learn how to fight with Star Beasts and gain relevant experience. This is a chance for you to go to Xingwu continent to practice before anyone else. However, you have to work hard. You must treat this opportunity seriously. You can't always rely on the other members of the team to help you. When you come back 1 month later, if Lin Zhan and the other team members give bad feedback and say that you didn't meet their criteria, I can only remove you from the team, Fu Tiandao said to Wang Tung. I understand. Wang Tung nodded. That's great. Fu Tiandao didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and left. After Fu Tiandao left, Lin Zhan said, We just came back from Xingwu continent and need a rest for 2 days. We will leave for Xingwu continent again 2 days later. Okay. Wang Tung had no objections. Have you bought your weapons and equipment? Lin Zhan nodded. I have my weapons, but no equipment. What equipment do I need? Asked Wang Tung. Lin Zhan shook his head secretly. As expected, he was still a newbie. He explained to him patiently. You will need a set of battle uniforms. A good battle uniform will fit your body perfectly. It must be comfortable to wear and shouldn't affect your movements when fighting. Its defense ability needs to be good too. You have to choose your uniform carefully. Then, you will also need a bag. A communication watch is a must. Can I use this watch as a communication watch? Wang Tung showed him the watch that Fu Tiandao gave him the other day. Chapter 109. Bye. Black. This is the special internal wristwatch of the Martial Arts Academy. Lin Zhan had a look of astonishment when he saw Wang Tung's watch. He even seemed a little envious. What? A special internal wristwatch. Let me take a look. The other 4 members of the team were also shocked. They surrounded Wang Tung and kept staring at the watch on his wrist continuously. Oh my God, it's actually the special internal wristwatch. Lu Yin gasped in admiration. Little brother Wang, I'm really envious of the way the academy treats you. Is this very rare? Wang Tung asked in surprise. Of course. It's expensive, and you might not be able to get it even if you have the money. One needs to be a 5-star soldier-level martial warrior before he can use this item. It's like a status symbol, said Lin Zhan. No wonder he was jealous. After all, only a 5-star soldier-level martial warrior was able to use this, and he had barely touched the entrance of the 4-star soldier level. Why did the principal give this to me? Did you see it wrong? What if they just look alike? Lin Zhan felt that this might be a possibility too. Take it down and let me look at it carefully. Wang Tung took off his wristwatch and gave it to him. Lin Zhan carefully examined the watch. Then, he passed it back to Wang Tung and sighed. It's real. Look at the back. There's a symbol there. That can't be fake. All right. I remember that the Academy might give this special internal wristwatch to some potential martial warriors in the Academy whom they had high hopes for. Leader, why are you so clear about this? The fair Yin Jinming suddenly asked. I heard other people mention it before. Lin Zhan glared at Yin Jinming. Was he supposed to tell them that he secretly went to research about it because he was jealous? Oh, Yin Jinming dragged out his words. Oh, the other members followed his example. F***K. Are you looking for a beating? Looks like I need to find time to train all of you properly. Lin Zhan was flustered and exasperated. Our leader is angry. Our leader is angry. Lin Zhan, why did he have a bunch of stupid team members? He suddenly felt tired. Wang Ting couldn't help but smile. Lin Zhan coughed awkwardly and continued. Since you already have a wristwatch, you don't have to buy another one. The main thing will be the weapons. What weapons do you have now? What grade are they? Sword and boxing gloves. The sword is 1-star elite class, while the boxing gloves are 1-star high class, Wang Tung replied. Lin Zhan frowned. 2 weapons? 1-star elite class and 1-star high class. You can use them, but they might not be good enough. If you meet a 2-star star beast, they will break very easily. I suggest that you buy 2-star weapons or above. That way, when you meet 2-star star beasts or more powerful ones, you will be able to help and cooperate with the team members to kill the beasts even if you are not the main force. This is good for you too. After all, you can only grow faster if you meet stronger star beasts. I will go and take a look at 2-star and above weapons later. Wang Ting nodded. He couldn't help but think of the owners of the boxing gloves and the battle sword. They were probably very poor. Look at Leader Lin. He seemed so relaxed when talking about 2-star weapons. They were nothing to him. This was the difference. Also, you need a shield. In a battle, any accidents can be deadly. You must have all your defense weapons ready at all times, said Lin Zhan. He patiently explained all the items Wang Tung needed to prepare. Wang Ting listened to him in all seriousness. Then, everyone left. They agreed to meet again 2 days later. Wang Tung went back home and immediately started his preparations. He connected his wristwatch to his computer and logged into the internal web of Jisun Martial House. When he received his notification letter 2 days ago, he had already tested the internal web of Jisun Martial House. Now, he was pretty familiar with it. There were a few tabs on the internal web. They included Scripture Chamber, Battle Techniques Hall, Weapon Stall, Spiritual Dan Workshop, and many more. You could buy all sorts of resources from the internal web. Secret scriptures, force battle techniques, all kinds of weapons, rare spiritual Dan, and whatnot. There were even guns, modern transportation devices, and the battle uniforms that Lin Zhan had mentioned. All of them were sold on the web. As long as you had the money, you could buy anything. And Wang Tung had plenty of money. When Jisun Martial House gave him the SSS grade contract, they had promised to allocate him 1 billion RMB of cultivation funds. Although this 1 billion would be in batches, he still had 100 million now. It was enough for him to spend. This large sum could only be used in the internal web of Jisun Martial House. Thus, Wang Tung had no pressure when he spent the money. After all, this cultivation fund wasn't real cash. Its worth could only be realized if he spent it. He started a shopping spree. Battle uniforms had different grades too. Wang Tung bought a set of 5-star battle uniforms that included a pair of battle boots. It cost 5 million. Then he looked at the weapons. Wang Tung pondered for a moment. Since his ability was always rising, he might not be able to use a 2-star weapon for long. Thus, he decided on a 3-star weapon. However, 3-star weapons were honestly not cheap. One 3-star Fiery Flame series battle sword actually cost 15 million. So expensive. He complained, but he still bought it. These boxing gloves. Forget it. I won't buy them for now. All right, I could buy a bow. A bow should be more useful when fighting with a star beast. Wang Tung contemplated and decided to buy a 3-star heavy bow. The strength requirement for this bow was high, but it also meant that it was more powerful. Also, weapons that use spiritual power. He couldn't help but frown. During the past few days, he had especially researched this invisible force. He found related content in the Martial Warriors forum on the internal web. The invisible force was indeed spiritual power. However, most people were born with spiritual power. It was a talent. You couldn't acquire it through hard work and effort. Some people had a powerful spirit, but they might not be able to change it to spiritual power. Spirit and spiritual power were two different concepts. People with powerful spirits could learn weapon making, rune carving, and even Dan concocting. If you talked about offensive attacks, they could at most form a wave of pressure with their spirits. They would use it to exert pressure on their opponents. Normally, the stronger you were, the more powerful your spirit was. This was why powerful warriors had such oppressive auras. It was hard to withstand their force of presence. Spiritual power was different. It could be used as a controlling method. One could use it to control weapons for attacking and could even turn their spiritual power into an attack. They were able to launch spiritual attacks on their opponents. The latter used some secret skills to form special attacking methods. It all sounded mysterious and powerful. A spiritual attack was enough to turn a person into a vegetable. If it was more serious, it could destroy a soul immediately. It was strange and sinister, and it was hard to guard against such attacks. However, these secret scriptures were extremely rare and precious. Wanting had searched the internal web for it before. He found them, but there were only a few. All of them cost a few billion. He couldn't afford them at all. Thus, he could only use one type of attacking method: manipulating weapons from afar. The weapons suitable for this should be small, light, and extremely sharp. For instance, flying daggers, flying needles, etc. Chapter 110. Shooting star, spiral, flying needle. Flying needle, which one should I choose? Wang Tung was in a dilemma as he looked through the weapons shop one by one. Suddenly, his eyes paused on a name. He saw a familiar name. Master Lu, partner of Jisin Martial House. Master Lu. What the hell? Master Lu was a partner of Jisin Martial House. Were his connections so amazing? I wonder if it's the same shop. Wang Tung muttered to himself. He clicked on the shop name on the web and went to look for the customer service window. He then sent a message. Wang Tung, are you there? Master Lu. I'm here, dear. 3. Red Heart, is there anything I can help you with? This familiar tone and these familiar emoticons and expressions. It was confirmed. This was the Master Lu he knew. Wang Tung, I'm an old customer. I bought a weapon carrier casket and rune bullets from your shop before. Do you remember me? Master Lu. Oh, it's you, dear. What a coincidence. Wang Tung. You're a partner of Jisin Martial House? Master Lu, yes, dear. Our shop is the partner of the top 3 martial arts academies. I haven't congratulated you for entering Jisin Martial House, dear. Wang Tung didn't directly praise his amazing connections. Wang Tung. You have a wide range of avenues for your business. Master Lu. Haha. Thank you for your compliment. We are an old brand. You don't have to worry about our credibility and quality. Wang Tung felt that this Master Lu really looked like an old hand. Even a big organization like Jisin Martial House acknowledged his shop. That meant that it was indeed a credible brand. Wang Tung. Do you have flying daggers or flying needles? Or any weapons similar to them? Since he had met someone familiar, naturally, Wang Tung was too lazy to look at other shops. He had bought twice from Master Lu. This shop's quality could be trusted. Master Lu immediately sent a few links to him. Master Lu. Dear, you can take a look at these first. These should be the things you're looking for. If you're satisfied with them, you can place an order. Wang Tung opened the links one by one. The first link was a type of flying dagger with 6 daggers in one set. They were all of different sizes. The price tag was 1.5 million, but it was just a 1-star high-class weapon. The second link was a set of flying needles. The thickness of the needles was suitable, and there were 18 needles in total. Every single one was the length of an adult's forefinger. They were hard and ductile. The price was 2 million. It was a 1-star high-class weapon too, but it cost 500,000 renminbi more than the flying dagger. Wang Tung was actually quite satisfied with these 2 weapons. There were more links at the back, so he continued looking. The following few weapons were either flying darts or flying thorns. Their designs were terrible and they weren't up to Wang Tang's aesthetic standards at all. He slowly lost his interest. However, there was still one last link. Since Master Lu had sent it to him, he should take a look at it. When the link opened, he saw a strange-looking weapon. It was shaped like a spiral cone. At one glance, it looked very ordinary, with nothing special about it. Shooting Star Spiral. Wang Tang mouthed the name of this last weapon. He couldn't help but feel a little curious. Then, he scrolled to the description at the back. What is this? A page breakdown drawing appeared in front of him. This weapon could actually be broken down. It could turn into a long and thin flying dagger, a rhombus leaf design, and flying needles. There were 9 assemblies altogether. This is interesting. There were instructions at the side. Wang Ting looked at it carefully. The instructions mentioned that you could assemble the parts together and use them all as one weapon. While attacking your enemy, you could control the weapon with your spiritual power and let it disintegrate in a split second. It would form 9 different attacks. You would be able to catch your enemy off guard. It was obvious that this weapon was tailored for spiritual power masters. Wang Tang's eyes lit up. He felt that this weapon was very suitable for him. This was a must-have for sinister people. He looked at the price. 5 million. This weapon had reached the standard of 1-star elite class, but its price was 5 million more than the battle sword he got on Mount Baoan. That battle sword was 1-star elite class too. Wang Ting found it a pity that this weapon's class was a little low. He found it very weird that the links sent by the other party were all 1-star weapons. Did he think that he couldn't afford anything more expensive? Wang Tang sent him a message. Wang Tang, why are there only 1-star weapons? Master Lu, oh, you see, these weapons are only used by spiritual power masters normally, and they like to customize their weapons. Hence, our shop only has 1-star weapons to let them use while they're waiting for their order. Custom-made. So this is how it works? Wang Tang had a sudden thought. He took out the dark eye stone and the star bone. He snapped a photo of them and sent it to Master Lu. Wang Tang, do you recognize these 2 items? He wasn't worried that the other party would have evil intentions at the sight of money. If that were the case, his shop wouldn't be able to exist for so long. Also, Master Lu was the official partner of Jisun Martial House. With Jisun Martial House as the guarantor, there wouldn't be any problems. When the other party saw the 2 items, he sent a list of surprised emoticons within a few seconds. Then, Master Lu, dear, are you willing to sell these items? Upright arrow Wang Tang. Wang Tang replied angrily, no. Master Lu, dear, why don't you consider it again? I'm sure that you'll be satisfied with the price. Carrot for all carrot. Wang Tang, go away. The other party sent a depressed emoticon and then asked, are you planning to use the dark eye stone and the star bone to make weapons? Wang Tang, yes, Master Lu. Looking at their sizes, it's impossible to forge large weapons with them. Even if we use other materials as the main ingredient, the weapon forge will be affected by the main material's limitations. Its class won't be too high. It'll be a waste unless you are able to find a material with a similar grade as the dark ice stone. Master Lu, but that is hard. From your words, I think that you want to forge small weapons like flying daggers, right? Master Lu, in that case, these items are very suitable. You might even have some leftovers, which you can use to forge another set of flying needles. Master Lu, you will be able to use these 2 treasures to their maximum potential. You won't have to waste them. Wang Ting nodded. This Master Lu was indeed a professional. His analysis was clear and logical. Master Lu, all right, what talent does your starbone have? Wang Ting hesitated for a moment before he explained its talent briefly to the other party. Master Lu, it's actually spiritual shadow. This is a rare talent. That means that it's even more suitable to be forged into a concealed weapon. Wang Tang, I want something like a shooting star spiral. Master Lu, Wang Tang frowned. Why? Is it not possible? Master Lu, your taste is as tricky as always. That shooting star spiral was created by my grandfather before he passed away. I don't know how to make it. Wang Tang was speechless. Wang Tang, your grandfather again. Why is your grandfather so impressive when you're so useless? Others always say that the younger generation is better than the older generation. But for you, the older generation is the impressive one. One Master Lu? Oh, Master Lu, I don't want this to happen either. How about this? Give me some time, and he'll study the blueprint left behind by my grandfather. He'll see if I can make it. He'll inform you again. Wang Tung. All right, I guess this is the only way. Please don't disappoint me. Master Lu, degree Nabla degree, Wang Tung. He'll place an order first. You can send the existing shooting star spiral to me. Master Lu. No way, dear. I still need it for research. Wang Tung. Are you planning to dismantle it? Master Lu. You can trust me more. I can piece it back. The other party seemed a little guilty as it sent a laughing emoticon over. Chapter 111. Moving mountain blade skill, Wang Tung felt helpless. He could only buy a set of 1-star high-class flying daggers from Master Lu first. He spent 5 million so easily. Then, he bought a backpack and all kinds of necessities, such as treatment medications and antidotes for poison. He spent around 3 million on these items. Following Liederlin's introduction, he didn't forget to buy a 2-star shield that cost 6 million. He also bought the battle sword he saw at first and the heavy style bow. Within a short time, he was only left with 58 million out of his 100 million cultivation fund. If Wang Shengwu knew that Wang Tung was spending money so lavishly, he would probably have a headache for a long time. What a wastrel! Wang Tung looked at his balance and felt frustrated for a moment. What should I do if I can't finish spending the money? This is very urgent. I need an answer immediately. All right, there are still scriptures and battle techniques. Wang Tung suddenly remembered. He only had the scriptures and battle techniques for the fire element, ice element, and earth element. He didn't have anything for his wood, water, and poison elements, especially the poison attribute. This was a rare element. He looked through the scripture chamber of Jisun Martial House and didn't manage to find any scriptures related to the poison element. Wang Tung shook his head. He had to give up. Just as he was going to look at the wood and water element scriptures, he had a sudden thought. He tried to utilize his wood and water elements, but he realized that these two elements just stayed in his body. They didn't listen to his command. As expected, I can't use these elements if I don't get the corresponding physique talent. Even if I buy secret scriptures for wood and water elements now, I can't cultivate them. Wang Tung gave a bitter smile and stopped what he planned to do. I still lack an earth element attacking battle technique. He had his earth lust skill, but it consisted of a defensive shield. All he lacked was an earth element attacking battle technique. Wang Tung entered the battle techniques hall. All kinds of battle techniques were laid out in front of the buyer, split into different grades. Scriptures and battle techniques were divided into 4 different ranks: sky, earth, dark, yellow. Each rank was then split into the low, middle, high, and elite classes. The red flame scripture and the deep eye scripture were both yellow rank high class scriptures. As for the earth lust skill, it was a yellow rank elite class technique. The fire Kirin sword and the phantom ice fist were yellow rank high class force battle techniques. These scriptures and battle techniques were available on the website too. They weren't cheap. Earth lust skill and deep ice scripture cost 80 million. Red flame scripture cost 70 million. Fire Kirin sword was 30 million. Phantom ice fist was tagged at 20 million. Wang Tung was shocked and surprised when he saw the prices. Oh my god, I'm already a billionaire. He didn't expect these force skill scriptures and battle techniques to be so expensive. No wonder martial warriors were all wealthy people. No wonder it was so difficult to become a martial warrior. Normal people wouldn't be able to afford these prices even if they sold all their assets. The barrier of entry was too high. Those powerful, wealthy families could fork out the money without any pressure. A normal person, on the other hand, would feel hopeless just thinking about the large sum. The martial arts exam was a path to success. What they said was right. Wang Tung pondered to himself. If a student managed to get into the martial arts course, the school would provide them with skill scriptures. Even if it wasn't free, it wouldn't be too expensive. If not, how were the students able to become martial warriors? Wang Tung shook his head. If he didn't have his bug, the system, he might be worrying over his scriptures and battle techniques too. This was really difficult. He gathered his thoughts and started scrolling through the earth force battle techniques. Mountain shattering strength, yellow rank low class, 5 million. Rock breaking punch, yellow rank middle class, 10 million. Mountain Rock Smash, Yellow Rank Elite Class, 200 million. Moving Mountain Blade Skill, Dark Level Low Class, 500 million. When they reached the Dark Level, the prices of the Force Battle techniques surged exponentially. After glancing at his remaining money, Wang Tung decided to buy the Dark Level Low Class Moving Mountain Blade Skill. He was going to the Xingwu continent soon. He didn't know what dangers were over there, so it was better to grasp a powerful battle technique. This Dark Level Low Class Moving Mountain Blade Skill was definitely more powerful than the Yellow Rank Fire Kirin Sword Skill and Phantom Ice Fist. Since he was practicing a blade skill, he would need a blade. He had 80 million left. Wang Tung decided to buy a 2-star high-class battle blade. Wang Tung had officially spent all the cultivation funds he was given for this period. As for cultivation resources like energy stones and Dan pills, he didn't buy them because they weren't as good as attribute bubbles. He needed to spend money on things that he didn't have. To other people, increasing their ability was the most important thing. Hence, they would probably buy all kinds of cultivation resources first. But to Wang Tung, weapons and battle techniques were what he lacked. Also, whether it was Dan pills or energy stones, they contained a certain amount of impurities. If he absorbed the force in them, the impurities would be assimilated into his body too. As time went by, the impurities would accumulate in his body. It would affect his martial warrior's realm. Thus, he mustn't use too many of them. He knew the details of the items. As a cheater with a system, Wang Tung scorned the thought of using these cheap goods. He didn't touch the Ice Element Energy Stone and the Ice Element Dan Principle you gave him. He planned to use them in other areas or sell them away to earn some small cash. The next day, the items that Wang Tung bought arrived. The delivery person was a man wearing a black suit and black sunglasses. It made him look a little mysterious. Under his command, the staff carried the boxes down the car one by one. "Are you Mr. Wang Tung? Please use your account number to open the boxes and check the items inside," the man in black said. Wang Tung nodded. He used his wristwatch to scan an area at the side of the boxes. The boxes opened automatically. He counted the items. They were all delivered. "Mr. Wang Tung, if there's no problem, please sign here." The man in black passed the invoice over. When he saw the items in the boxes from the corner of his eyes, he was secretly dumbstruck. How wealthy! After Wang Tung signed and acknowledged the delivery, the man left with his staff. Wang Tung carried the boxes up the stairs and tidied them up. He placed them at the side and then plugged a USB into his computer. Moving Mountain Blade. A row of words entered his vision. Time passed quickly. Soon, it was time to gather and meet the other members of the Tiger Warrior team. Wang Tung had an enriching 2 days. He prepared everything he should prepare, and he had already started practicing the Moving Mountain Blade skill. He looked at his attributes panel. Moving Mountain Blade skill, Foundation 5 out of 100. It was just at the foundation stage, and his proficiency was very low. Wang Tung did have 35 blank attributes left, but he wasn't in a hurry to use them. In the morning, Wang Tung ate breakfast with his family. Wang Shenghua and Li Xiaomei wanted to speak, but had no idea what to say. Understandably, they were both concerned. However, they didn't dare to show it. "Dad, I have a right to purchase form for the deer garden. If you have time, you could take a look and buy a bigger house there. Try to move there as soon as possible," Wang Tung said. "Okay, leave it to me. Don't worry about it." Wang Shenghua nodded. "He'll be leaving." Wang Tung finished his breakfast, wiped his mouth, and got up. Wang Shenghua and Li Xiaomei sent him to the door. They hesitated for a moment. In the end, all their worries and emotions congregated into a single sentence. "Take care and come back safely." Chapter 112. Entering Xingwu Continent and Space Talent, Jisun Martial House. Wang Tung met the other 5 people from the Tiger Warrior team. Wang Tung was wearing his battle uniform and battle boots. He had a backpack on his back and a weapon carrier casket on his shoulder. All his weapons were placed inside his weapon carrier casket. Even his heavy bow was able to fit inside. He had to admit that the design of the weapon carrier casket was amazing. Although it wasn't big, it utilized all the space inside to its maximum potential. All he needed to carry in his hand was the shield. As for the flying daggers, he placed them in his clothes. That way, he would be able to launch a deadly attack with just a move of his thoughts. As compared to Lin Zhan and the other members, his equipment was considered relatively simple. The other 5 members had many bags on them, some even sporting luggage bags. When Wang Teng asked them about it, he learned that they were filled with ammunition. He moved his eyes around and saw the heavy rune machine gun Liu Yin was carrying on her back, who said that only men were allowed to use guns. Guns and beauties. One they were a match made in heaven. Liu Yin wore a tight-fitting battle uniform, showcasing her figure. Along with the rough-looking heavy machine gun, she exuded a wild and fierce kind of charm. Wang Teng shifted his gaze and looked at the 2 large-sized battle axes in Lin Zhan's hands. He could only exclaim in his heart, "That's a real man." Yang Fei was using a mace, while Yin Jinming and Yin Jinhua used a blade and a sword, respectively. When they stood together, they gave off a capable and mature aura. "All right, since everyone is here, let's set off." With a wave of Lin Zhan's hand, everyone grabbed their luggage. They boarded the car and headed in a direction. Half an hour later, the car drove into a military camp. This military camp was erected after the dimensional rift leading to Xingwu continent appeared. It's heavily guarded, and there are many martial warriors hidden in the surroundings to prevent any accidents from happening, Lin Zhan explained. Their car was stopped at a checkpoint. The 5 members took out their martial warrior credentials and passed them to the guard. Wang Teng saw their actions and followed their example, taking out his martial warrior credential too. The guard was holding a scanning device. He scanned the martial warrior credentials one by one before scanning everyone's faces. After confirming that there were no errors, he let them in. Lin Zhan explained as he drove into the military camp. "You won't be able to enter this place if you don't have your martial warrior credential on you." Along the way, they could see a huge number of patrols in the camp. They parked the car in the parking lot and locked it. Then, they came to a plaza. There weren't many people here. The most conspicuous thing was the gigantic door frame, made of steel, right in the middle of the plaza. It was at least 30 meters tall, around 20 meters wide, and was shaped like a circular arc. In the middle of the door frame was a pitch-black, deep, and long whirlpool. Once you glanced at the whirlpool, your gaze would be attracted by it unconsciously. Honestly, anyone who saw the dimensional rift for the first time would get a shock. Wang Teng was no exception. At this moment, he was standing in front of the enormous door frame, unable to speak for a long time. "What do you think? Are you blown away?" Lin Zhan smiled and asked. The other 4 members looked at Wang Teng with smiles on their faces. In the past, they had a similar expression when they saw the dimensional rifts for the first time. Wang Teng nodded. "Let's go. When you reach Xingwu continent, you'll be even more flabbergasted." Lin Zhan smiled and continued. He was the first to walk towards the door. There were many large machines placed at the side of the gigantic door. Wang Teng didn't know whether they were used to stabilize the dimensional rift or to monitor something. There were also staff operating the machines, keeping a vigilant eye on things. These staff members ignored Wang Teng and the team members. Wang Teng glanced at them and then followed his team members. He walked forward. Lin Zhan and the rest passed through the dimensional rift without stopping. Wang Teng took a deep breath and then followed them closely. He stepped through the door. It felt like an instant, yet at the same time, it felt like a long time had passed. His world was spinning and his vision had turned pitch black. Suddenly, he felt solid ground under his feet. Wang Teng opened his eyes. Lin Zhan and the rest of them were standing not far away. They had already recovered from the teleportation. When they saw Wang Teng recovering so quickly, they were surprised. When they passed through the dimensional rift the first time, they had retched for a long time, and their heads hurt terribly. They had to rest for half a day before they could move normally. This fellow is not ordinary. They exchanged glances with one another. This thought appeared in their minds in unplanned unison. Wang Teng had no idea what they were thinking. At this moment, his gaze was attracted by the attribute bubbles beside those people. There was a bubble below his feet, too. Where did these bubbles come from? Wang Teng was puzzled. Space *0. 1 space *0. 1 space attribute. They were space attributes. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He never imagined that these bubbles would actually be space attributes. Could they be from the dimensional rift? While pondering, he didn't forget to pick up the bubbles. Ever since getting spiritual power, he had tried many experiments. Now, he was able to use his spiritual power to pull the attribute bubbles towards him. He didn't have to walk around and pick them up anymore. If not, other people would always look at him as if he were an idiot when he ran around everywhere. In the past, he could barely stand the glances thrown at him. However, for the sake of picking up attributes, he became an idiot again and again. Finally, he was freed from that torture. He didn't have to be an idiot anymore. He pulled all the bubbles beside his team members toward him and collected them. Space *0. 8. His space attribute increased by 0. 8 points. Wang Tung's gaze landed on his attributes panel. He finally saw a change in his talent row. Space 0. 8/1000. It's a talent attribute. Wang Tang's heart was filled with ecstasy. This was a gift from heaven. The moment he entered Xingwu Continent, he was given such a huge surprise. It looked like Xingwu Continent was very friendly towards him. Although he didn't know the exact use of this space talent, he had some idea of what it entailed. In those game novels, they always boasted about how fantastic space talent was. Hence, this space talent wouldn't be too shabby. Just as Wang Tung was thinking about this, Lin Zhan opened his mouth with a smile. Welcome to the Xingwu Continent. Wang Tung regained his senses. Xingwu Continent. Oh, right. He had come to the Xingwu Continent. He scanned his surroundings. This seemed to be a giant hall. There was a huge circular arc door frame behind him that looked similar to the one on the other end of the dimensional rift. The whirlpool in the depth of the door was spinning slowly. Let's go out and take a look, Lin Zhan said and walked out. The other followed him closely. When they walked through the door and reached outside, Wang Tung realized that they were in a tall tower just now. At the moment, they were standing at the bottom of the tower. This is the Force Tower. It's situated in the middle of the city. The entire city's energy is supplied by this tower, said Lin Zhan. Wang Tung raised his head and noticed that the tower was a few hundred meters tall. Its entire structure was made of steel, and it pierced into the clouds like a steep and dangerous peak. There were countless occult runes carved on the building. At the bottom of the tower was a plaza. Unknown black rocks paved its floor, and they were carved with runes, too, exuding a mysterious aura. Wang Tung felt a vast and powerful pressure pushing him down from the sky. He was dumbfounded. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. This is the product of the Xingwu Continent's civilization. Do you find it a little unbelievable? Asked Lin Zhan. This Xingwu Continent is indeed a little different from my imagination. Wang Tung breathed out loud as he replied.